Chapter 1994, Turtle Deity Island. Small boats were floating in the divine ocean, seemed to drift with the currents. From time to time, they would sail past one island city or another. The occupants of these small boats were Yi Futian and the others. At this moment, Lin Yuan took out a map and looked into the distance, saying, "We are almost there. The next island city is Turtle Deity Island." On the small boat ahead, Yi Futian nodded. In the past few days, they did not rush their journey, but took their time to enjoy the scenery along the way, traveling at a comfortable speed. If there were tribulations to be overcome by Emperor Shi, they would have sped up their process. However, in the past few days, they had seen no sign of tribulations, so they moved along in a nice and leisurely manner. On the other boat, there were two people. Beigong Ao was guiding the boat forward, and in front of him, Beigong Shuang was cultivating with her eyes closed. Faintly, there were terrifying thunder intent permeating from her body as the power of thunder covered her. Beigong Ao controlled the fluctuation of the aftershock so that she could cultivate in peace. That day, after Yi Futian had given the treasure to her, Beigong Shuang took it inside her body and began to cultivate and refine it. On the way here, she had been in the process of refining and cultivating. "Before we get to Turtle Deity Island, I wonder if Shuang would finish cultivating," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Let's wait and see. If not, I will stay with her in the divine ocean," said Beigong Ao. Although the chance of watching the three tribulations was a rare event, self-cultivation was equally important. This was an opportunity bestowed on Beigong Shuang, and it had the possibility to help her break through the realm. Before she finished cultivating, Beigong Ao would not interrupt her prematurely. As the small boats moved forward, the thunder intent on Beigong Shuang was getting stronger. Above the divine ocean, a thunderstorm suddenly manifested in the endless clear sky, rushing toward Beigong Shuang. Traces of lightning fell from the sky and descended on her. Beigong Ao looked up but did not attempt to stop the phenomenon. To Yi Futian, that treasure was nothing, so he gave it to Beigong Shuang instead. But Beigong Ao knew very well that without Yi Futian's involvement, they would never have been unable to obtain anything close to it in their lifetimes. It was just like the last time when he got the cloudwood in Eastern Deity Island. Ahead, Yi Futian, on the small boat, glanced in Beigong Shuang's direction. With a bright smile on his face, he asked, almost breaking through, "Should be." Beigong Ao nodded. She saw that thunder's power in the void became increasingly stronger, causing restlessness in this part of the divine ocean. Waves continued to rise, turning into a terrifying thunder field. How terrifying! For Ren Huang to break through the realm. It's almost like a catastrophe of the Great Path, Lin Yuan mumbled to himself. As someone in the sage realm, he was a powerful enough existence among ordinary folks. In the divine ocean continent, his level was just above average. But compared to Ren Huang, sage realm was obviously not even close, much like a child in the eyes of giants. Just the power of a Ren Huang breaking through the realm was enough to instill fear in a sage cultivator like him. One day, when you reach such a realm, you will experience it sooner or later. Yi Futian smiled at Lin Yuan. It was a journey that he had been through himself from noble to sage, then transcended as a saint to proving as Ren Huang. Every step of the way, he, too, had looked up to those who were before him. But as time went on, he had traveled higher and higher until he far surpassed countless cultivators to whom he had once looked up. "It seems too far away just now," Lin Yuan said with a smile, but it was the truth. For the realm of the sage, Ren Huang was far too far away. If the breakthrough of the lower Ren Huang realm is so terrifying, what would it be like when Emperor Shi experienced the divine tribulation? Lin Yuan murmured again. This was something that exceeded the limits of his imagination. It can't be compared at all. Yi Futian smiled and said, if Emperor Shi were to experience the tribulation, perhaps the entire divine ocean continent would tremble. There are really two significant tribulations in cultivation. One was the transcendence into sainthood, and the other was to go through the three tribulations and transform. All other times were breaking through the realm. Transcendence into sainthood was enough to cause natural phenomenons, such as the light of catastrophe. Therefore, the divine tribulation would be unimaginable. According to his understanding of breaking through the realms, divine tribulation was not something tolerated by the rules of the Great Path as he knew of them. It was probably an earth-shaking affair. It was something that he couldn't possibly imagine based on what he knew at the moment. At this moment, Bei Gong Shuang opened her eyes, and the light of thunder in the sky poured madly into her body until her eyes seemed to also contain the terrible light of thunder. When she looked up to the sky above, 2 lightning bolts actually beamed out from her eyes. In a flash, Bei Gong Shuang's body shot up into the sky, bathing in the thunder and lightning as the Great Path integrated into her body, and her entire person turned into a vessel of the Great Path, madly swallowing and absorbing the power of the thunder. This breakthrough had induced a good amount of power from the Great Path, Yi Futian commented. Bei Gong Ao nodded in agreement, somewhat surprised. It seemed that his daughter would make great progress this time. That treasure definitely had a beneficial effect on her, Bei Gong Ao said. All the small boats stopped, and everyone was watching quietly. After a long while, the light of thunder in the sky dissipated, and Bei Gong Shuang floated back down and returned to the small boat. She regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes and blinked, which got a chuckle out of Yi Futian. "Continue forward," said Yi Futian. As his voice fell, all the boats accelerated forward. "Let's go," Bei Gong Ao echoed the command. Suddenly the group accelerated forward. Behind them, Goddess Donglai watched all this quietly. There was even more admiration in those eyes that looked toward Yi Futian. No one knew how such a person had come to appear in the original realm. There were bound to be other powerful characters who would inevitably aggregate around him. He seemed to possess a natural quality that would make people follow him willingly. Someone like him, if achieving all his potential, the result must be astounding. No one knew how far Yi Futian could go in the future, but she would gladly wait and see. There were many rumors regarding Turtle Deity Island on the divine ocean continent. Some people said that Turtle Deity Island really had a turtle deity, while others claimed that this gigantic island was, in fact, the back of a black turtle. However, most people seemed to think that Turtle Deity Island was so named because the island itself resembled Xuanwu, the black turtle. No matter what these rumors were, Turtle Deity Island was truly famous because of one cultivator, Emperor Shi. Not just Turtle Deity Island, but the entire divine ocean continent was known because of Emperor Shi, a top-notch existence enough to make an entire continent known to everyone. As they approached Turtle Deity Island, they could see those who were traveling in the void from time to time. Yi Futian and the others traveled in the sea as those in the air passed them by. Sometimes the aura in the void was extremely powerful, even a little alarming, and sometimes sounds of chatting and laughter could be heard. They could already see land in front of them. It was Turtle Deity Island. "It's right in front." Lin Yuan was a little emotional. This time, following Yi Futian, he had the opportunity to see Emperor Shi face the tribulations up close and personal. How could he not be excited? Around Turtle Deity Island, there were many scattered islands. As they approached, they found that there were crowds everywhere. "What's going on?" Yi Futian looked concerned as he swept his divine consciousness over the crowd and found that countless cultivators were outside of Turtle Deity Island and did not set foot on the island. Voices came into his ears, and Yi Futian suddenly understood. He said in a low voice, "It seems that Turtle Deity Island is getting too crowded now, and they have begun to control those who entered. This is expected. Although Turtle Deity Island is extensive, it is only an island, and the number of people that can be accommodated is limited. However, this time, the entire Donghua domain was alarmed. With so many cultivators arriving, if all of them were to enter the island, Turtle Deity Island will be overcrowded, Goddess Donglai said from behind. Yi Futian nodded as they continued to move forward and came to the area where the crowd was being blocked out. An incredibly astonishing aura of the Great Path was in front of them and formed a heaviness that was difficult for them to continue pushing forward. The airspace was shut out too. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the space above them. Those cultivators who were traveling through the air were also stopped. It seemed as if blocked by an invisible force. Afterward, they were drifted down and landed on the ground. Yi Futian and the others looked at the sea and saw a giant black turtle, but not just one. In this area of the ocean, there were many black turtles on the periphery of Turtle Deity Island. "Sir, how can we enter the island?" Yi Futian asked the person next to him. A few days ago, there was news from Turtle Deity Island that only those in the Upper Renhuang realm may enter the island. The others, unless led by a top figure, then they may enter together, the man responded. Yi Futian nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Turtle Elder, we came from Dongshao continent and hoped that we might be an exception." The black turtle glanced at him with some contempt in his eyes, then dived into the water. Yi Futian walked forward, facing that massive resistance of the Great Path, and continued. Seeing this forced entry, that black turtle of the Upper Renhuang realm raised his head to give him a look as a terrifying wave slapped toward him. Yi Futian waved his hand toward the void, like the light from an axe slashing down, and split the waves apart. He moved like an invasive stream of light and rushed directly toward the black turtle. Boom! The giant waves soared as the black turtle rushed toward Yi Futian through the water. A hefty pressure landed on Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't bother to avoid it. Both of his palms pushed forward, and a terrifying force slapped down and suppressed it, like a monument of the Great Path. A dull thud was heard in the void, and that massive black turtle was knocked back into the sea. Yi Futian's figure flashed. He landed squarely on the turtle's back, saying, "Elder, please make an exception for us." Chapter 1995, Viciousness. Be *starred. Black turtle roared. The tall waves that seemed to reach into the heavens flooded the entire region. The terrifying waves surrounded Yi Futian and morphed into the form of a divine turtle. It contained an icy aura of the Great Path. Ice sealed the entire space. The people from a distance looked on and saw that the battlefield in front of them was sealed by ice and that Yi Futian was buried within. This guy, he is only a middle-level Renhuang. Yet he dared to face off a level 7 demon emperor. Everyone felt a ripple course through their hearts. However, that person had great combat abilities. A casual slap from his palm could suppress an entire region, and Black Turtle was knocked back by the impact. However, at that moment, the towering black turtle halo sealed the entire area with ice. It seemed like Yi Futian would be frozen to death. Yi Futian was at the center of the area sealed by ice, and his entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. The extremely cold will of the Great Path seeped into his body, seemingly wanting to seal his organs and vessels with ice and freeze his life itself. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying divine flame of the Great Path burned and radiated outward from Yi Futian. Seeping into the ice sculpture, the flames blazed brightly, melting the ice sculpture and even dyed it red. In a short while, the huge halo of the black turtle turned scarlet, burning in the divine ocean. This, many who watched this scene unfold before them, felt a tremor course through their heart. The black turtle let out a low roar, and his entire head shrunk back into his shell as he said, "You may enter. I still have some friends." Yi Futian pointed at the row of people in front. The black turtle stretched his head out and glanced at them. He discovered that among them were some with shallow cultivation levels. He had to say, Your combat abilities are high enough, so you can be an exception to the rule. However, you can't go overboard with it. This is the rule of the Turtle Deity Island. Just now, I was too careless with the extent of my attacks. I hope Senior will forgive me. Although this elixir is not especially valuable, it can strengthen your life force. Please accept them as my apology. Yi Futian retrieved an elixir, and instantly a strong elixir fragrance washed over everyone. The black turtle's eyes glimmered, and his neck continued stretching outwards. It twisted around to look at the elixir above him. The lives of turtles were extremely long, and their life force was especially strong. These types of elixirs were significant to them. You have exceptional talent, so I'm sure you are from a top-tier faction. There are also top-tier Renhuangs here with you. Since you are all traveling together, you are all welcome. I'll lead you onto the island, said the black turtle. The people from afar were stunned. What is this sudden change in attitude? Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian opened his hands, and the black turtle swallowed the elixir immediately. Xia Qingyuan and the rest climbed onto his back. The black turtle turned around and dived into the divine ocean and entered the forbidden space, heading in the direction of Turtle Deity Island. Many practitioners were speechless as they watched the receding silhouettes. How can even demons be this materialistic? Just one elixir was enough to convince him to ignore the rules? How can this be allowed? They all thought. The black turtle carried Yi Futian and his friends forward, and very quickly they neared Turtle Deity Island. Senior Turtle, many members of top-tier factions have already arrived on Turtle Deity Island already, right? Yi Futian asked. The black turtle nodded. Quite a few have arrived already. Even if they have yet to reach, they should at least be in the divine ocean continent. There are only a few days left to Emperor Shi overcoming his tribulations, and no one wants to miss it. You have exceptional strength, too, so I'm guessing that you have forged a perfect grade divine will, right? Surely you must also hail from an extraordinary faction. Where are you from? I come from the Dongshao continent, Yi Futian replied. The Dongshao continent. That should be the Millet Emperor's territory, right? Are you a practitioner from Wangshan Watchtower? The black turtle indeed understood quite a bit. He knew a little about the various top-tier practitioners in the Donghua domain. After all, there weren't many practitioners of such level. I guess I count as one of them, Yi Futian replied. I hear that there is a practitioner in the Wangshan Watchtower named Zongchan. Do you know him? The black turtle asked. Senior, you have heard of him as well. Yi Futian asked. I've heard of him from the people who entered the island these past few days. They say that Zongchan of the Wangshan Watchtower had already become a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. It is said that he has unlimited potential, and it is almost certain that he will become yet another titan of the Donghua domain in the future, the black turtle said. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. Yi Futian nodded. The black turtle brought them to the shore of the Turtle Deity Island. The formless pressure of the great path dissipated. Yi Futian no longer felt the pressure. We have arrived, said the black turtle. Thank you for your trouble. Yi Futian nodded and stepped out. The group of them stepped onto the Turtle Deity Island, and the black turtle dived into the sea, heading back from where they came from. Quickly, he vanished from their sights. Yi Futian walked around on the island, and, like they expected, there were many people on the island. Practitioners of various cultivation levels were all present on the island. In the past, there were no restrictions on who could enter the island. However, at some point in time, there were too many people on the island. It was then that Turtle Deity Island decided to limit the number of practitioners entering the island based on their cultivation level to prevent the island from being overcrowded. Where is Emperor Shi cultivating at? Yi Futian asked Lin Yuan. Turtle Peak, Lin Yuan replied. Even though I have never been here before, You could probably just ask anyone around here. They should all know where it is. Yi Futian nodded. Since they were already on Turtle Deity Island, it was easy to find where emperor she was cultivating. They walked towards the center of Turtle Deity Island. Along the way, they asked around for the location of Turtle Peak. After some time, they arrived at a city at the foot of Turtle Peak. This city was named Turtle Deity City, and it was located at the bottom of Turtle Peak. Arriving in the city, Yi Futian noticed that the practitioners of Turtle Deity City had an obviously high level of cultivation. A vast majority were visitors, and just by casually looking around, he could see high-level renhuangs. Any virtuoso that they met would likely hail from a powerful faction in the Donghua domain. Let's find a place to settle down for a while, the alchemy emperor said. Let's wait for Zhongchan and the rest to meet up with us. Yi Futian nodded. Lin Yuan already knew that Yi Futian and the rest came from Wangshan Watchtower. People like these would naturally not be a typical person, and they certainly belonged to different worlds. I did not expect that we would also have a chance to come to Turtle Deity Island to witness this grand event. Thank you, seniors, for bringing the two of us along. Lin Yuan and his cultivation partner Lu Qing wrapped their fists in gratitude towards Yi Futian. There is no need for thanks. It was not much work anyway, Yi Futian replied casually. Indeed, to him, it was nothing bringing the two of them along. Your help is, however, significant to us. However, I'm afraid we are unable to repay you and can only be thankful in our hearts. Lin Yuan was very realistic. After all, the difference between them was too huge. Yi Futian was such a powerful character. How could he possibly repay this favor? Yi Futian smiled lightly. He was not really bothered by it. Now that we are already on Turtle Deity Island, the two of us shall not intrude on you seniors. We will take our leave now. Lin Yuan wrapped his fist as he bade farewell. Yi Futian nodded. All right. I hope you will gain something this time. Seniors, take care. The two of them bowed lightly and turned around to leave. The two of them initially were not familiar with Yi Futian. They only met him on their journey here. Furthermore, they were not even from the same world. Yi Futian was already very magnanimous in bringing them to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan knew not to take advantage of Yi Futian's help too much. He knew that he should not continue staying beside Yi Futian. It would also intrude on them. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not think about these at all, and he was not really bothered by it. They were indeed not close, so he did not try to get them to stay. After the two parties separated, Lin Yuan and Lu Qing continued walking around Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan sighed. Sometimes I think that I have put in sufficient effort into cultivating, but when compared to these people at the pinnacle, I discover that my efforts are nothing. The Divine Prefecture is so big, so there certainly are many exceptional talents. These people are already standing at the pinnacle, so what is there to compare? We should first maintain our own psyches, persevere in cultivation, surpass mortality, and forge our Saint Plane, Lu Qing replied quietly. Seeing all these exceptional practitioners has indeed affected my psyche. Let's leave this place quickly, lest we develop overly lofty goals. Lin Yuan lightly nodded. As they were walking, Lin Yuan seemed to have sensed something. He felt that something seemed off and stopped walking. Right after, Lu Qing also sensed it. In the next moment, a powerful sealing power shrouded the entire space, and an elderly man appeared ahead of them. His eyes let out a demon-like aura. It was terrifying. Senior, how can we help you? Lin Yuan lightly wrapped his fist. He had an intense, ominous feeling, but he tried his best to control his fear. Oin. The elderly man morphed into a black beam of light and instantly appeared in front of them. His hands stretched outwards and tightly grasped both their heads. They couldn't even react. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing's face turned ashen. He let out a frightened expression. A gray silhouette charged into their minds, and a voice broke out. "Who was the man that you were following previously?" "Senior, we were only following him on our way here. We're not close at all," Lin Yuan said. However, an even more terrifying power infiltrated him, and his body trembled violently. Lu Qing even let out a scream of anguish. Lin Yuan could not hope to fight against this power, and he, too, felt Lu Qing's pain. He pleaded, "I only know that they come from Wangshan Watchtower of the Dongshao continent. Please." Bang! The moment he said his words, the elderly man exerted a little force in his palms, and the two of them were instantly pulverized into a gray stream, which then vanished. They were killed in a split second. The elderly man's silhouette flashed, and the sealing power vanished. He also completely disappeared, as though nothing had happened before. However, there were numerous practitioners on the Turtle Deity Island, so there were still people who noticed what had happened. Streaks of silhouette flew over here. As they watched the vanishing silhouette, their hearts beat wildly, especially those with weak cultivation. They felt a tinge of fear. These two practitioners were murdered, just like that. Not even their bodies remained. Who did they offend? Chapter 1996, Upheaval. After Lin Yuan and his partner were killed, a few streaks of silhouettes descended on this area. They looked at each other, their brows furrowed. "Let's go." In a flash, they disappeared. In a tavern in Turtle Deity Island, a person sat quietly on the attic floor. Ling, he was sipping his wine calmly. Out of nowhere, a person appeared behind him. He was the elderly man who killed Lin Yuan. He stood behind Ling, and telepathically said, "Dongshao Continent, Wangshan Watchtower." Wangshan Watchtower. A tinge of surprise flashed in Ling He's eyes. A name surfaced in his mind. Zong Chan. That could not be right. Zong Chan was rumored to have already broken through to the high-level Renhuang level. That man, however, was only a middle-level Renhuang. He should be another practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower. Indeed, it was exactly like what he had guessed. The man hailed from a very powerful faction of the Donghua domain. However, even if he were from Wangshan Watchtower, he would have to pay the price for spoiling his plans. This time he had put in a lot of effort to get close to the people from the snow capital. However, it seemed like it was highly likely to fail. "Who is that?" At that moment, a virtuoso behind Ling, he glanced into the distance. There was a divine consciousness spying on them. A strong divine consciousness shrouded the entire space around the tavern. A pressure of the great path hammered down on a certain location, and at that spot a few people walked in the air. They appeared outside the tavern and stood from afar. One of them announced, "We are from the city lord's office." "Where are you from?" Ling He's eyes narrowed sharply. He glanced at the elderly man behind him with a tinge of coldness in his eyes. The elderly man's expressions changed slightly, and he lowered his head as though he had made a mistake. It was apparent that he did not fully clean up after himself, and his actions had caught some people's attention. Donghua Heavens, Lingshao Pavilion. Ling, he lifted his cup of wine and drank it calmly without looking at the other party. Upon hearing the name, Lingshao Pavilion of the Donghua Heavens, the row of people hesitated for a moment and sighed internally. They could not afford to offend factions of such a high level. Apologies for the disturbance. The few of them wrapped their fists lightly and left the area in a flash, as though they had never appeared before. They did not mention why they came here. It seemed like it was only to ask where the other party was from. Ling, he did not find it strange at all. Even if his actions were discovered, it meant nothing to him. The life of 2 ants was worth nothing to him. He wouldn't even think about it. It was just that his reputation would suffer a little if news that he might be using his position to carry out his personal revenge got out. He was a man of status, and so it would be a little embarrassing if people knew that he used his influence to deal with 2 juniors. Apart from that, the death of the 2 of them was nothing major. "Have the people from the various huge factions arrive?" asked Ling He. The major factions that he mentioned naturally referred to the most powerful factions in the Donghua domain. There were factions that were on the same level as the Lingxiao Pavilion. For example, Wangshan Watchtower. Otherwise, the other factions were meaningless, and there was no need to pay attention to them. They should more or less have arrived, an elderly man replied. The domain chief's manor had always had someone here, but those coming should still be on their way. Now that the people from the Wangshan Watchtower had arrived, we only haven't heard from the Nanhua continent and Badlands continent. All the other factions already have representatives here. The youth nodded. Investigate if there are any new powerful middle-level Renhuang in the Wangshan Watchtower. Yes, sir. Someone accepted the order. The factions in Turtle Deity Island were rather jumbled at the moment. Virtuosos from various places were all here. Scouting would not only be simple, but rather it would be made even easier. Because people from various places were all gathered in one place, information could be exchanged easily. He looked far into the distance, his eyes carrying a tinge of coldness. Regardless of how powerful anyone was, if anyone dared to disrupt his plans, they must pay for it. Futian had not received news of Lin Yuan's death. Whatever happened at the Divine Ocean Cliff was mainly due to his conflict with the other party. In any case, it was not a big matter anyway, so there wasn't a deep grudge formed. He did not expect that this encounter would cause him to be a target of assassination. Certainly, he would not expect that to lead to the death of Lin Yuan and his partner. If he knew, he would not have let Lin Yuan leave him. While they were walking around Turtle Deity Island, a row of silhouettes suddenly flashed towards them and descended. Seeing who had arrived, Futian smiled and said, "Brothers, you have finally arrived." The people who arrived were the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower. Li Changxing and Zong Chong were all among them. Your brother Zong and I had arrived some time ago and met up in advance. We were nearby when we saw you arrive. Li Changxing smiled and said, even though he was a powerful level 9 existence, one could not feel a tinge of threatening aura. Of course, this was only one of his side. He was like this only to his fellow brothers. I wonder how long more we have to wait, Futian said. There's no need to rush. This time, many powerful figures have arrived. It has been many years since virtuosos from various places have gathered in one place in the Donghua domain. It is quite a fortunate coincidence this time, Li Changxing said with a smile. Among the powerful characters who have come this time, there might be those who are not necessarily weaker than you. It's a pity that you don't have the chance to spar with them. It seems that brother really wants to spectate a battle of the path between disciples of top-tier factions, Zongchan smiled. Nope, I am only interested in the battle of the path between practitioners of Little Brother Ye's level, or influential characters like Little Brother Zong. Li Changxing smiled. This time, I'm afraid that among the powerful people who have come this time, a number would want to know if you live up to your reputation. I might be able to spectate some interesting events. Zong Chan shook his head silently. The greater one's fame, the more easily one is targeted by others. It was exactly because he had risen to a high-level Renhuang that he had been targeted by various top-tier factions. Boom, just as they were talking, a low rumble reverberated continuously throughout the space. When they lifted their heads towards the heavens and saw that dark clouds shrouded the blue sky, the black clouds floated about, and the skies gradually darkened. Something big is going to happen. Li Changxing's eyes glowed in anticipation, and he stared at the skies above. The clouds that floated about gave off a tinge of pressure. At the same moment, in various places on Turtle Deity Island, many people raised their heads to look at the skies. They all felt the faint, pressurizing aura. They could feel that something big was going to happen. The weather is changing so quickly, and these phenomena are happening. Does this mean that the tribulations are coming? Futian muttered softly. I've not witnessed it before either. However, from the ancient records, The geographical phenomena caused by the great path tribulations of gods require time to happen. This scene now probably indicates that the tribulations will happen soon. Li Changxing replied with his head raised towards the skies. At the same time, many people flew out from the city towards the same destination, Turtle Peak. We should also set off towards Turtle Peak, Li Changxing continued. Instantly, they also shot into the skies. At that moment, they noticed that the entire population of Turtle Deity Island was making their move, and they were all headed towards Turtle Peak. Turtle Peak was the cultivation court of Emperor Shi. All the virtuosos would descend from the skies right before arriving at Turtle Peak and then walk up to the peak. Everyone was conscious not to enter the peak from above. Without sufficient strength, their action would be an act of provocation. Everyone has arrived, Yi Futian thought to himself. They also arrived at the foot of the Turtle Peak and began walking up Turtle Peak. He was not the only one. Virtuosos from all over the world were rushing to ascend the peak. Wisps of aura of the great path exploded out one after another as everyone began using their own unique skills. At that moment, the area looked very beautiful. Who are those people? At that moment, many people looked in a certain direction. At that location was a row of goddess-like figures. They were dressed in white and surrounded by a cold aura. Even the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. No one dared to get close to them. Goddesses of the northern white snow capital, someone said. The land of fluttering snow, someone asked in surprise. Yes, someone replied. Instantly, the people around them retreated in fear of getting too close to them. Even though the ladies were gorgeous, no one dared to go up and flirt with them. Yi Futian also looked in that direction. The other virtuosos all kept their distance and did not dare appear in their vicinity. It seemed that these ladies were rather intimidating. Yi Futian spotted a familiar silhouette among them. It was the goddess-like figure that he saw that day at the cliff. Northern White, Snow Capital, Yi Futian muttered. Are they practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow of the Northern White continent? It was one of the 7 main continents of the Donghua domain. So naturally, Yi Futian looked up information regarding the place. In the Northern White continent, the divine palace of fluttering snow was located in the snow capital. It was the top sacred grounds of Northern White. Certainly it was especially powerful. In that case, that lady must come from the snow capital's divine palace of fluttering snow. Are you interested? Li Changxing smiled at Yi Futian. While the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow are a little fierce, they are all stunning. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Of course, he knew that Li Changxing was joking. However, everyone seemed to be a little wary of the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow. Was it because of their cultivation? They continued walking up, and in no time at all, many practitioners had ascended Turtle Peak. The aura in the skies became even more pressurizing. It was like the pressure of the great path's aura. With great phenomena appearing in the skies, something big was bound to happen. The tribulations were going to arrive. Chapter 1997. Virtuosos from all over the world. Turtle Peak was very spacious. It was the cultivation grounds of Emperor Shi. No one dared to disturb Emperor Shi when they ascended the peak. They only stood at the outer regions of the Turtle Peak. When Yi Futian and his group stepped onto Turtle Peak, they gazed into the distance. There were a few structures that were not quite majestic and seemed to be casually arranged in that direction. However, they seemed to carry an ethereal air of deities. It was as though they were in the realm of deities. It was exactly where Emperor Shi was at. Many virtuosos had scaled the Turtle Peak. In this vast group of people, many had an extremely high level of cultivation. High-level renhuangs could be found everywhere on the peak. At that time, Yi Futian felt that someone was looking at him. He turned and looked around. He saw someone familiar. He met this practitioner when he was training on the eastern deity island. Jiang Jiuming from the Jiang clan ancient royal family. The Jiang clan ancient royal family was an extremely old clan. It was the protector of the Luotian continent, which was one of the 7 continents. The clan was crowded with virtuosos, and Jiang Jiuming was one of the top practitioners in his generation. Since the Luotian continent and the Penglai continent were both in the east of the Donghua domain, they were quite close. When Jiang Jiuming went to train on the Eastern Deity Island the last time, he was also there to see if he could obtain elixirs from the Eastern Deity Island. Unfortunately, he failed. However, on Eastern Deity Island, he encountered an extremely exceptional practitioner, Yi Futian. At that moment, Jiang Jiuming walked towards Yi Futian. Behind him were a couple of practitioners from the Jiang clan ancient royal family. He stopped in front of Yi Futian and said, "Such a coincidence. I did not expect to meet Brother Yi and the Island Lord again." The Island Lord, of course, referred to the Donglai goddess. "It's a coincidence indeed." Yi Futian smiled. After learning about the Donghua domain, he understood that the Jiang clan ancient royal family was the strongest clan in the Luotian continent. They were mysterious and ancient, and they had an abundance of resources. This is also somewhat expected. With such great talent, brother, you naturally would emerge from the Penglai continent. I guess it isn't strange that you have appeared here as well, Jiang Jiuming smiled. Looking at the Zongchan, Li Changsheng, and the rest who were standing beside Yi Futian, he said, "I am Jiang Jiuming from the Jiang clan. You are all practitioners from the Wangshan Watchtower, right?" Just now, he had roughly analyzed Yi Futian's group and walked over after identifying Zongchan and the others. Not long ago, he heard news that the great Yan ancient royal family had headed towards the Wangshan Watchtower, and the Yi Futian had already started cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower. The Jiang clan ancient royal family, Li Changsheng and Zongchan and the rest instantly understood where the other party hailed from. They nodded, smiling. I did not expect Island Lord and Brother Yi to have gone to Wangshan Watchtower. Now, Brother Yi is cultivating in Wangshan Watchtower. To be able to get the Millet Emperor's guidance, it can be said that you have found yourself a famous teacher, Jiang Jiuming said. At that time, he thought that it would be a waste of his talents if Yi Futian continued to stay on Eastern Deity Island. However, unexpectedly, the Donglai goddess sent Yi Futian to Wangshan Watchtower. This led him to believe that something important happened when Yi Futian entered the secret zone of the Eastern Deity Island. I am only studying at Wangshan Watchtower. I have not become the Millet Emperor's disciple, Yi Futian explained with a smile. Did everyone believe that the Millet Emperor had taken him in as a disciple? Jiang Jiuming smiled without saying anything. From his perspective, there was not much difference. Are you Zongchan? Asked a lady standing beside Jiang Jiuming as she looked at Zongchan. She was Jiang Qixin and was also a Run Huang practitioner of the Jiang clan ancient royal family. She was dashing and carried a majestic air about her. Her gorgeous eyes were focused on Zongchan. The outer world, including the seniors of the Jiang clan royal ancient family, had high praise for Zongchan. Zongchan nodded. I hear from my seniors that you have already attained 7 perfect levels of the Great Path. Jiang Qixin asked without any hesitation. Zongchan nodded. Quite a number of the virtuosos of the Jiang clan ancient royal family looked at him. 7 perfect levels of the Great Path. Just how strong was his combat ability? It was likely that he was strong enough to compete with typical level 9 Renhuangs for the top. Another top-tier virtuoso was going to emerge from the Wangshan Watchtower. From a distance away, a virtuoso was looking at them. The virtuosos from the Lingxiao Palace were present, and Ling He was among them. Not long ago, he ordered his men to investigate Yi Futian, and before long, he had obtained information on Yi Futian. Coincidentally, the virtuosos from the Yenyun continent had also arrived. He heard that a couple of months ago, the great Yan ancient royal family led an army of virtuosos from the Yenyun continent to the Dongxiao continent to provoke the Wangshan Watchtower. There, they were met with resistance. Another influential character was heading towards Wangshan Watchtower at the same time. His name was Yi Liunyan, and he came from Eastern Deity Island. That one battle made the Millet Emperor personally invite him to join the Wangshan Watchtower. He was a middle-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Not only was he highly talented, but he was well-versed in alchemy and cultivation. He was also the heir to the Eastern Deity Island, and now he had gained the favor of the Millet Emperor. Naturally, someone like him would be very cocky. There was no doubt of his talents. It was no wonder that Ling he would lose to him at the cliff. He also heard that months ago, the Yan Dongyang of the great Yan ancient royal family once fought with Yi Futian and lost. Ling he went over to the virtuosos of the divine palace of fluttering snow and bowed lightly. Ling he pays his respects to goddesses. The goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow wrapped their fists in greeting. Ling he was not any normal person. He was a disciple of the Lingshao Palace, and they had a decent relationship with each other. Furthermore, it seemed like recently Ling he was pursuing Qin Qing. Qin Qing. Ling he looked at Qin Qing. She was the goddess who was traveling with him that day at the cliff. Qin Qing was a disciple of the lord of the divine palace of fluttering snow. Regardless of appearance or cultivation, she was a cut above the rest. Qin Qing nodded lightly, but her eyes were looking somewhere else. Following her line of sight, Ling he noticed that she was looking in Yi Futian's and Zong Chan's direction. Obviously, Yi Futian left a rather deep impression on Qin Qing. "Oh, so he is a practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower," Qin Qing said. "Are you looking at Zong Chan?" asked one of the women at the side. He has now become the most discussed person among all the factions. He had broken through to the high-level Renhuang level with a perfect great path. He is fated to become one of the top-tier characters in the Donghua domain in the future. Qin Qing looked at where Zong Chan stood at. Yi Futian was standing next to him. "Who is the white-haired practitioner next to Zong Chan?" Qin Qing asked. Only then did many people notice Yi Futian. This white-haired youth indeed had an extraordinary aura. He was also very dashing. In fact, among everyone around him, he had the most handsome features. However, the world of cultivation did not care about the looks of a man. Rather, they were more concerned with his cultivation level. Especially at the Renhuang level, they completely do not care about the features of a man. Thus, Zong Chan was the most eye-catching. In that case, why would Qin Qing notice Yi Futian? Yi Liunyan. At that moment, a practitioner with a very sophisticated aura walked up to the crowd from behind them. While she was not as physically attractive as Qin Qing, her extraordinary aura might even be stronger than Qin Qing's. Many people looked at her with respect. "Sister, do you know him?" Qin Qing asked. "He is a practitioner of the Eastern Deity Island. A while ago, the Donglai goddess brought him to the Wangshan Watchtower. At the entrance test to the Wangshan Watchtower, and utterly defeated all the virtuosos. The prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Dongyang, led his army of virtuosos from the Yanyan continent to the entrance test and absolutely crushed the practitioners of the Dongshao continent. However, he was stopped by Yi Futian and subsequently defeated by him," the lady said. "Yi Futian is at the 4th Renhuang level. He has a perfect grade divine wheel. He is well versed in alchemy, swordsmanship, rhythmic sorcery, and various other skills. It took him only one strike of his sword to defeat Yan Dongyang." Swordsmanship. A quizzical expression flashed through Qin Qing's eyes as she looked at Yi Futian. No wonder he could sense and comprehend the will of the axe at the cliff the other day. It seemed like he was an exceptionally outstanding practitioner. "It looks like I lost to him for a good reason the other day." Ling He smiled. He seemed very casual, as though he was not bothered by that event. "You all know him?" asked the lady. "I met him when I was traveling in the divine ocean continent. He managed to decrypt the relics left behind as runes carved out by the thunder-punishing Sky Lord, said Qin Qing. The woman nodded her head, lightly, and looked at Yi Futian. Is this the heir chosen by the Eastern Deity Island? She thought. No matter who he was, it was unlikely that the great Yan ancient royal family was going to let him off. Yi Futian felt the stares and lifted his head to look towards the divine palace of fluttering snow. The Li Chongsheng beside him asked, Brother Yi, they are talking about you. When did you become acquaintances with the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow? We have met once before, Yi Futian replied. We aren't really acquainted. Li Chongsheng nodded lightly. This rascal was quite eye-catching, it seemed. They were only separated for a short while, and he had already got to know the people from the divine palace of fluttering snow. Furthermore, they seemed to think pretty highly of him. I am Ling, he from the Lingxiao Palace. I did not know who you were back at the Divine Ocean, but now let's be acquaintances. Ling, he nodded lightly at Yi Futian. He seemed to be rather friendly. Yi Futian glanced at him. That day, Ling he was especially overbearing and arrogant, but he will not be hostile towards someone who showed no malice, and so he also lightly nodded in response. However, he did not say much more either, and only responded in courtesy. He did not intend to be acquaintances with him. Seeing Yi Futian's attitude, Ling He's heart turned a little cold, but he did not show it. He thought that this prodigy who joined the Wangshan watchtower was probably feeling pretty cocky at that moment. I am Qin Qing from the divine palace of fluttering snow. Qin Qing also nodded at Yi Futian. I am Yi Liunian. Yi Futian nodded in response. He decided to show a little more friendliness to Qin Qing because Qin Qing did not act in such an unforgivably rude manner the other day. It was certainly not because she was beautiful. In a certain place in the crowd, someone was looking at these two parties conversing. They were the people from the Turtle Deity City, Lord's office. They heard what the two groups were talking about. After all, they did not intentionally try to avoid interfering, so they roughly understood some things that were happening. This Ling he was so superficial. Yi Futian probably did not know what Ling he had done. Chapter 1998, Famous People. Yi Liunian, a low voice echoed. The person who spoke was Ling He. I've heard that Brother Yi once displayed unrivaled power at Wangshan Watchtower. With those skills, you defeated all the virtuosos from the Yanyan continent and even beat the great Yen prince with one strike of your sword. If I had known of Brother Ye's prowess, I would certainly have been far humbler back at the Divine Ocean. Someone secretly looked at Ling He, with some idea of what was going on. Yi Futian's eyes also narrowed slightly as he glanced at Ling He. He saw that Ling He's eyes carried an easy and natural smile, as though he highly admired Yi Futian. However, this made Yi Futian feel extremely uncomfortable. The virtuosos from the great Yan ancient royal family had also all arrived. There were so many of them just a distance away. For Ling He to say it in such a way, was he praising Yi Futian, or was he humiliating the great Yan ancient royal family? Of course, with the grudges between him and the great Yan ancient royal family, Yi Futian had already offended them, and so he didn't care if they were humiliated. He just disliked how Ling He behaved. If it was someone else, they might be sincerely praising him, but Ling He definitely was not. From his behavior at the cliff, Yi Futian could tell that he was highly arrogant and domineering. Even though he was humiliated, he left without saying anything. A person with such a personality would never sincerely praise Yi Futian, a person who had beat him not so long ago. Indeed, hearing what Ling He said, a faint aura of the great path reached over from afar. The virtuosos of the great Yan ancient royal family looked over, and someone had even started walking over. Yan Dongyang was standing right at the front, and beside him was a practitioner who was older than him. The practitioner had an extraordinary aura about him. He was luxuriously clothed in long brocade robes. His entire body emitted an air of nobility, It was as though he was a real dragon. Yan Hanqing, the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. He is a level 9 Renhuang. Li Changxing told Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian looked towards him. This Yan Hanqing gave off an extremely intimidating pressure. He had handsomely sharp and chiseled features. He looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. He was the strongest among his generation of great Yan ancient royal family princes. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. Yan Hanqing walked over, and instantly many people stared at him. Quite a number of them had heard the news of the battle at Wangshin Watchtower. The great Yan ancient royal family led an entire army of virtuosos from the Yenyun continent to attack them, but they returned in defeat. In particular, Yan Dongyang had been defeated by a single sword strike. It was highly humiliating. Everyone knew that Ling He's words were undoubtedly a little sensitive and hit a sore spot. However, no one said it out loud. The great Yan ancient royal family had always been overbearing and tyrannical, so there was almost no chance that they would tolerate their loss of face. Everyone around kept silent. When Yan Hanqing stopped, he did not look at Yi Futian, but rather turned to look at Zongchan. To the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yi Futian was but an insignificant junior, even if he was also a Renhuang. After all, Yan Hanqing had been cultivating for many years, and he had also been at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level for a long time. Naturally, he would not lower his status to deal with Yi Futian. I heard that Zongchan had broken through to the high Renhuang level, so I sent Dongyang to send our regards, and at the same time experience the strength of the practitioners of the Dongshao continent. I hear that you still have a perfect great path, even after ascending to a high-level Renhuang. Congratulations, Yan Hanqing said with a rather hard tone as he looked at Zongchan. He gave off a faint pressure that caused discomfort to everyone around him. In particular, those with a low cultivation level felt a very strong pressure. It was not the might of the great path. Rather, it was a formless aura that emanated from him. Thank you, Zongchan replied with a smile, seeming quite casual about it. With his cultivation level and a perfect great path, even a level 9 Renhuang virtuoso would not be able to give him a strong pressure. A level 7 Renhuang with a perfect great path. If we are talking about combat abilities, that should be very comparable to a level 9 virtuoso. Yan Hanqing looked at Zongchan. I am quite expectant of how strong your gate to world suppression will be after you have become a high-level Renhuang, and just how much you have inherited from the Millet Emperor. Zongchan smiled. You'll definitely have a chance to see it. That person from the Badlands has yet to arrive. Having proven your path, I wonder if you can defeat him, Yan Hanqing continued. His tone made the practitioners of Wangshin Watchtower very uncomfortable. It gave off the vague feeling that he was the senior speaking to a junior. Even though if one considered the amount of time they had been cultivating, Zongchan indeed was Yan Hanqing's junior. With how much Zongchan had achieved, he was no longer inferior to him. In fact, he had greater potential. Why don't you ask yourself your chances of victory if you fought with that person from the Badlands? Li Changsheng said from the side. Yan Hanqing glanced at him. Zongchan smiled silently. He was thinking of the exact same thing. Yan Hanqing's attitude made him a little uncomfortable. Even though he was a level 9 Renhuang, he may not necessarily defeat that person from the Badlands. Who wants to know? Why not just try? You'll get your answer that way, said a strong, deep voice from afar. Many people looked in the direction into the distance and saw someone descend onto Turtle Peak. The aura from this column of people was terrifying. Most of them were dressed in black, and they gave off a formless, intangible pressure. Practitioners from the Badlands Divine Palace of the Badlands continent, Yi Futian, thought to himself as he looked at the row of practitioners. They should have come from the western Badlands continent, which was a rather remote place in the Donghua domain. The Badlands Divine Palace was the protector and absolute ruler of the region. After numerous generations and experiencing many cycles of prosperity and decline, it was still surviving. The virtuosos from the Badlands Divine Palace have also arrived. The surrounding virtuosos looked towards them. The Badlands continent was the most remote, and the Badlands Divine Palace did not have many ties with the other factions of the Donghua domain. Many people were still wondering if they would come at all. It seemed that no one wanted to miss Emperor Shi take on the tribulations. It was even more so the case for those standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Many people looked at the practitioner of the Badlands Divine Palace who spoke. He was dressed in a black robe, and a somber aura emanated from him. His pair of eyes induced fear in whoever looked at them. It was as though whatever he looked at would rot and wither in an instant. No one knew his true name. Everyone only knew that he was the Badlands Divine Palace's desolation of this generation, the heir to the Badlands Divine Palace. The Lord of the Badlands Divine Palace was given the title of the Desolate God. Even though they were not God-level virtuosos, the Badlands Divine Palace had a very long history. It was said that, in ancient times, people with such levels of cultivation had existed before. Furthermore, they had very ancient relics that were passed through numerous generations. Thus, they named themselves the Desolate Gods. The heir to the Desolate God was known as the Desolation. This was very similar to the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. They also claimed to be founded by a god-level figure. Most of the top-tier factions in the Divine Prefecture had very ancient roots. Wangshan Watchtower, on the other hand, had a much shorter histories. It was founded by the Millet Emperor himself. Desolation glanced at the Yen Hanqing who was speaking just now. A terrifying aura swirled around inside his pair of demonic, pitch-black eyes. It was like he was provoking Yen Hanqing. "Do you want to give it a try?" Desolation asked Yen Hanqing. Hearing his words, many people let out a slightly eager expression. The most powerful people from various continents had arrived. Only that Titan who was governing them all was not present. However, they should have all arrived. It was just that they had yet to show themselves. Now, only that person from the domain chief's manor has not yet arrived, many people thought. Before Zongchan, there were 3 people whom everyone most expected to become one of the most powerful figures in the entire Donghua domain. Among these 3 people, one was from the domain chief's manor. Among the other 2, one was the Desolation from the Badlands Divine Palace. As for the other one, was the lady beside Qin Qing who previously told Qin Qing of Yi Futian's identity. She was Jiang Yueli, a disciple of the Lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, who was also known as the Sword Goddess. Zongchan was the 4th person to achieve such heights. A gathering like this would definitely rouse excitement. Many people were staring at Yen Hanqing. How would he reply to Desolation? Yen Hanqing turned around, and his sight settled on Desolation. Even though he had a perfect great path, Yen Hanqing was, ultimately, still the crown prince of the great Yen ancient royal family. He was an especially powerful character. Even though he was facing Desolation, his eyes still carried a noble look of arrogance. He replied nonchalantly, "You are still a junior. It would not be fair for me if we sparred. You might have a chance if you advanced to the 8th level." Before breaking through to the high-level Renhuang, his divine wheel was also of a perfect grade. He was off by only one small step, so certainly he was not a typical level 9 Renhuang either. "I thought you would attack me head-on," Desolation replied, glancing casually at Yen Hanqing. After that, he did not even look at him. It seemed that in Desolation's eyes, this crown prince of the great Yen ancient royal family was not worth his attention. Those who caught his attention must necessarily be those who were similarly outstanding. In other words, those who had a perfect, great path. Desolation took a look at Zongchan, and when their eyes met, everyone felt a tinge of rivalry. However, apart from the leaders of various large factions, Jian Yueli should be the strongest in the entire Donghua domain among all the other virtuosos. She was already at the pinnacle of the level 8 Renhuang. If she broke through to the 9th level, the divine palace of fluttering snow would become significantly more powerful. However, for people like them who have already arrived at such a high level of cultivation, breaking through to the next level was extremely difficult. The difference between any two levels was almost like a moat that could not be crossed. At that moment, the mighty pressure in the skies became even more intense. The clouds and winds shifted, and from the cultivation grounds of Emperor, she emerged a row of people. They looked at the virtuosos gathered in front of them and said, "The practitioners from top-tier factions of any continent are welcome inside. As for the rest, please remain in the outer circle." Everyone understood what he meant. It seemed that Emperor Shi could feel that his tribulation was arriving and invited the virtuosos in. However, he only extended an invitation to the practitioners of the various top-tier factions. Nonetheless, they all understood. Emperor Shi was kind enough to allow everyone to stay on Turtle Peak. Even if all of them wanted to enter, there was not enough space to contain all of them. "Thank you, Emperor Shi," many people responded. One after another, they walked towards the people who emerged. The conflict here was temporarily resolved. Chapter 1999. Flattery. At the top of the Turtle Peak was a villa shrouded in an ethereal deity aura. There were quite a number of structures built here. It was the residential area of Emperor Shi and his protégés. The area was huge, and when Yi Futian and his friends entered, they saw that it was already filled with many people who were chatting about casually. Millet Emperor. Yi Futian's sight settled on a particular individual. The Millet Emperor had already arrived along with a few other extraordinary characters. They were likely practitioners of the same level as the Millet Emperor. Everyone understood that these were the titans of the Donghua domain. They arrived inconspicuously. No one noticed their presence from the outside. Furthermore, no one dared to use their divine consciousness to peek into the cultivation grounds of Emperor Shi. This showed extreme disrespect to their seniors, so no one had the guts to do it. Yi Futian looked at where they were standing and located the person standing in the group's center. That person was dressed in very simple robes and looked to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he seemed to be alive with energy, and he certainly had an extraordinary air about him. He chatted with a smile on his face, and the feeling he gave off made people feel very comfortable. It was as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. Interestingly, one could not feel any aura from him. It was like he was just an ordinary human. However, if he was standing here, there was no way he was just any ordinary human. Emperor Shi, Yi Futian, thought to himself. He was someone who had a perfect great path and was about to experience the tribulations of gods. According to what Li Changxing said earlier, there was no one in the Donghua domain who had overcome the 3 tribulations. No one had even overcome the first tribulation. This was uncertain only for one person, and that was the manor chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. Li Changxing mentioned that no one knew what level the manor chief was at, and no one knew if he had overcome the great path tribulations of gods. However, none of the other virtuosos had ever overcome it before. Setting aside the matter of overcoming it, basically no one was eligible to even experience the tribulations. After all, one would only have the chance if their great path was perfect, and in the Donghua domain, a vast majority of virtuosos were fake emperors. Thus, once emperor, she managed to overcome the tribulations successfully. He would most likely become the number 1 person in the Donghua domain. If the domain chief manor's chief concealed his power, then he would at least be the number 1 practitioner apart from the manor chief. With such a level of cultivation, he would be considered a top-tier character even in the entire divine prefecture. When everyone arrived, they all looked in the direction of Emperor Shi. In return, Emperor Shi also looked at the crowd before him. With just a glance, everyone mistakenly felt that he was looking at each of them. Emperor, she had a kind smile on his face as he spoke to the crowd. I haven't been to the outside world in such a long time, so I have not yet met the junior practitioners of the Donghua domain. Ever since the age of chaos back then, Dong Huang the Great unified the entire divine prefecture, creating the age of peace that lasted for numerous years. Now, with every passing year, more outstanding juniors have emerged, and it has only been a little over 300 years since the unification of the divine prefecture. I believe that with time there will be a greater number of especially powerful figures who, like me, will experience the tribulations. In the age of chaos, there were too many prodigies and top-tier factions that were destroyed. It was only in the recent 300 or so years that the world had become far more peaceful. When all the powerful and famous figures managed to survive till now, there would be more virtuosos in the world. These juniors are still a long way from senior Emperor Shi. In this generation, there are only a few people who have managed to forge a perfect grade divine will when ascending to the high-level Renhuang. An elderly man smiled. It is the same for every generation. When the next generation attempts to break through to the high Renhuang level, more influential people will emerge. Emperor Shi smiled. Indeed, in the next generation, there are many with great potential distributed across various factions. They are all very exceptional. Didn't Zhong Chan from the Wangshan watchtower succeed not too long ago? Someone smiled, causing many people to look toward the Millet Emperor. Zhong Chan is indeed not bad. The Millet Emperor smiled. Looking at Zhong Chan, he said, Zhong Chan, come over and meet Emperor Shi and your seniors. Yes, teacher. Zhong Chan nodded lightly and walked towards them. Stopping in front of them, he bowed and said, Junior Zhong Chan pays his respects to Emperor Shi and seniors. Emperor Shi nodded. You're still so young. Certainly, in the future, you will become more powerful. Who are the other powerful juniors in our Donghua domain now? There are Jian Yueli from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, Desolation from the Badlands continent, as well as the son of the Manor Chief. The three of them achieved a perfect grade divine wheel as high-level Renhuangs before Zhong Chan, said the leader of the Nanhua clan of the Nanhua continent with a smile. He had an otherworldly air about him. He looked at the divine palace of Fluttering Snow and the Badlands divine palace. Both Jian Yueli and Desolation were there. Jian Yueli pays her respects to Senior Emperor Shi. Jian Yueli bowed lightly. On the other hand, Desolation bowed to Emperor Shi across the air without saying anything. The practitioners of the Badlands continent were all loners and arrogant. They were very used to being alone. Towards Emperor Shi, however, Desolation still maintained a level of respect. It was his respect towards a virtuoso. This was someone who was going to overcome the tribulations of gods. It was a goal that he was going to pursue in the future. Emperor, she nodded at the two of them. He asked Jian Yueli, Did your master not come? Teacher says she will come. Jian Yueli responded. As they were talking, a powerful aura permeated the region from afar. In the next instance, a beam of sword radiance descended in front of Jian Yueli. A sharp-looking woman appeared. She had a rather cold air about her. Standing there, she was like a sword. It was like she was one with the heavenly path. She was the lord of the divine palace of Fluttering Snow and the sword goddess of the Donghua domain. This sword goddess was honorably known as the top swordsman in the entire Donghua domain. Since Emperor, she was going to experience the tribulations. I must attend this event, the sword goddess said. I thought the same, too. After all, you will also have such a day in the future. Emperor, she smiled. The sword goddess was also a top Renhuang with a perfect great path and one of the most powerful people in the Donghua domain. Previously, this sword goddess was among the top 3 in the ranked list of the most powerful figures in the Donghua domain. The sword goddess did not respond to this comment. Emperor, she looked at the people behind her and said, It seems like powerful characters will emerge from the next generation of the divine palace of Fluttering Snow. In the divine palace of fluttering snow, apart from Jiang Yueli, who had ascended to the high Renhuang level with a perfect great path, the other direct disciples of the palace lord, Chu Hanqi and Qin Qing, are both middle-level Renhuangs with a perfect great divine wheel. They will surely have a chance, too, in the future. The next generation of the divine palace of fluttering snow is indeed exceptional, someone said with a smile. The person who spoke was the Lingxiao palace lord. He was dressed very lavishly and had an extraordinary air about him. There are many exceptional people in the next generation of the Donghua domain, and even disregarding the domain chief's manner, various factions have influential characters of their own. Furthermore, the divine prefecture is so vast and boundless, we might not even know of many prodigies who exist, said Jiang Yueli, who was standing behind the sword goddess. She seemed to want the divine palace of fluttering snow to avoid catching everyone's attention. I've also heard that Ling he had met a rather powerful person on the divine ocean continent. He is the descendant of the supreme deity Donglai, right? The Lingxiao palace lord said as he looked at the Millet Emperor. The Millet Emperor and the Donglai goddess furrowed their brows slightly. The supreme deity Donglai used to be one of the few standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world before he was murdered. His death was a very sensitive issue. After hearing his words, the eyes of the overlord of the great Yan ancient royal family turned sharp, and he glanced at where Yi Futian was standing. I was only lucky to be able to enter Eastern Deity Island and obtain the favor of the Donglai goddess, who took care of me. Yi Futian smiled, noticing that everyone was looking at him. He glanced at the overlord of the Lingxiao palace and saw that he was smiling back at him. However, the smile made him feel very uncomfortable. He did not want to be in the limelight. Today's main character was Emperor Shi. With his low cultivation level and lack of any strong backing, what was he supposed to do standing in the limelight in the presence of all the top-tier factions in the Donghua domain? You are too humble, the Lingxiao palace overlord smiled. Considering your current cultivation level as a middle-level Renhuang, with what you have achieved previously, you can rank at least among the top 3 in the Donghua domain. As he finished speaking, the way that many people looked at Yi Futian instantly changed. Yi Futian furrowed his brow. Is he flattering me? He thought to himself. Furthermore, the other party was of an extraordinary status. He was the Lingxiao palace overlord and one of the most influential practitioners in the world. Being given such high praise from this man, not only should Yi Futian not refute it, but he should thank him for it. This made Yi Futian extremely uncomfortable. With all the top-tier factions in the entire Donghua domain present, what was his motive in praising him so highly? Yi Futian bowed lightly and said, "Senior, you flatter me. My cultivation is still rather superficial. I certainly do not deserve such high praise. The last time when I met the prince of the Lingxiao palace, while comprehending the way at the divine ocean, I noticed that my own demeanor is far behind his." "What are you talking about, Brother Yi?" "Ling," he said, "it was you, Brother Yi, who managed to comprehend the secrets of the cliff at the divine ocean. I was only lucky. Before, we had some disagreements when comprehending the way. When Brother Ling bluntly said that we were wrong, we felt shamed by that extraordinary aura and strong confidence that you exuded. We recognized that we were inferior, and Brother Ling's aura certainly overpowered ours. Even our mindfulness of the path was a little damaged. It was only after giving our all in our struggle that we managed to decipher the secrets of the cliff by accident. I still have to thank Brother Ling for sparking our potential." Yi Futian replied with a slight smile. He treated Ling He with the same exaggerated praise. It was as though the person who lost then was him and not Ling He. Indeed, hearing Yi Futian's reply, Ling He's looks in his eyes became a little strange. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Yi Futian. Was he mocking him? At that time, Yi Futian did not in the least bit behave in a cowardly way. In fact, he was very overbearing in his response. "You too. There is no need to argue over this. At that moment, a silhouette walked out from behind Emperor Shi. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Was it you who managed to decipher the relics left behind on the cliff?" Yi Futian looked at him. The person was rather large, and his long hair was untied and flowed behind him, giving off a rather wild feeling. To Yi Futian, he gave off similar vibes as Emperor Shi. He was another prominent character. Furthermore, this person was standing behind Emperor Shi, so Yi Futian could almost guess his identity. "I was just lucky," Yi Futian replied. "Not bad," the man nodded. "Back when I was comprehending the way at the cliff, I carved those markings casually. I did not expect that anyone could really decipher and comprehend it. You have unlimited potential." With this sentence, he had hinted at his identity, the thunder-punishing Sky Lord. Yi Futian bowed lightly. "I gained quite a bit at the cliff." "Thank you, Senior Thunder-punishing Sky Lord. This was your opportunity, so there is no need to thank me," the thunder-punishing Sky Lord replied casually. He seemed to be rather impressed by Yi Futian. Chapter 2000. Facing Tribulations. The rising generation is to be reckoned with. "Emperor," she looked at Yi Futian. He then smiled and said, "Under the rule of the great emperor, more and more prominent figures will surely appear in the divine prefecture. As long as the age of turmoil did not return, the number of cultivators would increase. Many exceptional figures would certainly appear with each passing generation. Compared to back in the day, the current environment of cultivation was so much better. What Emperor Shi says is true. After the great emperor unified the world, he ordered the powerful cultivators to spread their teachings in the divine prefecture, causing martial arts to prosper. Now we have many extraordinary figures in the Donghua domain, and Emperor Shi is also facing a tribulation. It is indeed worth rejoicing." A voice called out from afar. The crowd saw a group of figures walking over. Their leader was draped in a white fur coat. He appeared immaculate. His smiling gaze was full of vigor. Behind him, there were many cultivators. Each of them was a prominent figure. "The chief has arrived," Emperor Shi said with a smile. "We were wondering whether you would grace us with your presence. We never imagined that we would see you so soon," Ling Shao Palace Lord stated with a smile. Many people extended their greetings. The Donghua domain chief's manor consisted of the people sent to the Donghua domain by the great emperor. Nominally, the chief was the ruler of the Donghua domain and maintained the order within the domain. However, in the cultivation world, domain chief's manor rarely intervened in matters of the outside world. They were even less likely to interfere with the affairs of the top forces. They merely ensured no major incidents occurred. The world was too big. They could not manage all of it, even if they wanted to. The world of cultivation had its own rules. "Emperor, she is facing a divine tribulation. How could I possibly miss it?" the chief said with a smile. "I also get to meet all of you here. Almost all of the top figures in the Donghua domain have come. It is a rare occasion." The arrival of the domain chief drew attention away from Yi Futian. He was also sizing up the domain chief and the cultivators around him. After the domain chief arrived, many top figures greeted him. The relationship between the giant figures of the Donghua domain was somewhat delicate. Although Donghuang the Great ruled the divine prefecture, he did not directly control the various forces. Back then, in the original realm, from the relationship between Princess Donghuang and the other top forces, Yi Futian caught some hint of this. However, how powerful was the domain chief of the Donghua domain? Was he the most powerful person in the domain? The Millet Emperor had previously planned to let Yi Futian enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate. It would be much safer that way. Yi Futian was also considering whether to head to the domain chief's manor. However, at a glance, he could not tell what sort of person the domain chief was. At that moment, Chief raised his head and looked up into the sky. The pressure of the great path grew stronger and stronger. The weather changed and divine signs appeared. The sky above was enveloped in a suppressive aura. Dark clouds surged over from tens of thousands of miles around. It seems that I came at the right moment. Has the hour of reckoning arrived? Chief asked as he looked at Emperor Shi. Soon, Emperor Shi replied as he nodded. Before the tribulation arrived, I only had a faint premonition of its arrival. Now it has come. As he said this, he glanced around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, please vacate your seats and set up your defenses. Although this tribulation is aimed at me, I am worried that some of you might accidentally be hurt. I hope all of you will keep your guard up." "Many thanks for Emperor Shi's reminder," the crowd replied as they nodded their heads. Next, in their own groups, the various cultivators gradually left their seats. The top figures walked ahead of the rest of them. The aura of the great path surged from their bodies. They were prepared at every moment. "It is coming. All of you should stand back." Emperor Shi instructed the crowd behind him. The crowd immediately retreated. Emperor Shi raised his head and looked up at the sky. A terrifying aura coalesced. In the sky above, clouds of catastrophe surged rapidly, becoming more and more frightening. "It is still gaining momentum," Futian commented as he raised his head and looked at the sky. This divine tribulation of the great path seemed to have a life of its own. This aura made Futian feel as though he was suffocating. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. A divine catastrophe could not be compared to this power. The Millet Emperor stood before the crowd and said, "We'd better retreat further back and give Emperor Shi some space." As he said this, the group of figures continued retreating backward. They were already beyond Turtle Peak. They stood in midair as they looked over where Emperor Shi was at. A powerful aura came from the Millet Emperor's body. It appeared to be an absolute domain of the great path that shielded the crowd. On Turtle Deity Island, almost all the cultivators were now looking up at the sky. They saw the terrifying clouds of catastrophe circulating above and gathering at Turtle Peak. The entire world seemed to turn dim. This scene was absolutely astonishing. Many people revealed astonished expressions when they felt this aura. Someone said in a low voice, "Will Emperor Shi be in danger?" The aura in the sky made them tremble. It was too frightening. If this power descended upon them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Emperor Shi's cultivation is high. Few people in the Donghua domain can compare to him. "He will be fine," someone else replied. The person seemed very confident, but the look in his eyes was serious. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Emperor Shi was the legendary figure of Turtle Deity Island. No one wanted anything to happen to him. If Emperor Shi successfully faced this tribulation, he would then undergo another metamorphosis. There was a chance that he would become the strongest figure in the Donghua domain. Even the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island wanted to witness such a miracle. Beyond Turtle Deity Island, in the Divine Ocean, the people who were not on the island were also looking up at the sky. This terrifying scene could be seen far and wide. At this moment, the Divine Ocean continent had been stirred up. The cultivators of this continent could see the strange changes in the sky. Of course, the aura they felt was weaker the further away they were from Turtle Deity Island. It was not as terrifying as it was on the island. All the clouds of catastrophe were surging towards it. On Turtle Deity Island, thunder-punishing Skylord raised his head and looked into the sky. Dark purple light of catastrophe was gradually accumulating in the heavens above, shining down upon them. It contained destructive power that was frightening beyond comparison. Cracks of the great path seemed to appear in the space. The cracks were frighteningly deep. Even thunder-punishing Skylord felt an intense sense of caution well up in him. This was a divine tribulation. The great path would not tolerate Emperor Shi. The laws of this world did not allow for Emperor Shi to exist. This was also Thunder punishing Skylord's first time experiencing such power. As he watched the frightening, destructive power that was constantly gathering, he gazed ahead and saw Emperor Shi standing alone in midair. His long robes fluttered around even though there was no wind. A divine aura of the great path emanated from his surroundings. Right now, Emperor Shi was battling the very heavens itself. The terrifying light of destruction descended from above without a sound or presence. It blinded the eyes of those around. Many people could not resist closing their eyes. The blinding light tore apart the space. It directly descended and struck Emperor Shi. There was no terrifying rumble that people expected, only destructive power. Endless destructive light circled Emperor Shi's figure, seemingly tearing apart and destroying his body of Wei. At that moment, Emperor Shi's long hair danced around. There seemed to be destructive, silver snakes wrapping around his figure. Terrifying cracks of the great path appeared in the space around him nonstop. Down below, Turtle Peak was instantly turned to dust without any warning. It disappeared just like that, as though it had never existed. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts tremble. The various top figures blocked off the excess energy. The divine tribulation was like heavenly punishment. In the sky, an even more terrifying aura gathered, growing more and more horrifying. Many people were looking up into the sky. There seemed to be the swords of catastrophe. They pierced down from the sky above and penetrated this part of the sky. There was nowhere to hide at all as they chased and stabbed at Emperor Shi's figure. Rumble. Emperor Shi's long hair danced wildly. His clothes were torn, and his figure appeared to be penetrated by the light of catastrophe. He actually threw up a mouthful of fresh red blood. However, he still had a resolved look in his eyes as he looked up. There was an unprecedented determination in his eyes. After cultivating for 1,000 years, he finally waited for this moment. How could he allow the tribulation to destroy him? Since he had chosen to walk this path, he was destined to transcend this world and rise above the world order. Buzz! Emperor Shi's figure shot up into the sky. As the crowd watched with astonished gazes, he charged up directly into the sky and entered into the storm of destruction. In an instant, he was swallowed up by the raging vortex. Chapter 2001 Tribulation. In the divine ocean continent, countless people were looking up towards the heavens. In the sky above the continent, it was as though a deity was standing up there. Emperor Shi had become a divine deity. The destructive storm covered the space. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the powerful Emperor Shi was facing the onslaught of the law of the great path. Light of catastrophe of various colors was charging towards him, attacking his figure again and again. However, Emperor Shi was surrounded by a terrifying light shroud of the great path. He withstood the blows from the light of catastrophe. Rumble. A dull sound could be heard. The ocean was being pushed back. Huge waves churned on the divine ocean. With Emperor Shi as the center, an absolute domain of the great path emerged. It was as though it was the domain of a deity that formed its own independent space. An extremely dazzling galaxy circled his figure endlessly. Emperor Shi stood at the center of the galaxy, appearing to be its master. Legends told that deity-level existences possessed their own divine domains of the great path. Such existences transcended this world and were not restricted by the laws of the great path. They existed high above the heavens and were one with the universe, immortal and indestructible. This was what all cultivators pursued. However, it was said that only those with flawless great paths were qualified to chase after this goal. The heavenly law had changed. It did not allow for the existence of transcendent-level figures. Hence, this tribulation of the law of the great path had descended. Emperor Shi needed to complete all 3 stages to transcend. However, it was rumored that each stage was a life-or-death experience. Even for existences at his level, they could still perish to the tribulation and be destroyed. Emperor she had cultivated on Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent for many years to prepare for this. The light of law rampaged. It charged into the light of the galaxy and collided with the power of the great path of the galaxy. It annihilated the light of the galaxy. It was as though even the domain of the great path of the galaxy could not withstand the unending onslaught of the light of law. Emperor Shi's figure shone brilliantly, radiating divine light. Above his body of Wei, a gigantic shadow of a divine turtle appeared. It was a gigantic Xuanwu. It was like a boulder that enveloped Emperor Shi's figure. The galaxy and the Xuanwu protected his body. The people below felt their hearts tremble in astonishment. Emperor Shi was so powerful, yet such a figure had to go all out to face such a tribulation. Many Renhuangs trembled when they felt the might of the tribulation. Countless demonic beasts in the ocean did not dare to surface. They could only bow and submit to this power. This was a heavenly might that they could not resist. They were also only sensing the pressure of the might. This power was aimed solely at Emperor Shi and would not attack them. At most, they would only feel the aftershocks. Millet Emperor retracted his defenses, allowing Yi Futian and the others to personally feel the power. This was Yi Futian's first time witnessing someone facing a divine tribulation of the great path. He was also in awe at what was happening. This tribulation was the most powerful event that the world could accommodate. Would Emperor Shi be able to withstand it? "What is that?" Yi Futian asked as he saw an even more frightening power accumulating above Emperor Shi. An endless storm of clouds of catastrophe gathered together. They were far from where Yi Futian was, but they still made his heart falter. "A law attack of the great path is gathering over there," Millet Emperor explained. "I have heard that every time a cultivator faces a tribulation, the law attack which appears is different for each of them. There is even a difference in power. I wonder what type of power of law Emperor she will attract." The divine light of the law of the great path coalesced. The light that radiated from there caused the people around here to cower in fear. The light was also blinding, resulting in people not daring to watch. The power gradually took form. It left the crowd in awe. It was actually a sword of law. The Millet Emperor's expression became serious. "Teacher, is that law attack very powerful?" Zongchan asked the Millet Emperor. If he could reach Emperor Shi's plane, he might experience a similar scene in the future and face his own tribulation. The Millet Emperor explained, "It is very powerful. A sword of law gathers the swordsmanship of the heavens and the earth. It is considered in existence with terrifying attack power. For Emperor Shi, this might prove to be dangerous." This caused the hearts of the surrounding people to quaver. Would it pose a danger for a figure as powerful as Emperor Shi? This sword of law must be the most critical blow of the tribulation. In the sky, the darkness dissipated. Endless streaks of light of catastrophe gathered around the sword. A beam of light descended from the sky, seemingly penetrating this part of the world. The heavens were pierced through. If this sword attack landed on the Divine Ocean continent, it would even stab right through it. All of the cultivators of the Divine Ocean continent had stern expressions as they stared at the sword of law in the heavens. Before this, many people were excited about the event. Yet, right now, everyone was gazing up in the sky with profound respect. This was a tribulation, the first of 3 stages. Legends claimed that each stage was like passing through death's door. Passing each stage was like being reborn into a new life. There would be 3 stages of tribulations, each one stronger than the last. The third one was the most critical one of all. Legends said that very few people had managed to survive the last stage. Many transcendent figures had reached this stage only to perish to the tribulation. Hence, some cultivators were willing to put off facing this last stage and cultivate in seclusion, preparing for tens of thousands of years to face it. The divine prefecture was too vast. It was practically endless. Many people believed that such reclusive figures as these old monsters who had lived for countless eons existed. At that moment, many people were worried about Emperor Shi. Could he withstand this law attack? Rumble. Intense rumbling could be heard. Yi Futian's group lowered their heads and peered down. Beneath Turtle Peak, the earth shook and huge cracks appeared on the surface, forming frightening chasms. From underground, seemingly buried beneath the earth, a gigantic creature appeared. It had the shell of a turtle. This humongous creature slowly rose into the sky. The crowd felt their hearts tremble intensely. This gigantic creature was actually a giant beast. A xuanwu, a great turtle. The crowd revealed astonished looks. Beneath Turtle Deity Island, there was actually a hidden xuanwu that no one knew about. It seemed to be hibernating without a sound or presence and had become one with the earth. A deep sound could be heard as the xuanwu let out a cry. The divine ocean roared, and huge waves churned on the surface. He raised his head, and then with a flash of his figure, he charged into the sky. In an instant, he traversed the space. Such a gigantic creature was actually so fast. Before the witnesses could react at all, he had arrived beside Emperor Shi. "You are already so old. Why did you come out from your burrow?" Emperor Shi asked. "To help you," the xuanwu replied. "That won't be necessary," Emperor Shi answered. The xuanwu raised his head and looked at the Sword of Law. No one else understood Emperor Shi's abilities better than he did. Such a sword could destroy Emperor Shi's entire life's cultivation. "I have slumbered for 1,000 years just for this day," the xuanwu said. "It is just as you said. There is no meaning in living forever." As he said this, his gigantic figure advanced and came up beside Emperor Shi. He actually merged with the gigantic shadow of the xuanwu that was enveloping Emperor Shi's body. His eyes looked up at the divine sword, and a scorching glow burst out from them. The sword light splashed down. The crowd saw that in the heavens above, the Sword of Law was charging down. At that moment, the world was pierced right through. The xuanwu lifted his head and bellowed. The heavens trembled, and earthquakes shook the continent. The divine ocean was sent into a frenzy, and huge waves swept over the various islands. The crowd felt their spiritual souls quavering. Their chi and blood churned within them. However, their gazes were still fixed on the sword in the sky. The sword stabbed down, and blinding divine light followed. It caused many people to involuntarily shut their eyes, not daring to look at it. Only Renhuangs could withstand the blinding rays of light. They squinted as they watched the sky above. They saw the galaxy shatter and the sword stab down. The gigantic figure of the xuanwu, the black turtle, was ripped apart gradually. However, the humongous beast still had an unshakable and calm look in his eyes. The great path collapsed and mountains and rivers shattered. However, he remained standing. The surface of the divine ocean continent was pierced through by the sword light. The body of the xuanwu was not destroyed yet. The might of the great path was released to its utmost limit from Emperor Shi's body, merging with the xuanwu. Emperor Shi's long hair danced frantically in the wind. His eyes revealed a pained expression. He had already prepared to face the tribulation and had allowed people from all around to witness it. Regardless of whether he survived or died, he had prepared himself to accept it. At the same time, this was also a warning to the world of what a divine tribulation was. "Old friend, I'll be heading off first," said the xuanwu with a muddy voice. His voice sounded exceptionally heavy, like a mountain. It was as though a part of the sky was pressing down on Emperor Shi. Be it man or demonic beast, those who cultivated sought the highest way. No one truly wanted to die. Even if they lived for countless eons, they would still be reluctant to die. The words of the xuanwu had merely been to comfort Emperor Shi. At that moment, Emperor Shi did not ask the xuanwu why he had done so. Instead, he calmed down and said, "You go on ahead. I will come find you in the future. For the next stages, if you cannot manage, just don't face them," said the Xuanwu. His body shattered under the sword, constantly exploding. It appeared as though the heavens and earth were falling apart. Endless divine light radiated from Emperor Shi's figure. He became one with the galaxy and was bathed in the residue, sword light. After cultivating for a lifetime, was it still that difficult to face the first of 3 divine tribulations? Blinding light radiated, and the sword of law became beams of light that dispersed without a trace. Many people still had their eyes shut. After a long while, the clouds of catastrophe in the heavens above seemed to dissipate gradually. Countless people raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The sword had already disappeared, and the tribulation was also over. Only one person remained, standing silently in the sky. It seemed as though he had been standing there for a long time. This figure was Emperor Shi. "Congratulations, Emperor Shi!" cried countless people from all over the Divine Ocean continent. Regardless of whether Emperor Shi could hear them, they were still happy for him. So, this was a divine tribulation. They had taken it too lightly before. Now that they had witnessed a true divine tribulation, it was as though they had died and been reborn and had actually experienced it themselves. Emperor Shi had gone through a life-or-death experience. "Congratulations, Emperor Shi!" cried out countless people on Turtle Deity Island as they congratulated him on successfully facing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The top figures looked at the silhouette in the sky. They did not say anything as they looked up in the sky, quietly. To survive this tribulation, Emperor Shi had also paid an enormous price. The super-powerful Xuanwu had perished. They actually had not known that such a terrifying Xuanwu had been slumbering beneath Turtle Deity Island. Emperor Shi kept too low a profile. If it weren't for this tribulation, no one would have known. Unfortunately, such a gigantic Xuanwu had perished just like that. He had taken Emperor Shi's place so that he could survive this tribulation. Emperor Shi stood high in the sky, quietly. He just stood there. No one knew what he was thinking. However, they knew that for Emperor Shi, there was no joy in having passed the tribulation. For Emperor Shi, this was a tragedy. Chapter 2002, Demanding for People. After a long while, Emperor Shi's figure floated down to the ground and came to an empty spot. The once tall Turtle Peak had been reduced to a plain. It was not just Turtle Peak. Huge chasms had appeared on Turtle Deity Island. Even the Divine Ocean continent had been pierced through by the sword. The surface of the ocean was constantly roaring now as the ocean surged back into the land. There was a huge hole down below. It was the place where the gigantic Xuanwu had slumbered. Emperor Shi stared at that spot, not saying anything for a long time. This Xuanwu had been his demonic beast companion. He had followed Emperor Shi for many years, and they had grown up together. Many years ago, the Xuanwu began his slumber. Upon his awakening, he had perished to aid Emperor Shi in facing the divine tribulation. "Emperor Shi, do not grieve," said the chief of Domain Chief's manor. "Brother Xuanwu has a righteous spirit. Aiding you in facing this tribulation must have been his wish. Do not feel so sad." The various top cultivators looked towards Emperor Shi. Although they were giant figures, for many of them, this was also their first time witnessing a divine tribulation. There were 3 stages for a divine tribulation of the Great Path. Each was more difficult than the previous one. This had only been the first stage, and it was already so terrifying. They thought to themselves that if they were to face the tribulation themselves, they would not have done any better than Emperor Shi. They would have most likely perished during this stage. The sword of law was too frightening. Such a blow was enough to destroy them. Now, Emperor Shi's abilities could only be compared to the chief of the Donghua domain. The others did not have the confidence that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Shi. "Teacher, please do not feel too sad. the thunder-punishing Sky Lord, also spoke. Although he was a Sky Lord and a giant figure, he still called Emperor Shi his teacher and was very respectful. Back then, if it hadn't been for Emperor Shi's guidance, thunder-punishing Sky Lord might not have been able to reach his current level. Emperor Shi nodded his head slightly. He turned his gaze to the crowd who was comforting him and said, "Thank you, all of you. My intention for facing the tribulation this time had originally been to allow the world to witness what a divine tribulation truly was. I had made peace with whether I lived or died to it. It is just that I never imagined that I survived while the Xuanwu had taken my place in dying. Nevertheless, if I cannot make it through the second tribulation, I'll go give him some company." Before the Xuanwu had perished, he had asked Emperor Shi not to face the second tribulation. However, Emperor Shi had clearly not taken his advice to heart. Having cultivated until his current level, Emperor Shi had his own beliefs. Regardless of whether he lived or died, he would give things a try. It was still the same now. However, after having felt the might of the first stage, Emperor Shi himself did not have high hopes of surviving the second tribulation. The Sword of Law appeared during the first stage. What would appear during the second? No one knew, but it would certainly be even more terrifying. Right then, Emperor Shi lowered his head and looked down below. He extended his palm forward, and immediately the power of the great path began to accumulate. The hole in the ground was filled up, and then a mountain rose from the ground. Its shape was the same as Turtle Peak before it. It was as though everything from before had been preserved, just as it once was. After reforming Turtle Peak, Emperor Shi took a step forward and landed on it. The cultivators from the various top forces also headed over to where he was. They soon landed on Turtle Peak. Many people were somewhat curious as to how much Emperor Shi's abilities had improved after facing the tribulation. However, they would most likely not have the chance to know. Emperor Shi would not display it to them. Although the process was somewhat saddening, I still have to offer my congratulations. A person who has passed the first stage of a divine tribulation has appeared in our Donghua domain. Another legendary figure has emerged in the divine prefecture, the Donghua domain chief said as he looked at Emperor Shi. It would have been inappropriate for others to have said this, but this person was instructed by Donghuang the Great to supervise the Donghua domain. He was the domain chief. There was naturally no issue with him stating such things. Emperor Shi replied, "The divine prefecture is vast and has countless cultivators. There are too many experts, and there are still hidden existences. The Donghua domain is similarly full of cultivators. The crowd that came here today are all among the top figures. In the future, there will be a surge of prominent figures emerging. For me to be able to survive the tribulation this time was already pure luck. It is not worthy of praise." He seemed to brush it aside casually. Experiencing this tribulation was equivalent to having a life-or-death experience. His mindset was more at peace. "You are too modest," said the chief. "Emperor Shi, are you willing to enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate? Or maybe the imperial domain? I am sure that His Highness also needs figures like you." Emperor Shi shook his head and said, "I've grown accustomed to idling about. Also, I do not wish to leave. In the future, I will continue to stay here and cultivate. Matters in the divine prefecture's cultivation world still require the chiefs to bear the burden of the great emperor." The chief nodded his head. He was merely offering a suggestion. Such matters could not be forced. "If that is the case, I will not continue to disturb Emperor Shi's meditation," said the chief with a smile. He then glanced around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, if you have the opportunity, come visit the Donghua Heavens next year. My visit is somewhat abrupt this time. Next year, in the Donghua Heavens, I wish to meet with the prominent figures of the various continents. Since Chief has invited us, I will naturally not turn down the offer." The Ling Shao Palace Lord replied with a smile. This caused many people to give him a look. Ling Shao Palace was originally located in the Donghua Heavens. He would certainly have no problems with this, since he did not need to travel. "I will consider it," responded Sword Goddess of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. The others also give their own responses. "We will also not disturb Emperor Shi's cultivation." "Farewell," Sword Goddess declared. She was also someone with a flawless great path. Her cultivation was extremely potent, and she was known as one of the top existences in the Donghua domain. Having witnessed Emperor Shi face the tribulation, she was inspired and planned to continue cultivating in seclusion once she returned. If she were to invite a divine tribulation of the great path one day, would she be able to receive the sword of law? "We will also bid farewell," members of the crowd said one after another. The tribulation passed, and there was no need for them to remain. Although they were acquainted with each other, that was all just formality. They were not on very friendly terms. All of them had only come for the divine tribulation. As it had passed, they should be returning home. Emperor, she nodded his head. He did not ask them to stay, or rather, he was not in the mood to ask them to stay. "May all of you have a safe trip home," Emperor, she said. All the cultivators slowly left Turtle Peak with their respective groups. "Let's go," the Millet Emperor commanded Yi, Futian, and the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement and flew up to the sky. They followed the Millet Emperor and were ready to return to the Dongshao continent. They left Turtle Peak and traversed in the sky. "Hang on, Millet Emperor." A voice suddenly came from behind them while the Millet Emperor and his group were traversing among the clouds. The Millet Emperor stopped in his tracks. Everyone turned around and saw a group of cultivators approaching them very quickly. The approaching group caught up and stopped when the two groups were near. They stared at the Millet Emperor and the rest of his group. When the Millet Emperor saw the approaching group, he frowned. Yi Futian and the others also revealed cold looks. The person who had called out to them was the Prince of Great Yan ancient royal family. He stood at a distance from them with an imposing manner. He swept a glance over their group. Behind the prince, the cultivators of the Great Yan ancient royal family were also here. They were all looking at the Millet Emperor. A formless pressure enveloped this part of the sky. Previously, Yi Futian and the rest were already dissatisfied when Yan Dongyang from Great Yan ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yan kingdom to the Wangshin watchtower. Moreover, the two groups had bad blood with each other, to begin with. Emperor Yan and the Millet Emperor were not on good terms with each other. Now, most likely, nothing good would come from the prince calling out to them. Far off in the distance, in different directions, the people who were initially about to leave noticed the situation over here. They could not help but stop in their tracks. Their wills emanated from their bodies as they observed the situation over here. It seemed as though the storm had yet to pass. "Is there anything you need?" the Millet Emperor asked as he swept an indifferent gaze towards Emperor Yin. The old grudges between them ran deep, but they did not resort to blows. The Millet Emperor's tone was clearly cold. He naturally would not give the other party face. "Yes, there is," Emperor Yin replied while nodding his head. He said, "Eastern Deity Island has once again begun to be active outside after so many years. They have actually emerged from Eastern Deity Island. Hence, I wish to demand a few people from the Millet Emperor." Chapter 2003, Go Against. The Millet Emperor was quite calm. His expressions did not change much even after hearing his counterpart's words. Then he asked, "Who do you want?" Emperor Yen answered, "The people from Eastern Deity Island." "How do you want them?" asked the Millet Emperor. "Millet Emperor, you only need to ask them to follow me," answered Emperor Yen. "They are right over there. You can go ahead and ask if they want to go with you," answered the Millet Emperor as he pointed towards Yi Futian's group. Emperor Yen glanced at Yi Futian's group and said, "If they are not willing, then I can only ask them to go." "Please go ahead," the Millet Emperor said as he gestured with his hand, seemingly indifferent. The conversation between the two had no hostility. It was like a chat between two old friends. However, those looking at the two from afar could sense a confrontational aura around them. Did it mean that Emperor Yen could take them away just because the Millet Emperor said that he could go ahead? After hearing the Millet Emperor's reply, Emperor Yen became even more hesitant. He stood there quietly, looking at his counterpart. The two stood in the air and looked at each other. At that moment, the atmosphere around the entire area became unusually dense and heavy. It was as if a frightening aura had shrouded them. It was as if a battle could break out at any time. Yi Futian and Goddess Penglai looked at the cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family. They had indifferent and somewhat cold expressions along with sharp gazes. They did not show an ounce of fear. It was not so easy for the great Yen ancient royal family to use them. Since Senior Millet Emperor has replied, then I have no choice but to invite them to visit our great Yen. At that time a voice emerged. Behind Emperor Yen came the Crown Prince, Yen Hanqing. He strode forward, carrying a tremendous aura. His divine might of the great path covered the sky, while an intense pressure filled the sky. Faint cries and roarings of dragons could be heard in the distance. Careful, Li Chongqing reminded. He walked forward by himself. Then, at that moment, a thunder-rumbling dragon's roar completely split the skies. Roar, a giant divine dragon, seemed to appear in the sky. Its cries and roars crushed mountains as well as rivers, while heaven and earth crumbled. A frightening great path, Soundwave shot out and transformed into a vast and scary storm of the great path that transformed the clouds and the sky. Yen Hanqing was a Renhuang at the cultivation level of the 9th plane. He was already a peak existence among Renhuangs. And as to how frightening was the song of the Yen dragon, one roar was enough to cause one's blood pressure to dip. Even Yi Futian could feel his internal organs tremble. His spiritual soul also shook intensely. It was excruciating. Behind him, droplets of blood dripped from the corner of Xia Qingyuan's lip. Her face turned pale. Bang! Yen Hanqing leaped into the air with one step, and a low and dull sound rang in the air. As if stepping on people's hearts, a violent and intense thumping tremor emerged. Everything seemed to have frozen. They looked at the figures striding towards them from the sky. At that moment, the crown prince of the great Yen royal family was like a god of war. He was domineering and unparalleled. Emperor Yen did not take action personally, so the Millet Emperor would not intervene. Instead, he watched quietly. Li Chongqing stepped forward and released a powerful aura of the 9th plane. His divine wheel of the great path also emerged. It was a huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves fluttered as they covered the sky. In an instant, it had spread all over the sky, enveloping Yen Hanqing's body within. Many people looked toward the battlefield. Li Chongqing was an old man who had followed the Millet Emperor for many years. He was very strong. He did not usually display his true strength and kept a very low profile. However, he handled most Wangshan Watchtower affairs, and the Millet Emperor rarely made an appearance. So, in fact, Li Chongqing was the equivalent of Wangshan Watchtower's most senior disciple. So, it was natural that he would be the one to fight the crown prince of the great Yen Hanqing at this time. While Zongchan was a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path, he had only recently broken through, and his cultivation level was only at the 7th plane. There was no guarantee that his combat strength was sufficient for him to defeat Yen Hanqing. After all, Yen Hanqing was not a common high-level Renhuang. Before becoming a high-level Renhuang, his divine wheel of the great path was also perfect and flawless. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the battlefield in the sky. Yen Hanqing's attack was overwhelmingly strong. However, Li Chongqing's cultivation level was also very powerful. The divine tree seemed to have taken root in the sky. Roots spread out and sealed the area, trapping Yen Hanqing within it. Vong! Then, At that moment, the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family began to flash as they moved towards them. The Millet Emperor stood high up in the sky as his gaze was fixed upon Emperor Yen. It was as if this battle was not related to them in the slightest. Last time, the great Yen ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yenyun continent to test the Wangshen watchtower. This time, it was a real clash between the two sides. Dragon roars filled the air as the song of the Yen dragon continued to burst forth. The great Yen ancient royal family cultivators wanted to kill and defeat the practitioners of the Wangshen watchtower. Goddess Punglai's body disappeared in a flash. Like a swallow, her body soared through the air, and in an instant, she landed in front of those cultivators. Immediately after she landed, divine fire of the great path burst from her body, and a large illusion of a divine phoenix appeared. It let out a sharp, piercing shriek. From the body of the divine phoenix, endless crimson flame radiated from the feathers on the divine phoenix's body. Like indestructible flaming red swords, the flaming feathers cut down the cultivators. Then a blinding divine light appeared and pierced through the skies and headed straight towards Goddess Punglai. It was a dragon lance. It transformed into a beam of bright golden light that broke through space, leaving a golden arc between heaven and death. The dragon lance arrived instantly, accompanied by a domineering dragon roar. The lance thrust forward towards its target as if wanting to crush the sky. Goddess Punglai's body disappeared in a flash and transformed into a bolt of flaming red lightning. The two clashed together instantly, and their exchanges were so fast that one could not follow them with their naked eyes. In another location, an elder clad in a magnificent golden robe walked toward Zongchan. His aura was stunning. He was also a being of the 9th plane, someone from the great Yen ancient royal family, a direct descendant of Yen royalty. His aura was frightening. Multiple pure-blooded dragons appeared in the sky. Each one of these dragons roared. He stretched his hand out and made a grabbing motion, despite the gap between him and Zongchan. However, as he did so, an immensely strong power of the great path appeared. Zongchan felt his body in the sky being bound. Rumble. In the next moment, the elder's body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward at a ridiculous speed, as if a divine dragon was charging forward. The entire area seemed as if it was going to be crushed into pieces. Before the person arrived, the will of the punch had already arrived. A frightening explosion sound came from the sky, and the area Zongchan was in looked like it was going to crumble. At that moment, Zongchan released his perfect grade aura of the great path. Seals converged around both his hands. In an instant, countless seals that looked like doors appeared in the sky, surrounding the entire area before slowly closing in as an attempt to seal this great path space. Zongchan raised his fist and charged forward. At that moment, a bright divine light of the great path burst forth from this body. Multiple doors of the great path appeared. Then, as if all 10,000 of these doors of the great path overlapped with each other, they merged into this punch. The two clashed together. Rocks were crushed, and the heavens were shocked. A violent bang rang in the air. Countless doors of the great path were punctured and crushed. Zongchan's body appeared in the sky. More doors of the great path appeared around him. Every door contained an immense the great path's power of suppression that suppressed the space around him and transformed the area into a great path domain. The great path's power of suppression enveloped his opponent's body, the cultivator on the 9th plane. Even he was feeling immense pressure. Zongchan also felt great pressure. After all, the one he was facing was a being on the 9th plane. Then, seals continued to converge around both his hands. In the sky, countless divine monuments of the great path appeared and surrounded them. Then the space around them was sealed and transformed into a great path domain. Then an ancient aura began to spread. At that moment, Zongchan was like a divine being. He waved his hands, and instantly countless divine monuments of the great path flew down from the sky. Rumbling noises filled the air as the pure-blooded dragons clashed with the divine monuments. Then they exploded. However, the divine monuments were so numerous that it seemed like they would never run out. Zongchan's body emitted rays of light. As if summoning an ancient gate, the light became larger, and his power of suppression also became stronger. The divine dragons wailed. They were subdued. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous divine monuments of different sizes pummeled downward, with his opponent's body as the target. An illusion of a divine dragon appeared above the ninth plane Renhuang of the great Yin ancient royal family. The dragon let out a howl, and he stretched out his hands. The howl of the divine dragon shot out, but was completely suppressed. It could not get out of this space. Meanwhile, Zongchan's attack seemed like it would never end. Many cultivators looked toward Zongchan's battlefield. It was the gate to world suppression, the ultimate skill of the Millet Emperor's cultivation path. When the Millet Emperor released this skill, he could suppress an entire world and destroy all his enemies. Zongchan's great path was perfect, so, as expected, he was already capable of dealing with a being on the ninth plane. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators of all sides had initially planned to leave. However, they stayed behind because of this battle. They watched the battle at different locations. At one location were the cultivators of the Ling Shao Palace. The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace watched the battlefield and said, "The gate to world suppression of the Millet Emperor is, as expected, very powerful. Moreover, Zongchan has already cultivated and learned its essence. To possess such combat strength while still on the seventh plane, he will certainly become a great person in the future." His voice traveled across the sky, and all the practitioners in that area could hear him. Beside him, a powerful Renhuang said, "Palace Lord, I have not fought against a person who possesses a perfect grade great path before. Now that a chance has presented itself, I would like to experience it." "Okay." The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace nodded and said, "The Great Yen and the Wangshan Watchtower hold no great grudge against each other. You do not have to be too serious. A light and friendly spar will do. Many factions have gathered here today. Just treat it as a trial." Just as he finished speaking, the earlier Renhuang stepped forward and left. He was also on the ninth plane. He headed straight towards Zongchan. Just as Zongchan was suppressing the Renhuang of the great Yen ancient royal family, his body appeared in the sky above Zongchan. He released an immensely powerful aura of the great path and said, "It is a rare chance for me to come today to ask for your guidance. Please do not be offended." After he spoke, he immediately started his attack. This scene had many people looking confused. What did the Ling Shao Palace want to achieve? Anyone who paid attention would be able to tell that this was due to a grudge between the great Yen ancient royal family and Wangshan Watchtower. Was the Ling Shao Palace's intervention their way of going against the Wangshan Watchtower? The practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower frowned. Since the practitioner from the Ling Shao Palace really went for it, Zongchan could only fight back. The Millet Emperor watched everything quietly in the sky. His expression remained the same as he inadvertently glanced toward the palace lord of the Ling Shao Palace. No one could tell what he was feeling. At that time, Ling He of the Ling Shao Palace also strode forward. He looked toward Yi Futian and said, "I was really impressed by Brother Ye's display the other day at the cliff, which is why I would like to consult and learn from Brother Yi. I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me." Many people looked toward Ling He. What was going on with the practitioners of Ling Shao Palace? Why were they so intent on fighting the people from Wangshan Watchtower? Moreover, they chose to do so at this time. Clearly, something was wrong. The eyes of the practitioners from Turtle Deity City, watching from afar, flashed as they saw this scene. They investigated and found out some things that Yi Futian was not aware of. However, it was not related to them. They initially had no plans to bring it up, as it would cause conflict. However, looking at the situation now, it was clear that Ling Xiao Palace wanted to go against Wangshan Watchtower. As for Lin He was trying to force Yi Futian into a fight. If Yi Futian did not know his opponent's true attitude and thinking, they were afraid he would suffer a huge loss. At that time, a person looked to a location not far away from where Thunder Punishing Skylord stood and transmitted his voice. Skylord? Thunder Punishing Skylord looked at the person who transmitted his voice. It was the city lord of Turtle Deity City. Since they were both students of Emperor Shi, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, their relationship was decent. Skylord left behind a relic at the cliff in the past. I heard that a battle took place there recently. This practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower defeated Ling He and obtained the relic that you left behind, said the city lord of Turtle Deity City. Thunder Punishing Skylord answered, I am aware of this. At that time, this practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower brought 2 other people unto the Turtle Deity Island. After they separated, the 2 were killed by people from Ling Xiao Palace. If my guess is correct, Ling He was the one who gave the order. The murderer has been following Ling He ever since he committed the act. The city lord continued to transmit his voice. Thunder Punishing Skylord's eyes squinted slightly as a sparkle of electricity crackled in his eyes. He looked toward Ling He. The young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace continued to utter the words Brother Yi continuously and seemed very friendly. Earlier, he was also very generous when complimenting Yi Futian. It looked like he was a gracious loser who had genuinely accepted his defeat. Even though most could still feel a sense of oddity, none paid too much attention to it. However, to commit an act like this behind another's back, it was somewhat disgusting. At the very least, he could not accept such despicable behavior. He understood the meaning of Turtle Deity City, Lord's meaning. Yi Futian obtained his relic and could be considered related to him. The incident also started because of the relic. The city lord was hesitant on whether he should reveal this fact, so, as a solution, he passed the message to him instead. He does not know of this, asked Thunder Punishing Skylord by transmitting his voice. He should not be aware of it, answered the city lord. At that time, Ling He stepped through the air and landed in the space in front of Yi Futian. Then Yi Futian glanced at him and replied, not interested. He did not really like Ling He. The fact that the Ling Xiao Palace had chosen to make a move at this time disgusted him even more. Naturally, he was not interested in sparring with Ling He. If he had to fight, should he fight seriously? Even though he did not want to go all out, Wangshan Watchtower was already facing pressure from the great Yan ancient royal family, and now the Ling Xiao Palace had also decided to make a move. However, he also did not want Wangshan Watchtower to face the threats of 2 powerful forces at the same time. Then Yi Futian heard a voice transmitted to him, Yi Liunian. He looked surprised as his gaze shifted toward the person who spoke to him. I have something I need to tell you. The people from Turtle Deity Island discovered that the 2 practitioners who followed you into Turtle Deity Island were killed after you guys separated. They found that it was Ling, he who gave the order. However, they did not dare reveal this piece of intel lightly. Someone notified me of this just now, and I decided to let you know as well. You should just be prepared. The voice transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. He already knew whose voice it was. It was Thunder Punishing Skylord. The Skylord personally transmitted his voice to inform him. Naturally, Yi Futian did not doubt the authenticity of the message. The incident had definitely happened. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, the 2 practicing spiritual partners, were killed by someone under the orders of Ling He. While the 2 of them were not very strong, they had still reached the Sage Plains cultivation level. They were very young, and they still had the best years of their lives ahead of them. After they learned that Emperor Shi would go through a divine tribulation, they tried to get to Turtle Deity Island. They met Yi Futian at the cliff and asked him to bring the two of them to Turtle Deity Island. However, they never would have imagined that they would be killed in such an aggrieved manner. At that moment, an intense rage emerged in Yi Futian's heart. The fire burning in his heart was so strong that his entire body trembled slightly. However, he still managed to keep it under control. It had been a while since he last felt so enraged. Even the ruthless incidents he encountered when he first came to the divine prefecture did not enrage him as much as the current moment. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were not really close to him. They were only acquaintances he met on the road. He brought the two along and arrived together with them on Turtle Deity Island. No relationship had even been established, which was why, after they arrived at Turtle Deity Island, they separated and went their own way. He did not try to make them stay. After all, they were from different worlds. However, due to a trivial incident at the cliff, Ling He had chosen to secretly send someone to kill the two juniors instead of targeting him directly. In front of Ling He, practitioners at the plane levels of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were only like ants. They could be crushed easily and possessed no power to resist. He could imagine the despair of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, two energetic youngsters who had arrived enthusiastically to observe Emperor Shi's divine tribulation. However, just as they arrived, they were obliterated mercilessly. While their plane levels were low, getting to the sage plane would have also been tough. Like himself back then, every step he took was filled with difficulties, but he kept going. However, death was just absurd. Moreover, this murderer of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing was still acting gracefully in front of everyone, calling Yi Futian brother Yi and showering him with generous compliments. Yi Futian raised his head to look at that face. He felt intense hate to the point where he was nauseated. He looked at Yi Futian from a certain distance. He still looked graceful, with an air of exuberance around him. He held an amazing status. He was the young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace and possessed great strength and exceptional potential. One could even say that not many in the Donghua domain could compare to him. So it was natural that he was in high spirits. In his eyes, two sage plane level practitioners were probably not even worth his attention. A gentle smile was inside Ling He's eyes. However, he saw Yi Futian raise his head and glare at him. A cold and piercing gaze shot at him for a brief moment. That glare made him uncomfortable. It was cold and emotionless. He could even detect a hint of killing intent. Ling He's heart was also icy. It was just as well. After all, he also had the same idea. He never imagined that Yi Liunian would think the same thing. Brother Yi received enlightenment of the path at the cliff. Your talents are remarkable. Don't be stingy in guiding others, Ling He continued. Clearly, he would not let Yi Futian reject his request. Ling Shao Palace had already initiated the attack. Even if their counterparts did not want to, they would be forced to fight. Yi Futian looked at him. He had changed his mind. However, he did not reveal the truth he had learned. Ling Shao Palace was one of the strongest factions. The reason why the people from Turtle Deity Island hid the information was most likely due to this as well. If he were to reveal it after the thunder-punishing Sky Lord notified him about it, it would be like selling them out. It was immoral. From what Ling he did to Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, who knew what else would he do in the future? This was a person who ignored other people's lives. He did not care at all. Yi Futian looked at Ling He and said, "It looks like you will fight, regardless of whether I agree to it or not." Ling He smiled and looked at Yi Futian. He moved his foot forward. The aura of the great path began to exude from his body and might filled the sky. He did not reply. Obviously, he was responding with his actions. Earlier, when the Ling Shao Palace cultivator tried to initiate a fight with Zhongchan, did he not also just started fighting? He did not even consider the fact that Zhongchan was still in the midst of battle. I lost to Brother Yi when it came to enlightenment at the cliff. That is why I want to receive your guidance in the form of a battle. Ling, he said casually. He looked down at Yi Futian with an arrogant expression on his face. While Yi Futian was quite famous, having defeated Yan Dongyang before, Ling he was not a common character. Yi Futian was still not on his radar. When he lost in receiving enlightenment of the path, he contributed his loss to luck. On the surface, he complimented and praised Yi Futian, but in truth he was still incredibly proud. Otherwise, he would not have so easily gave the order to kill Lin Yuan and Lu Qing. He did not care. Do you want me to take this? From behind Yi Futian, Beigong Ao walked forward and transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. The opponent's plane level was higher than Yi Futian's. His aura of the Great Path was also powerful. He was worried that Yi Futian would be at a disadvantage. Ling, he was also someone whose Great Path was at the perfect grade. He was a titan-like force, the great heir to Ling Shao Palace, and not some common folk. Yi Futian stretched out his hand and gestured for Beigong Ao to step down. Seeing his gesture, Beigong Ao understood and retreated behind. Meanwhile, Yi Futian walked forward and looked up at Ling He, who was standing in midair. My plane level is higher than Brother Yi. Brother Yi, please go ahead and initiate the first strike, said Ling He, continuing to act gracefully and politely. He had come to force Yi Futian into fighting him. However, he still maintained a battle etiquette to allow Yi Futian to strike first. However, with the plane level advantage, what was the meaning of being able to strike first? A person's plane level was always the main factor deciding the outcome of a battle. Ling he might seem like he was gracious, but the truth was that he was shameless. It was never a fair battle in the first place. Okay then. Nonetheless, Yi Futian accepted the answer directly. He looked at Ling He and said, since there's a difference in our plane level, I will do my best and go all out. Relax, I naturally understand. Please go ahead, Brother Yi. Ling he laughed in his mind. Yi Futian's answer was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 2005 Fight. Yi Futian raised his head to look at Ling He. Formless sword wills began to form around his body. The sword wills became stronger and stronger. With his body as the center, they created a vast sword domain. Numerous sword wills poured into the sky as if they were unlimited. Then, they converged and transformed into a sword river. Multiple immaterial swords appeared around Yi Futian and circled his body, creating sharp whistling noises as they zipped around. These created an illusion for all those watching. It was as if the vast land and sky had been filled with swords. Path of the sword current flowed between Yi Futian and Ling He. As expected of someone possessing a perfect grade great path, who defeated Yan Dongyang with just one sword strike. Amazing. Ling he complimented. However, he also possessed perfect grade great path. Who knew who he was actually complimenting? A powerful aura burst from his body. While Ling he had always looked down on Yi Futian's existence, he would never underestimate his opponent in a real fight. With such powerful sword wills, an attack would only last a single moment. Even though he had promised to let Yi Futian strike first, he would not simply sit idly by. He was going to at least make preparations to respond accordingly. Around his body, an extremely beautiful golden pagoda appeared. Strands of golden aura flowed out from within the pagoda. At that moment, Ling he was donned in golden armor. The auras flowing from the golden fantasy-like pagoda were sharp and domineering. Then they converged and transformed into an extremely sharp golden spear. Ling Shao Pagoda. Everyone looked toward Ling He. It was a divine wheel of the great path crafted by the souls of the powerful cultivators of the Ling Shao Palace. Moreover, it was not just one divine wheel of the great path. The Ling Shao Pagoda was one of the divine wheels of the great path. Inside the Ling Shao pagoda was a spear. It was another of his divine wheel of the Great Path. They had melded together, and the might exuding from it was frightening. Many people had shifted their gaze toward the battlefield of Ling He and Yi Futian. With regard to these two names, there was naturally no need to mention Ling He, the young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace. He had made his name from a long time ago. He was strong and exceptionally talented. Meanwhile, Yi Futian became famous in Wangshan Watchtower. He defeated the great Yan ancient royal family prince, Yan Dongyang, with just one sword strike. Among the mid-level renhuangs in the Donghua domain, these two were most likely considered best of the best. They possessed extraordinary strength. Bong, Yi Futian's body seemed to have transformed into a great path furnace, refining the sword of heaven and earth. An indomitable will surged from his body. It was as if his body had turned into a divine sword. Multiple swords surrounded him. Around 9 swords seemed to have resonated and were circling him. At that moment, countless sword wills in the sky resonated, and the surrounding area transformed into a sword domain. Countless paths of the sword aura currents resonated with each other and flew towards Ling He at the same time. Meanwhile, a sword river appeared between Yi Futian and Ling He. Within the sword river was a sword silhouette. It reached an area in front of Ling He from Yi Futian instantaneously. It was as if there was no distance between them. With one thought, the Ling Shao pagoda suddenly released a large number of golden currents. The endless spear shot into the air and zoomed into the sword river. At the same time, the area between him and Yi Futian seemed to have been shrouded by the will of the Ling Shao pagoda. Multiple pagoda illusions dropped consecutively, blocking Yi Futian's deadly attacks. Go! The Ling Shao pagoda in front of Ling Shao flew forward. A gigantic pagoda loomed over the sword river. A frightening sword will charged into the pagoda and vanished completely. Only ringing sounds of the pagoda remained. Then a light could be seen, a blade of light of a sword directly charged into the pagoda. Ring. An intense sound filled the air. The pagoda seemed to have suffered a heavy hit and was blown backward. Ling He stretched out his hands to catch it and was forced to retreat. Golden divine light burst from his eyes. He was careless to have actually been thrown back by Yi Futian's strike. His palms slammed outward violently. In an instant, the Ling Shao pagoda spun forward violently, growing bigger at the same time. It transformed into a humongous golden divine pagoda. From this divine pagoda, numerous pagoda silhouettes appeared and flew towards Yi Futian. At the same time, a golden spear flew out of the Ling Shao pagoda. The spear arrived in Ling He's hands instantly. He grabbed the spear, donning his golden armor, with a golden spear in his hand and the Ling Shao pagoda floating above his head. He looked like a war god at that moment, peerless and elegant. Thunder-punishing Skylord looked at this battlefield. His words led to Yi Futian's decision to fight, so it was natural that he would pay more attention to this battle. Ling He misbehaved and treated others terribly. However, he was genuinely strong. Among the next generation leaders of the top factions of the Donghua domain, none were weak. Ling, he was the heir to the Ling Shao Palace. If one only looked at his strength, he was indeed one of the greats. However, from his past actions, it was easy to tell that Ling He was prideful and self-absorbed. He did not care about the lives of others and did not care about the consequences of his actions. He only did what he wanted to do. Apart from thunder-punishing Skylord, the heiress of the Ice Temple, Qin Qing was also interested and was paying attention to this battle. She was a mid-level renhuang who had cultivated for many years. So naturally, she did not only look at the surface when it came to most issues. She knew that while Ling He was showering Yi Futian with praises and compliments, the truth was that he wanted to kill him. If he did not compliment his would-be opponent, how would he get him to fight? In her experience dealing with Ling He, She knew that he was self-absorbed and egoistic. While he had always been polite with her, he had always found it hard to hide his arrogance. However, she could understand this and did not think too much of it. After all, for a person as talented as Ling He, who also held an esteemed position and had cultivated to his plane level, how could he not be proud? She was also proud. Anyone at this level would be the same. As such, when the incident at the cliff occurred, even though it seemed like Ling He did not mind, he was most likely still brooding about it. That was why he provoked Yi Futian at this time, to start this battle with Yi Futian so that he could crush him in front of an audience. Moreover, Ling He's plane was higher than Yi Futian. He was a very well-known character in the Donghua heavens. He should be a lot stronger than Yan Dongyang. If he were to make a move, his chances of winning were actually quite high. Yi Futian would be at a disadvantage. With his white hair and white outfit, Yi Futian stood amidst the battlefield. Above him, the giant Ling Xiao Pagoda released a frightening golden current that transformed into countless pagodas that flew towards him, creating Ling He's great path domain, sealing him within. At another location, Ling He held the golden divine spear. He could release it at any time. It was a great threat to Yi Futian. It was unfortunately very difficult for his swords to deal with Ling He. Under the overwhelmingly powerful Ling Xiao Pagoda, Yi Futian seemed rather small. However, stands of formless current exuded from his body. The current seemed to freeze everything around it. With his body as the center, the temperature within the Great Path domain began to drop. Strands of current surged forward like the branches and leaves of an immaterial tree. With his body as the center, the current quickly covered the entire Great Path domain. Rustling sounds could be heard. When the Great Path current solidified, a huge towering divine tree appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Futian served as the divine tree's roots. Its numerous branches spread all around. Strands of dark and cold aura radiated from the divine tree. So cold! Many people looked toward Yi Futian. Even a few top cultivators looked toward him. Was that the great path of frost? The sword goddess and many practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow also shifted their gaze on Yi Futian. Apart from mastering the longsword, they were also adept at the great path of frost. However, the aura seemed to be a little different. The aura radiating from Yi Futian's body seemed even colder. However, every practitioner possessed different levels of strength. Flames of the Path of Flame also had different strengths. It was the same for the power of frost. The lord of the divine palace of fluttering snow, however, felt something odd. Something was not right. It was not the power of the great path of frost. In the battle, the two each released their great path domain. It was as if the battle had turned into a battle between great path domains. The Ling Xiao Pagoda released a frightening golden current while shooting several pagodas to pummel Yi Futian. However, within the chilly Great Path domain, all attacks seemed to be obstructed and limited. Their speed reduced, and the branches in the sky quickly extended toward and wrapped around those pagodas, absorbing them within before sealing them in ice, ultimately turning them into dust. Ling He frowned as he witnessed this scene. He stretched out his palm, and the Ling Xiao Pagoda instantly floated into the sky. His great path domain sealed the sky, and a frightening current burst from within, annihilating all things in its range. The branches and leaves were crushed under the golden great path current. However, branches and leaves kept spreading from Yi Futian's body. There was no end to them. This ancient and divine tree was an eternal being, and it had an incredibly exuberant life force. The divine tree of the eastern deity island. A cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family stared at the tree growing from Yi Futian's body and said, "Who'd have thought that the eastern deity island's divine tree was passed on to him? It looks like they plan on making him the heir of the eastern deity island." Many seemed shocked after hearing this. To make Yi Futian the heir to the Eastern Deity Island. Did this mean that the Eastern Deity Island chose Yi Futian before he was sent to Wangshan Watchtower? If that were the case, the great Yan ancient royal family would want to kill him even more. Ling, he suddenly directed his palm towards Yi Futian. In that instant, the giant Ling Shao pagoda floating in the air slammed downward. Blades of divine light annihilated anything they touched. Instead of releasing the great path current to attack, the divine wheel of the great path attacked directly. Ling he had clearly realized that the great path current could not do anything to Yi Futian. It was just a waste of time. As the divine and holy Ling Shao pagoda descended from the sky, destructive currents that accompanied its descent completely destroyed the leaves and branches from the ancient tree that got close. None of the branches could get close to the pagoda, and the great path completely suppressed the entire area. The Ling Shao Palace continued its descent towards Yi Futian's body. At the same time, Ling he clenched the divine spear in his hands tightly. He took a step forward, and his body under the magnificent golden armor released an indomitable aura. Step by step, he walked toward Yi Futian. His aura strengthened after every step, and strands of surreal currents appeared from his body. They looked like they were the condensation of his fighting spirit. Chapter 2006. Ensnared. Above Yi Futian, the celestial splendor of Ling Shao Pagoda swept down, and the void roared, oppressing the space where Yi Futian was. Phantoms of the divine pagoda slammed down continuously, covered Yi Futian within it. Those branches, leaves, and vines that were twirling toward Ling Shao Pagoda were pulverized immediately. As divine splendor spread out, Ling Shao Pagoda was getting closer, falling from above Yi Futian like a towering temple. Yi Futian morphed into a divine tree, its branches and leaves twirling madly. A supreme sword was gathering at the same time. Infinite divine swords converged until a massive divine sword appeared in front of him. The infinite sword was still integrating into the divine sword. Its sword light was radiant, bright, and flawless. Yi Futian pointed his finger toward the sky. Suddenly, the divine sword pierced upward, colliding with Ling Shao Pagoda. A sword river appeared between Yi Futian and the pagoda. There was an infinite sword in this sword river that blended into the divine sword. A splendid sword screen was created where the collision occurred, radiating toward the surrounding areas. Ling He, who was walking in the void, cast a glance. With a turning of his mind, he took control of the divine wheel of the great path as Ling Shao Pagoda continued to spin, and the pagoda's divine brilliance sprinkled from above. A dull sound was heard, and even the void gave a violent tremble. Phantoms of the pagoda appeared all around them as they suppressed down at the same time. The vast world seemed to be in the realm of the divine pagoda. Yi Futian's body seemed to tremble as well. The divine sword shuddered, and the sword screen rippled but did not tear. The crowd found that Ling Shao Pagoda was vibrating and spinning on its own, causing a wondrous rhythm between heaven and earth, suppressing and shattering this side of the void. For those whose cultivation was not strong enough, this atmosphere alone could kill them immediately. The divine will would have shattered their organs. The branches and leaves of the divine tree surged with insane speed. Those extremely thick branches and leaves were like vines of 10,000 years, winding around the sword screen. The area it invaded was getting larger, covering all the space in the surrounding area. At the same time, they constantly swept toward the pagodas that were between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Futian was like the tree god of 100 centuries, who had nurtured lives into being. Whose great path is the stronger? More and more people noticed the battlefield of the two of them. Both of them were very strong and far surpassed those of the same realm. Yi Futian especially surprised many people. After all, Ling He, the young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace, had achieved his fame for a long time. Although he had battled brilliantly, no one had actually witnessed his fight with Yan Dongyang. Therefore, most of the observers were there to see for themselves. Now, it seemed that he had not earned his name in vain, and he was powerful. However, if Yi Futian's divine tree and divine wheel of swordsmanship were used to resist the suppression of Ling Shao Pagoda, how was he going to deal with the attack from Ling He himself? Perhaps Yi Futian would still be at a disadvantage, and he would still be in danger. The fighting spirit on Ling He, who walked steadily toward Yi Futian, became stronger as he got closer, and an astonishing turbulence of the great path had formed around him. He stared at Yi Futian with those golden eyes, and at this moment there was an iciness in the depth of his eyes. Yi Futian was an expert at swords. If the sword was used to block the pagoda, how would he deal with the spear? The golden divine spear, held in Ling He's hand, let out a horrific spear aurora. As he approached Yi Futian, his arm cocked back. Suddenly his body was the center, from which numerous spear shadows appeared everywhere. An astonishing spear will erupted before the spear was released, turning into a golden beam and shooting straight at Yi Futian. Clearly, Ling He understood that it was impossible to hurt Yi Futian with spear will alone, but it would not be so easy to block his shot either. "Brother Yi, be careful." Ling He stopped at this point. Though he had stopped, his momentum had climbed to the limit as golden divine brilliance diffused from him. At this moment, he who was wearing the golden armor was like a god of war. "That's Ling Shao Palace's Lingxi spear. Watch out." A voice reminded Yi Futian. The voice belonged to Thunder, punishing Sky Lord. Yi Futian was in a somewhat unfavorable situation, and Lingxi's spear techniques was well known throughout the Donghua domain. The Palace Lord of Lingshao Palace, with Ling Shao Pagoda and Lingxi's spear at his disposal, had few rivals within the Donghua domain. He had tremendous strength, and if Yi Futian was careless, a strike could be the end of him. "Thank you for reminding me, Elder." Yi Futian's response baffled Thunder punishing Skylord. He looked at Yi Futian, who was trapped in the distance. Yet, he still had the time to respond to him. It seemed that he still had strength and mind to spare. Maybe everyone had underestimated him. They could only wait and see. Everyone stared at Ling He. The Lingxi spear was swift and invincible, and battles usually ended in an instant. The Ling Shao Pagoda would suppress, while the Lingxi spear techniques finished the job. The dual powers complemented each other, making them victorious wherever they went. This time, dealing with this well-known heir of Eastern Deity Island, there shouldn't be any doubts. At this moment, countless phantoms appeared between heaven and earth, as well as infinite shadows of spears. Ling He made his move. The crowd only saw a spear aurora, as a golden spear shadow appeared between Ling He and Yi Futian. There was only an afterimage left where he was. A single strike from Lingxi's spear was enough to conquer gods and demons. Bang! A loud noise came out as the Lingxi spear encountered something tough. The terrifying golden divine glory bloomed in front of Yi Futian, who at this moment was wrapped by a boundless, gigantic divine elephant. Violent elephant trumpeting sounded, and 2 hands reached out to hold the spear coming for him. Divine wheel! Everyone was slightly surprised when they saw the sight in front of them. Another one of Yi Futian's divine wheel of the great path, a towering, majestic divine elephant. Ling He glanced at Yi Futian indifferently as shrill sounds could be heard. Overwhelming golden divine glory erupted from him as the spear continued to move forward, piercing into the body of the divine elephant. The sound was particularly harsh, as it was aimed to break open Yi Futian's divine wheel of great path. However, at the same time, Ling He saw a pair of extremely horrifying eyes. An extreme chill rushed into his pupils, wanting to freeze his spiritual soul. At the same time, his body also felt the chill, so very cold, seeping deep into his bones. Everyone discovered to their shock that the domain of the divine tree had already enveloped this entire part of the world. An extreme frosty current enveloped and circulated this domain. An extreme coldness threatened to freeze everything, turning the temperature into absolute zero. Ling, he felt that his spear, his body, and even blood were about to be frozen. Everything seemed to become slower, even his heartbeat. How could it be? What kind of ability was this? Had Yi Futian been waiting for him here all this time? Using the divine sword to block Ling Xiao Pagoda with everything he's got just to wait for him to get close. At this moment, Yi Futian's eyes were icy. There was a hint of icy, murderous intent within. He stared at Ling He and let out a roar, accompanied by the Buddhist sound of the great path. This space was covered by a sound wave of Buddhism, the Vajra demon slaying rhythm, in such a short distance, attacking his spiritual soul. Ling, he felt his spiritual soul trembled as he was enduring the invasion of the power of Yin and the attack of the Vajra demon slaying rhythm. His spiritual soul was about to collapse and shatter. He felt that unconsciousness was imminent. These layers of attacks were set up like traps, waiting for him to break in and ensnare himself. Everyone outside was bewildered by this sudden sight as well. The continuous burst of multiple abilities in a short time caught everyone by surprise. Everyone had thought that it would be Ling, he suppressing Yi Futian, but they did not expect that the situation would be turned on its head in a split second. After an astonishing reversal, it seemed that Yi Futian had been lying in wait for Ling He. His ability is so strong, so many great paths. Some were amazed and quite shaken inside. It was rumored that Yi Futian had defeated Yin Dongyang with the sword. The world thought that Yi Futian was an expert at swordsmanship, but they never expected that he was good at so many other abilities. Yi Futian stared at Ling He and did not bother to disguise the murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Futian raised his palm and slammed forward. The sounds of elephants rocked the sky. As the gigantic palm slapped down, Ling He sensed a strong sense of danger. Massive golden glory burst from his body, and countless phantoms appeared around him. Buzz, an astonishing brilliance burst from the long spear in his hands. It was as if countless phantoms struck at the same time, continuing to fight. With a violent crashing sound, Ling He moved. The overwhelming intent of battle helped him break free of the chill. It seemed that endless phantoms of spears erupted from him, just as the Ling Xiao Pagoda also released its strongest pressure of might. When the phantoms of the spears passed through, he moved, wanting to retreat from this space. But the chill affected his speed. Countless branches and leaves twirled toward him as the great path sealed off the space. Yi Futian pointed his finger forward, and the sword will of the great path unleashed to annihilate the space. Open! Ling, he let out a great shout. The Lingxi spear was fast as lightning, breaking through this domain of the great path as it rushed out. In the next moment, his body flew backward, covered in blood. There seemed to be several sword marks on his body as blood came out from the corners of his mouth. Buzz! Yi Futian came for him in attack. Ling He saw him moving like lightning as a terrifying light appeared in the sky. The Lingxi spear was as fast as lightning, colliding with the sword that Yi Futian had unleashed. Once again his body was knocked back. As he stretched out his hand, the spear flew back into his hand. Enough! Yi Futian still wanted to move forward. But suddenly, a few people appeared in front of him. As their voice fell, they raised their hands and attacked. A horrific phantom of the pagoda appeared, suppressing a corner of the sky. With a loud bang, Yi Futian's body was knocked backward. Those who struck him were two upper Ren Huang cultivators. Yi Futian stopped himself and didn't continue forward. Although Ling He was a despicable person, his strength was undeniably strong. Furthermore, there were people from Ling Xiao Palace in attendance to kill Ling He. but it was wishful thinking. However, the anger in his heart was still burning, unable to be extinguished. "You guys are awesome!" Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace as he spoke with a touch of cold sarcasm. The people from Ling Shao Palace felt terribly embarrassed, and he was even gloomier. In this battle, he was unexpectedly defeated. For all the fancy moves, that astonishing blow, everything was so perfect. Without a doubt, he had thought that it would be a one-sided fight, but the ending seemed quite the contrary. That white-haired Renhuang counterstruck with absolutely dominant power, catching him by surprise. Ling He, was defeated by a cultivator whose realm was lower than him. This was a huge blow to him. Chapter 2007, Memory Loss. Didn't Ling He of Ling Shao Palace want to ask for advice? What's the meaning of your involvement? At this time, some cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower asked those who stepped in to stop Yi Futian. "Enough is enough," responded the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace. "Does Ling He concede then?" Cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower asked again. The cultivators from Ling Shao Palace frowned and cast a look at the Renhuang who spoke. "If Ling He can still fight, why did you interfere?" The cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower sneered. "You were the ones who started the war, and you were the ones who forced its end. Does Ling Shao Palace really want to ask Wangshan Watchtower for advice, or are you just taking the opportunity to kick us? If it's the latter, you can just get on with it without pretense." Furthermore, the heir of Ling Shao Palace, while his realm is higher than that of Yi Liunyun, required interference from the people of Ling Shao Palace. Aren't you guys ashamed? The cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower unleashed his sarcasm without reservation. "If I am a cultivator from Ling Shao Palace, I would have no face to continue staying here." Ling He's eyes were extremely cold. Defeat in itself was something extremely shameful, and now he had been ridiculed so openly and without mercy. When his realm was higher than Yi Futian, he still needed the others from Ling Shao Palace to intervene and help him avoid Yi Futian's continued attack. This battle was indeed disgraceful. Elders need to say no more. There are many such as this, and we are used to it. Yi Futian turned to the cultivator who had spoken, and the other nodded in acknowledgement, but continued, "Bravado is easily exposed in the end. If one is a sore loser, one should not challenge and start things." That arrogant and condescending attitude was a bit ironic when you think about it now. Every sound was like a thorn that burnt Ling He's cheeks. It appeared that the others would not easily let him off the hook. Ling Shao Palace was good at exploiting those who were weaker. The insults from the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were intentional, deliberately making fun of him to reveal his hypocrisy and aim to shame him. It seems that today we would have a chance to see for ourselves if all the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were this outstanding. An old man spoke as the aura of the great path released from the cultivators of Ling Shao Palace, suppressing this corner of the sky with extreme terror. At this moment, the Millet Emperor's eyes swept over the crowd, and the power of the great path permeated from him. Everyone from Ling Shao Palace felt an overpowering force that made them difficult to move. They looked at Millet Emperor, and the Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace took a step forward toward him and said, "What does the Emperor mean by this?" Ling Shao Palace wanted to exchange with Wangshan Watchtower, and we welcomed the opportunity. However, now whether it was an exchange or something else, I am sure it is clear to everyone who's here. If you want to overpower anyone with numbers, I will have no choice but to handle this personally, said the Millet Emperor. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace looked at Millet Emperor. If Renhuang on both sides were to interact at the same time, it would put the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower in great danger, so the Millet Emperor had no choice but to intervene. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace smiled as a violent and wild aura released from his body, and the same pressure of the great path snaked out. Both of them were supreme existence beyond their ranks, with great power. When the pressure from both of them bloomed, The sky seemed heavier, as if everything was about to stand still. The battle between the Renhuang below gradually subsided, as many cultivators stepped back to look up at the two men who faced each other in the void. The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace and the Millet Emperor, two powerful men in their own rights. Both of them were filled with the invisible currents of the Great Path, which contained extremely terrible pressure. They did not take action yet, but the cultivators around them already felt the invisible collision. Would they actually collide? The people of those top forces from different regions in the distance were all looking at this side. On this day, Emperor she was to cross the divine tribulation, and cultivators from all sides were here. Could they actually see other major figures exchange with one another? Above the sky, there was a dull sound as a suffocating aura appeared in this corner of the sky. Those Renhuang retreated far from this area. Some of them felt their breaths quickened. Their internal organs were churning. Back up, Li Changxing said. Immediately, the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower retreated, and the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yan, as well as those from Ling Shao Palace, did the same. Only Emperor Yan was still standing there, his majestic golden robe moved with the wind, standing with his hands behind his back, watching the two in silence. At this moment, people in the distance felt that the sky was about to collapse, and there seemed to be infinite, elusive shadows between heaven and earth. They raised their heads and stared at the sky. In the vast world, there were many illusory phantoms of the towers, and countless divine monuments flowed down from the sky, suppressing this space. Both of them were experts at the Great Path suppressions. Moreover, their realms had far transcended the ordinary. It was as if they were in control of the power from the source of heaven and earth itself. When they released the coercion of might, those Renhuang retreated, as if they were not fit to be in the same battlefield. Boom! There was a violent, bursting sound. Both men made no move, but there was a terrible sonic boom that resounded between the two. The dull, rumbling sounds made everyone's heart beat wildly as astonishing currents continued to collide between them, causing a terrifying storm in that space. At this moment, the crowd saw the phantom figure of the two of them that seemed to have moved, and yet they were still where they were. Everyone saw two vague figures, touched briefly in the middle, then separated. In the next moment, a shocking storm swept out again. Boom, watch out. Many Renhuang were knocked out by the sweep of that storm, and Yi Futian was the same. The power of the Great Path surged upon his body, but he was still repelled by the storm. He steadied his body in the savage storm. His steps were incredibly heavy. He moved his arms that were covering his eyes and looked forward. In the center of the storm, the two men were still right where they were, as if they had never moved. The terrifying storm did not seem to be caused by them. Emperor Yen was also standing there, his robe flapped wildly in the wind as he quietly looked upon the two men in front of him. He could see clearly that the two had made an exchange in that instant just now. At their level of cultivation, there were not many opportunities to fight against each other. After all, there were very few of them that were at the same level, and they all had various concerns that the impact would be too great to bear. Therefore, the palace lord of Ling Shao Palace and the Millet Emperor just collided for a brief instant, which was more than enough. You were here today to observe the ceremony. What exactly are you two doing? At this moment, a voice came from a distance. In the distant void, the chief of Donghua Domain Chief's Manor stood there and asked. I couldn't help myself wanting to experience Millet Emperor's gate to world suppression. I ask your forgiveness, Chief, said the palace lord of Ling Shao Palace. Millet Emperor said nothing, merely looking at the other quietly. This is Turtle Deity Island, and everyone here is our guest. Let's not disturb Emperor Shi. If everyone still desire a time to interact, find another time. If you're free next year, everyone is invited for a visit at Donghua Heavens. The chief continued. Cease the competing today. Emperor Yen too will let it go. Emperor Yen nodded slightly and said, "Since the chief has spoken, let's stop there." However, regarding Eastern Deity Island, it was because the chief had mediated in the past that I didn't touch Eastern Deity Island all these years when Millet Emperor made his promises. But now, something seemed to have changed. Millet Emperor will have to answer for it in the future. This was just an excuse. If it weren't for Yi Futian's extraordinary display of talent, no one from the ancient royal family of Yen would bother to look at Yi Futian at all, much less remembering anything about Eastern Deity Island. Millet Emperor looked at them, still silent. The chief continued, "Well, let us be gone now, and not disturb Emperor Shi's cultivation." "Very good." The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace nodded, then turned around to command, "Time to go." After that, the group left. Ling he glanced at Yi Futian as he left, with murderous intent in his eyes. Yi Futian detected the other's gaze, but his eyes were equally cold. This debt of Lin Yuan's was impossible to collect at the moment. However, he would remember Ling He. "Millet Emperor, we will meet again," said Emperor Yen as he left with his people also. Seeing that there was no more excitement to be had, the cultivators from all sides left one after another. "We should go too," said Millet Emperor, and immediately levitated into the air and was gone. After everyone left, above the Turtle Peak, Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord looked at those who had scattered in the distance. Emperor Shi sighed in a low voice. The Divine Prefecture, after being peaceful for so many years, will face imminent disturbance again. With Dong Huang the Great ruling the world, the Divine Prefecture won't be in chaos, said Thunder Punishing Skylord. What if someone from outside of Divine Prefecture were here? Emperor, she said. Thunder Punishing Skylord was silent for a moment and said, "Having traveled outside these years, I have heard a few things. There were some events that had occurred in the original realm, and some principalities have come to pass, but it had not affected Divine Prefecture for the time being. The original realm." Emperor, she stretched out his hand, as if wanting to catch something, but didn't. After Yi Futian and the others had departed, in the void, the Millet Emperor stood next to Yi Futian and heard Yi Futian ask him, "Is there also a grudge between Ling Shao Palace and Wangshan Watchtower?" Millet Emperor shook his head. "We didn't have too much contact. There is no grudge to speak of." Yi Futian looked pensive. Then, was it because of the incident on the cliff that incensed Ling Shao Palace against Wangshan Watchtower? But it seemed a bit too extreme. "Have you inherited Donglai's memory?" Millet Emperor asked suddenly. Yi Futian nodded, but not all of it, and they were quite disorganized. "Do you any memory of his last battle?" Millet Emperor asked. Yi Futian shook his head, looked up at Millet Emperor, and seemed to sense something. How come he was missing such memory? In the Wangshan Watchtower, the cultivation training grounds of Millet Emperor, a group of silhouettes descended. It was Millet Emperor's group returning. With Millet Emperor's towering cultivation, even traversing over many continents would not need much time. As their group landed, Millet Emperor revealed a pensive look. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Teacher," Li Chongsheng asked softly, "is there anything that you need me to do?" Millet Emperor shook his head as he looked into the distance. Back then, during the battle when Supreme Deity Donglai perished, what had happened exactly? Even the memories that Yi Futian inherited did not reveal anything about it. Had Supreme Deity Donglai intentionally erased them? If so, had Supreme Deity Donglai intentionally kept it hidden, and did he not want them to know about it? "All of you leave us. Both of you remain," Millet Emperor instructed. He meant for Goddess Donglai and Yi Futian to remain. The other people bowed slightly and then stepped down one by one. Zongchan had a strange look on his face. He could tell that Millet Emperor had matters to discuss. Yet, even he could not know about this matter. "Uncle Millet," Goddess Donglai called out as she looked at Millet Emperor. "Is there something urgent?" "It is nothing," Millet Emperor said, not revealing his thoughts. He instead looked at Yi Futian and asked, "In the previous battle, I saw that you had a murderous intent towards Linghe. What happened between the two of you?" The two of them had fought fiercely against each other. Observers of their battle could tell that they weren't pulling their punches. Their attacks were ferocious, and Yi Futian had calculated his moves against Linghe. He pretended that his sword had been suppressed by Ling Xiao Pagoda, drawing Linghe to attack him close up. Yi Futian had wanted to kill him in a single blow. Millet Emperor had heard of the grudge between the two of them at the cliff face. If Linghe bore hatred against Yi Futian would not have needed to respond in such a fashion. Attacking the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace so fiercely in such a situation was not worth the risk for such a talented person like Yi Futian, unless there were intricacies that Millet Emperor was not aware of. When Yi Futian heard Millet Emperor's question, a cold look flashed past in his eyes. He replied, "Before this, when we were traveling across the divine ocean continent, we encountered two juniors. We got acquainted with them before the cliff face where thunder-punishing Sky Lord left his teachings. They wanted to enter Turtle Deity Island to witness Emperor she facing his tribulation. I agreed to help them and brought them to Turtle Deity Island. However, thunder-punishing Sky Lord told me across transmitted thoughts that, not long after we separated upon arriving on Turtle Deity Island, these two juniors were killed by people sent by Linghe." When Millet Emperor heard Yi Futian's explanation, he revealed a strange look and said, "The young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace cannot even tolerate two juniors." For him to have committed such an atrocity was somewhat demeaning to his station. It is not that he could not tolerate them. He originally gave no regard for the lives of these two juniors. He did not care at all, Yi Futian stated. A person with such character deserves death. Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "For you to say such things, he will sooner or later want to kill you." "I understand," answered Yi Futian as he nodded his head. That was why he also wanted to eliminate the other party. However, in the Donghua domain it was difficult to do so owing to the other party's identity. Millet Emperor gave Yi Futian a serious look. For him to be angered by the deaths of two insignificant people to the point that he wanted to kill the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace. The way this fellow did things was extraordinary. He wore his heart on his sleeve. "You have cultivated the power of the divine elephant and are proficient in suppressing the great path, right?" Millet Emperor asked. Answered Yi Futian while nodding his head. "You have comprehended your cultivation in the Wangshin watchtower before. What are your thoughts?" Millet Emperor continued asking. "It is as though the Wangshin watchtower itself is formed from the great path. The aura inside feels as though it is the great path itself. The domain inside has absolute power of suppression," Yi Futian said. Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "It looks like your comprehension is deep. By comprehending my cultivation in the Wangshin watchtower, I created a magnum opus called Gate to World Suppression. However, that was because it was compatible with my abilities and combined all the techniques that I comprehended. You are proficient in even more techniques, hence you can develop it more broadly. I will teach you Gate to World Suppression. You can then merge it with your own comprehension and further cultivate it." Goddess Donglai revealed an astonished look as she stood there. She had brought Yi Futian over due to his connection with her father. She wanted to find Yi Futian some backing. She was worried about anything happening to him in the future. She was taking precautions just in case. She never imagined that Millet Emperor would pass on his magnum opus to Yi Futian. Gate to World Suppression was a magnum opus that Millet Emperor comprehended himself. Millet Emperor became renowned in the Divine Prefecture due to this technique. He had a few extremely glorious battles before. Even in the Wangshin watchtower, few people cultivated this technique. Zhongchan was probably the only other person who truly mastered it. He was a prominent figure who had cultivating abilities very close to that of Millet Emperor. Zongchan was probably personally chosen by Millet Emperor to inherit his teachings. However, now Millet Emperor actually wanted to teach Yi Futian Gate to world suppression. They had only gone on a trip to the Divine Ocean continent together, and Millet Emperor already thought so highly of Yi Futian. However, during this trip, Yi Futian had indeed displayed extreme levels of talent. When he was comprehending the teachings on the cliff face, Thunder Punishing Skylord had also acknowledged him and had transmitted his thoughts over to him. At that time, aside from Ling He, there was another famous figure present, Qin Qing of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. She was one of 3 main disciples who were personally trained by Sword Goddess. However, only Yi Futian managed to comprehend the true meaning of the teachings on the cliff face. Yi Futian had also managed to defeat Ling He, who similarly had a flawless great path and who had higher cultivation than him. With such ability, even great Yan ancient royal family thought highly of him. "Senior, this seems inappropriate," Yi Futian said. After all, he was not a disciple of Millet Emperor. Only Millet Emperor's personal disciples were qualified to cultivate his magnum opus. There's nothing wrong with it. Cultivators do not like to be bound by rules anyway. Since I am the one teaching the way, naturally I will teach it to whoever that I want to teach, Millet Emperor assured Yi Futian. Zongchan has mastered Gate to world suppression. I am sure the skill will be fully utilized in your hands too. Besides that, I can tell that some skills that you cultivate might not be any weaker than Gate to world suppression. You did not unleash your full potential when you were fighting with Ling He, right? Asked Millet Emperor. With his vision, he could tell quite a lot of things from the battle. Millet Emperor believed that, aside from him, other top figures had also comprehended many things from the battle between Ling He and Yi Futian. Ling He didn't just lose to Yi Futian. In reality, the combat ability between the two of them might not even be on the same level. Ling He paled in insignificance when compared to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, admitting it openly. Goddess Donglai, who was beside him, cast a glance at him. She had chosen Yi Futian because he was acknowledged by the divine tree and had received her father's teachings. However, this top monstrous figure from the original realm was indeed stronger than what she expected. She was curious to find out what Yi Futian's future held. I will impart my knowledge of Gate to world suppression to you. Receive it without any worries. You can merge it with your other abilities based on your own cultivation, Millet Emperor said. A formless aura permeated from Millet Emperor's body and enveloped Yi Futian. Divine halos directly surged into Yi Futian's mind. They transformed into drawings and were engraved in his mind. After a moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and bowed slightly at Millet Emperor, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Millet Emperor had imparted his magnum opus to Yi Futian, so he was worthy to be called teacher by Yi Futian. Yi Futian calling Millet Emperor teacher did not mean that he would become his disciple. Millet Emperor nodded with a smile when he heard Yi Futian greeting him as teacher. He replied, "Do not call me teacher when others are around. In the past I have made a promise, so our relationship now is not that of an actual master and disciple." "I understand," Yi Futian answered as he nodded. "Go and practice," Millet Emperor commanded. Yi Futian turned around and strode towards the skyscraping watchtower. The watchtower was certainly the best place for him to comprehend and cultivate Gate to world suppression. After Yi Futian left, Millet Emperor looked at Goddess Donglai. Prior to this, Millet Emperor had not said anything suspicious. However, Goddess Donglai could tell that he was hiding something. "Uncle Millet, if you have any thoughts, please do not hide them from me," Goddess Donglai said. "Regarding your father's death, I have long suspected that great Yan ancient royal family was not the only party involved." Millet Emperor explained to Goddess Donglai, Back then, the conflict between Eastern Deity Island and Great Yen ancient royal family was known by all. However, nobody witnessed the final battle. I suspect that other forces might have secretly been involved. Goddess Donglai had a serious expression as she asked Millet Emperor, "Who else does Uncle Millet think was involved in it?" Millet Emperor analyzed. "During our trip to Turtle Deity Island this time, what Ling Shao Palace did was abnormal. They had no grudges with us, so there was no need for them to kick us when we were down. As for the incident at the cliff face, it only involved Ling, he, and Yi Futian. It was unnecessary for Ling Shao Palace to magnify the issue, unless they were targeting us for another reason. Ling Shao Palace was involved in my father's death." Goddess Donglai felt a heavy burden in her heart. She had not dreamt of avenging her father. However, she still felt miserable when she knew that other forces might be involved in the battle which caused her father's death. She reproached herself for not being strong enough to do something about the matter. "I can only say that there is such a possibility, but the truth will eventually be revealed," Millet Emperor murmured. "Uncle Millet," Goddess Donglai lowered her head. "What's wrong?" Millet Emperor asked. "If there are other forces involved, looking into it further will." Goddess Donglai didn't finish her sentence, but Millet Emperor understood her words. What would happen if they found out the truth? Knowing the truth would not bring any benefits to Millet Emperor. Great Yen ancient royal family was already very domineering, with rich teachings and resources. The overall ability of the Wangshan Watchtower was weaker when compared to that of Great Yen ancient royal family. If yet another superpower was involved in this case, knowing the truth would definitely bring harm to Millet Emperor. He might as well pretend that he knew nothing and cease his investigation before anything bad happened. "I want to know the truth," Millet Emperor declared while raising his head. The scene where he used to sit with Supreme Deity Donglai and discuss the way surfaced in his mind. His old friend had died in vain. Not only could he not avenge his friend, but he also didn't know who his enemy was. This matter had always been a burden in his heart. When cultivators reached Millet Emperor's current cultivation level, it was hard for them to advance further. It was even harder for them to improve themselves if their minds were encumbered with something. Hence, Millet Emperor was determined to find out the truth. Otherwise, he could not live with himself. Goddess Donglai sighed. In reality, she had lost hope in avenging her father. His appearance might be an opportunity. "If you have a chance, make a trip to the Donghua Heavens," Millet Emperor whispered while looking into the distance. Chapter 2009, The Chief's Invitation. It was year 10,050, one of the divine prefecture calendar. The Wangshan Watchtower was very quiet. In the watchtower, Yi Futian was cultivating. In the conceptual space of the watchtower, there was another watchtower erected high, akin to an immutable gate. It suppressed the surrounding space, as though it was an eternal existence. Yi Futian sat cross-legged. A dazzling scene appeared around him. It was a brilliant galaxy. Stars were all around the space as they circled around him. Besides that, there were gigantic divine elephants. These divine elephants were like demonic beasts that were traversing the universe. They emanated terrifying pressure of the great path, causing this part of the space to weigh down heavily on Yi Futian. Stone tablets appeared in this starry space. Runes of the great path seemed to be craved on these stone tablets. The runes emitted the light of the Buddha, while the soul-slaying Buddhist chant could faintly be heard. The stone tablets shone brightly with marvelous divine light. Be it soul or body, everything would perish here. This space was a brand new domain of the great path. Yi Futian merged gate to world suppression, which was created by Millet Emperor, into his own comprehension to create this unique technique. The origin of this new technique was gate to world suppression. Yet these two techniques were slightly different. As for which technique was stronger, it still depended on the cultivator who unleashed the technique. Gate to world suppression unleashed by Millet Emperor, who had a powerful cultivation, was naturally much stronger than the new technique unleashed by Yi Futian. Of course, Yi Futian also cultivated the great path of suppression. Hence, the technique created by him was also very powerful. Outside the Wangshan watchtower, a few silhouettes approached the area. They looked in the direction where the watchtower was. Their gazes saw through the conceptual space, seemingly able to witness Yi Futian cultivating inside. Younger brother Yi is impressive. It has only been a few months, and he has already merged gate to world suppression into his own comprehension, creating such a domineering, great path domain. Li Changxing said, "Young brother Zong, it seems that what I said is true. In the future, young brother Ye's ability might be on par with yours." Zong Chan, who was beside Li Changxing, smiled nonchalantly. He said, "Before his arrival, I was the only one among the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower who has inherited Master's gate to world suppression. It is better now that young brother Yi has such achievements. I hope that he can also forge a flawless upper-level Runhuang divine wheel. His achievements are my motivation. I am more motivated to improve myself since I can't stand being surpassed by younger brother Yi." Zong Chan lamented, "My path of training is one that has been traveled by Master before. On the other hand, younger brother Yi merges Master's skill into his own technique. Considering this, he is indeed stronger than me." Li Changxing comforted him by saying, "Don't put it like that. You walk the path that Master has treaded on before exactly because you are the chosen one. You are born with a talent that is similar to Master's. Therefore, you have had a smooth training journey following Master's footsteps. Because of that, you were also able to maintain a flawless divine wheel when you broke through to the upper level Renhuang pain. If you continue to cultivate and refine your skills, you might be able to surpass Master. What Changxing says is not wrong. Everyone has different fateful encounters. It is impossible for any two people to walk the exact cultivation journey. Zong Chan, you will surely surpass me in the future. Do not doubt yourself. If younger brother Yi can do the same as you, then it is convenient for both of you to compare yourself against each other. With comparison will you gain motivation. Since you have reached this stage in your cultivation, you must also have a sense of respect and not be proud. Similarly, you must also have strong beliefs to reach the peak," Millet Emperor advised as he looked at Li Changxing and Zong Chan. He had appeared high above them. "Master," both of them greeted as they bowed when they saw Millet Emperor appear. "We will remember your advice." Their master meant to say that once they had reached their current stage, they were already at the top level of cultivation, standing above all of creation. There did not seem to be much room for improvement for them, yet they still had a long way to go. They could not be blindly arrogant, but also needed intense self-confidence. It appeared to be paradoxical, yet it was complementary. If cultivation was like climbing a mountain, they were at the top of the mountain. The only place left to go was the peak. "What news do all of you bring with you?" Millet Emperor asked. Replied Li Changxing as he nodded his head. "Today, it is the year 10,051 of the divine prefecture calendar. Another 50 years have passed. News has come from the Donghua heavens. They have invited the cultivators from the various continents of the Donghua domain to gather." Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "On Turtle Deity Island, Chief has already reminded us of this event. It is no surprise that he will send messengers over soon." Li Changxing and Zong Chan nodded their heads in agreement. They believed Millet Emperor's deduction. As expected, just as Millet Emperor finished saying this, an intense wave of power of the great path of space came from the sky above. A brilliant divine spatial light descended from the sky. A group of people then appeared high above the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower. "They had arrived," Li Changxing muttered as he looked over in their direction. The group of figures approached the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower and looked over here from a distance. One of their members said in a loud voice, "By order of the chief, we have come to invite Senior Millet Emperor as well as the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower to the Donghua Heavens for a gathering. Please inform Chief that I will be bringing the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower to the Donghua Heavens," Millet Emperor replied as he gazed into the distance. "Many thanks, Millet Emperor," replied the people who had come. "We will return with your response. Farewell." As they said this, golden lightning radiated from their bodies. Their figures immediately disappeared from their positions. It was as though they had never been here in the first place. At that moment, the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower were all looking over in that direction with their heads raised. They naturally understood that the chief the messengers referred to was the Donghua domain's domain chief. Aside from him, who else dared to refer to themselves as chief before Millet Emperor? The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower were somewhat surprised. However, for Millet Emperor and the others, this was within their expectations. Hence, they appeared very calm. Domain Chief's manner invited the cultivators of the Donghua domain. They would personally send messengers to superpowers to invite them over. This was to show them due respect. As for the other cultivators of the Donghua domain, as well as the cultivators from other continents, it was up to them. Domain Chief's manner would not personally invite them. This was more of a logistical constraint. However, one could imagine that, after the grand occasion on Turtle Deity Island last year, the Donghua Heavens would organize an event that surpassed that of Turtle Deity Island in terms of scale. Domain Chief's manor had waited 50 years before gathering the top forces of various continents, as well as the cultivators of the Donghua domain again. Right at this moment, Yi Futian's aura fluctuation could be sensed from the watchtower. The great path domain dissipated as the galaxy disappeared. Yi Futian came out from the watchtower. Millet Emperor and the rest detected Yi Futian's movement and shifted their gazes towards him. His silver hair was dancing in the wind, while his gaze was as profound as the galaxy. His temperament was otherworldly. If it wasn't because Millet Emperor knew that Yi Futian was from the original realm, he would most likely assume that Yi Futian was from one of the super powerful families. "Teacher!" Yi Futian greeted Millet Emperor. He stopped not far away from the group and bowed slightly at Millet Emperor. Then he looked at Li Chongqing and Zongchan and greeted, "Elder brothers." "Did you succeed in your cultivation?" Li Chongqing asked with a smile. Yi Futian answered, "Gate to world suppression is marvelous. With my current level of cultivation, I still can't comprehend all of it. I can only incorporate what I have managed to comprehend into my skill. I still have a long way to go." "Younger brother always speaks so humbly," Li Chongqing said jokingly. Yi Futian smiled as he shrugged his shoulders. "Just now I overheard that the domain chief is gathering all the cultivators in the Donghua domain," asked Yi Futian. Millet Emperor nodded in affirmation. "Previously, when we were at Turtle Deity Island, we didn't manage to forge connections with the cultivators from Domain Chief's Manor. This is a good opportunity if you want to enter Domain Chief's Manor. With your ability, there shouldn't be any problems." Yi Futian nodded, inquiring, "Will teacher and elder brothers attend the gathering this time?" "Chief has personally invited us. Moreover, this is an event that occurs once every 50 years. Everyone in the Donghua domain will show him face. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower are no exception," Millet Emperor replied. After all, Domain Chief's Manor was the ruling force of the Donghua domain in name. The domain chief was appointed by Donghuang the Great. Since Chief had personally sent a representative to invite them to the gathering, all the cultivators who trained in the Donghua domain would give Chief face and attend the event. "Understood." Yi Futian nodded slightly. Domain Chief's Manor was the core area of the Donghua domain. It was located in the Donghua Heavens. After he entered Domain Chief's Manor, it meant that he would have the chance to come in contact with the top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Once he was on the radar of the top forces of the Divine Prefecture, he might encounter some old friends again. Even though the divine prefecture was huge, it only had 18 domains. Every domain chief's manor in each domain was a core area in the divine prefecture. Domain chief's manor in the Donghua domain was no exception to that. What would Yi Futian do if he encountered his old friends? It seemed like Millet Emperor's suggestion was right on point. Yi Futian indeed needed to enter Domain Chief's Manor to cultivate. Once he became a member of Domain Chief's Manor, his former enemies would not dare to attack him lightly even if they met in the future. Once he entered Domain Chief's Manor, it was equivalent to him entering the core forces of the Divine Prefecture. He was also one step closer to Dong Huang the Great. He should also be closer to revealing the truth about his origins and the secret of his godfather. By the time he broke through to the upper-level Renhuang plane, he should be able to slowly unveil these skeletons in the closet, right? He also had no idea what was going on in the original realm now. Did Jiu manage to find herself again? Did Yu Sheng go to cultivate in the devil world? Back when Yi Futian was still in the original realm, Devil General Mei Ting had also remained there. Mei Ting certainly had a deep connection with Yu Sheng. Would he bring Yu Sheng along when he left? Yi Futian had no answers to any of these questions. Right now, the main thing that he needed to focus on was to break through to the upper-level Renhuang plane as soon as possible. Since he came to the Divine Prefecture, his level of cultivation had been improving at the speed of lightning. However, once he reached his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next plane. Chapter 2010, Donghua Heavens. Donghua Heavens, the absolute core of the Donghua domain, was also the strongest among all the continents of the domain. Its terrain was high above the others, hence the name Donghua Heavens. After the news came out of the domain chief's manor, it quickly spread toward every other continent within Donghua domain. As a result, cultivators from the surrounding continents had come to Donghua Heavens, with many others still on their way. The entire Donghua Heavens seemed extremely festive. It was as if they were holding a feast of Donghua domain. Donghua Heavens was the location of Donghua domain chief's manor, as well as the most powerful continent in the region. There were many powerful forces with countless top-level cultivators, but Megaforce Principality was still a rarity. The vast and endless Donghua Heavens did not have many cities. After countless years of development, the entire continent had been built into one cohesive whole with perfect connections. Even the mountains and the ocean regions had been occupied by powerful cultivators, connected to one another without any issues. Its name may have derived from this design. Donghua Heavens was one entirety, like a massive city without bounds. If it was another continent, it could be divided into hundreds of cities. But since the domain chief's manor was here, there was no need for so many distinctive divisions. The Lung family was a powerful family in Donghua Heavens. Although it was not the strongest, its influence was considerable. With members of the family that were 9th Realm Renhunag, the family would have been considered top level on any continent. But in Donghua Heavens, although it was considered a family of power, it was not at the top level. There are many families or sects in Donghua Heavens that were more powerful than the Lung family. At this time, the cultivators of the Lung family were busy with their own affairs. Somewhere in a courtyard, several children and a young man were playing, a scene of tranquil beauty. However, a brilliant light appeared at the Lung family's compound, shot into the sky. Suddenly, there was a very strong fluctuation of the spatial great path in the compound grounds. A group of people in the courtyard looked up and exclaimed, "My goodness, what is that?" Among the family members, a group of cultivators levitated into the sky, looking at that golden beam of light rushing into the sky. Some elders who knew what was going on looked sharply with their eyes and whispered, "They are here." "Who?" someone asked. "Cultivators of Wangshen Watchtower from the Dongshao continent," said the man, as that golden light beam fell from the sky. A group of men emerged from it. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air, descending into Lung's territory. Clan Lord. Clan Lord. Below, many called out and saw an elderly man leap into the sky to greet those that came from the void. He laughed loudly. Everyone welcome. The group that arrived were Yi Futian, Zongchan, and the others. They had come to Donghua Heavens earlier than expected. However, this time they did not travel by road, but took advantage of the grand matrix of space. Donghua Heavens was the main continent, and at Donghua Domain Chief's Manor, there was a supreme grand matrix of space that led to other main continents, which was much more convenient. In addition, all the top forces would try their best to create a great path of space so they could come here at any time. Wangshan Watchtower was no exception. There was a portal in Donghua Heavens, and it was located at the Lung family. They had established a super powerful matrix here, which could descend directly to Donghua Heavens from Wangshan Watchtower. The clan lord of the Lung family was an elder. A middle-aged man stood beside him with a smile. This man was the next in line of the Lung family, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing, an extremely well-known character. He had cultivated at Wangshan Watchtower and associated with the Millet Emperor. Because of this relationship, Wangshan Watchtower's teleportation matrix to Donghua Heavens was built inside the Lung family compound. Above the Grand Matrix, Yi Futian and his party stood there with Li Chongsheng in front, who looked at the old clan lord and smiled. Clan Lord Lung is much too kind. We came without notice. Please pardon our disturbance. You are too humble, Clan Lord Lung said with a smile. You are all Quangxing's brothers. There's no disturbance to speak of. I was just thinking that after the news, the Domain Chief's Manor should personally dispatch a messenger to inform Wangshan Watchtower and that you may be here. I was prepared to see you all and was very much looking forward to it. Good to see senior brother Li again. Sky Sword Lung Quangxing stood there with a smile. He had thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes with a square jaw. He looked mighty and authoritative, and he inspired respect from those who laid eyes on him. Just him standing there was enough to give people a sense of awe. The name Sky Sword was by no means a vain moniker. Junior brother Lung, Li Chongxing said with a smile, long time no see. You are almost catching up to my realm. No wonder I have not seen you cultivating at Wangshan Watchtower all these years. How can you say that, brother? I have been traveling across the continents of Divine Prefecture all these years to cultivate and comprehend. It hasn't been long since I came back here. I didn't expect to get together with my brothers and everyone else so soon. What a happy happenstance. Sky Sword Lung Quangxing laughed and said, This time, I am going to drink to my heart's content. Okay, Quangxing, let's not chit-chat while hanging out here. The old clan lord laughed. Lung Quangxing caught himself with an embarrassed smile. Brothers, please come with me. The banquet is being prepared. We will drink a bit first. All right then. Everyone smiled and nodded as the group followed Lung Quangxing to the banquet hall of the Lung family. Chief Lord Lung waved his hand. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone found a place to sit down, and someone next to them was serving wine. They saw that Sky Sword was looked at Zong Chan with a smile, who was sitting across from Li Chongsheng, and said, Brother Zong, when I left years ago, you were still in the realm of Middle Rinhuang. Now you are already in the upper level, and your great path is still perfect. Even in Donghua Heavens, I hear people mention you from time to time, saying that Zongchan of Wangshan Watchtower is no less than the desolation of Badland's divine palace and sword goddess's eldest disciple, Jiang Yueli. They have already achieved their fame for a long time, while I still have some ways to go, Zongchan responded. Well, at this level, it's just a matter of waiting. Now, I am afraid I am no longer a suitable opponent for you either, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing said, laughing. Zongchan shook his head and smiled without responding. What the other said was the truth. His strength, by now, should be well above that of senior brother Sky Sword, I heard that there were some disturbances on that side of Divine Ocean continent, but I didn't get any specifics. What's going on? Lung Quangxing asked again. A few months ago, Emperor Shi crossing the Divine Tribulation had caused a sensation in the entire Donghua domain. Everyone knew about it, so the news of trouble also spread, even to Donghua heavens. The grievances between the ancient royal family of Yan and Wangshan Watchtower have been for a long time, but this time Lingxiao Palace also got involved for some reason. Li Changxing responded. Lingxiao Palace and Wangshan Watchtower have never had any ill will towards each other. And they actually got involved, said Clan Lord Lung with a frown. Lingxiao Palace was a major force of power in Donghua heavens. If the conflict intensified, it was definitely not good news for Wangshan Watchtower. I don't know the reason at this time. We came to Donghua heavens to see if they will do anything, Li Changxing continued. Clan Lord Lung nodded without saying much. Which one of you is Yi Liunian? As he was speaking, he surveyed the crowd and stopped when he saw Yi Futian. I am. Yi Futian smiled. Clan Lord Lung looked at Yi Futian seriously, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. One sword strike to defeat Yan Dongyang, the prince of the ancient royal family of Yan, and cross the realm in the battle to defeat Lingyi, the young master of the Lingxiao Palace. Wangshan Watchtower will produce yet another outstanding figure. I have a feeling that there may be 3 awesome figures in the future of Wangshan Watchtower. Elder is much too generous, Yi Futian said modestly, and I'm not considered a disciple of Wangshan Watchtower. However, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Zong will be able to inherit cultivation from the Millet Emperor. Clan Lord Lung showed a look of surprise. So, he wasn't a disciple of the Millet Emperor. Perhaps it was because of Eastern Deity Island. How is Donghua heavens? This once every 50-year event will be extremely festive, said Li Changxing. Of course, all of Donghua heavens is in a jubilant mood. Many cultivators are looking forward to it. This time around, the Domain Chief's Manor will also be open to recruiting cultivators. Many people are aching to become a member of the Domain Chief's Manor. Clan Lord Lung continued. In addition, all the top figures from all continents will gather in Donghua heavens. By then, we will be able to see many excellent battles and see how the chief will choose. We have to ask for the Lord's opinion. Liunian wanted to cultivate at Domain Chief's Manor. Li Changxing said, which surprised the clan Lord a great deal. Yi Futian did not enter Wangshan Watchtower, but planned to enter the Domain Chief's Manor for cultivation. He couldn't really understand this. Was it also because of Eastern Deity Island? Sure. Without thinking much about it, he nodded and promised, I will see what I can do. But you should know that no matter what, any slight movement will be known to everyone. That's true enough. Li Changxing nodded. Then we will just have to wait quietly. Chapter 2011 Instruction. Yi Futian and his party settled down at the Lung family's compound. After many nearby family members got wind of the news, visitors started trailing in. However, most of them were there, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zong Chan, this upcoming figure in Donghua domain. Thus, Zong Chan was quite preoccupied. People from Donghua heavens came specifically to visit him. Many of them were elders, which made it difficult to refuse their visits, especially when many of them were familial forces that had enjoyed good relationships with the Lung family over the years. Yi Futian and Li Changxing were together in a courtyard. As Li Changxing looked into the distance, he smiled and said, Brother Zong is very busy now. These people who came to visit were all heads of some of the most influential families. Brother Zong will become one of the future pillars of Donghua domain. Aside from being valued by these principalities, it doesn't hurt to forge friendships with some of these families, Yi Futian said with a smile. This was simple enough to understand. If someone was acquainted with powerful figures such as the Millet Emperor or Emperor Shi, it was an excellent thing. And now, who wouldn't be happy to make some connections with Zong Chan before becoming a powerful man of the region? That's true enough. Some of them even brought along their most accomplished young ladies of the clan, every one of them superior in both looks and talent. What kind of suggestion was that, and what does it look like to others? Kind of undignified. Li Changxing seemed to find the whole affair rather amusing as he continued with a smile, but some of them were true beauties. Brother Zong does not have a path companion yet. Perhaps there is an opportunity here. Yi Futian knew that Li Changxing was joking. With Zong Chan's strength and status today, the path companion worthy of him must also be extremely extraordinary. However, it was also obvious that he had no such thoughts, or he wouldn't have waited until now unless he had met his perfect match. However, as they were already in the realm of Renhuang, this kind of peddling was indeed inappropriate, though it did indicate the importance that these great families placed on Zongchan. They did not hesitate to lower themselves for a chance to recruit him into their own family. If they succeeded, this upcoming star would become part of their family, and the benefits that were associated with this relationship were quite obvious to all. Of course, from Yi Futian's perspective, this idea was bound to fail. At this point, two people were walking this way. They were youngsters from the Lung family. Both of them looked to be no more than 20, with a fairly low level of cultivation. They were a boy and a girl, both good-looking, and they appeared to be well-mannered. Lung Yan, Lung Shi, greet the elders. The two came in front of Li Changsheng and Yi Futian, bowing slightly. Li Changsheng nodded slightly. What is it? We are here to seek advice on cultivation, Lung, she said. Li Changsheng had an amused look on his face. It was normal for the Lung family's descendants to ask the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower for advice. After all, it was an opportunity. Even if there was no gain, there was no loss either, and if some comprehension could be gained from it, all the better. Didn't all the brothers and sisters of your family go to Zongchan for advice these days? He is very talented, no. You should go ask him, Li Changxing smiled. The elders told us that the elders that came from Wangshan Watchtower are a worthy source of instruction for us. In addition to Elder Zong, Elder Li and Elder Yi are extraordinary figures whose comprehensions and cultivations are comparable to that of Elder Zong. Lung Shi bowed. He appeared very polite and courteous. Little girl knows how to talk, Li Changxing said with a smile. Although Lung Shi looked young, she wasn't actually quite as young as she looked. After all, she had a sage-level cultivation. However, in front of an old guy like Li Changsheng, she was just a little girl. He had been cultivating for many years, and he was a supreme existence in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Very well. Since you said it so nicely, ask away, Li Changxing replied with a smile. Elder, what about me? Lung Yan asked. Over there. Li Changxing pointed to Yi Futian as Lung Yan's eyes fell on him, a little unsure. He heard from the elders that Yi Futian was mighty and talented. He did not doubt that. But Yi Futian, after all, was much younger. Whether it was Li Changsheng of the 9th realm or the Zongchan of Upper Renhuang with perfect great path, they were both more suitable for teaching others than Yi Futian. This was not about talent, but comprehension and cultivation. He thought that Li Changsheng and Zongchan were both stronger because of their realms. Why, don't you believe it? Li Changxing smiled when he saw the look in Lung Yan's eyes. I dare not. Lung Yan shook his head and bowed to Yi Futian. If Elder is willing to advise me, I'd be honored. Senior brother was too lazy himself, so he sicked you on me. Yi Futian smiled at Li Changsheng, then nodded to Lung Yan. What do you want to ask? Thank you, Elder. When Lung Yan heard Yi Futian's words, he knew that the other had acquiesced to instruct him, so he said, I would like to ask for some pointers on blade techniques. People of the Lung family were known for their skills at swords. Lung Quangxing himself had the moniker of Sky Sword. I am good at swordsmanship, but no knowledge of blade techniques at all, said Yi Futian. The elders said that cultivation is unbounded, especially when it reaches a certain realm. Uncle is good at blade techniques, but he, too, went to Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. I believe that even if the elder didn't cultivate in blade techniques, you would still be able to give me some pointers, replied Lun Yen. Yi Futian smiled. Lun Yen knew how to seize the opportunity. Next to them, Li Changxing was already instructing Ling Shi. So he said, "All right, what questions do you have?" "Among my peers in the family, my talent was SOSO, and my combat effectiveness is about mid-range as well. Some brothers of my generation cultivated the same blade techniques, but they are much better than me. Therefore, I would like you, sir, to see where the problems are in my techniques," Lun Yen said to Yi Futian. He didn't diagnose his own problem, but asked Yi Futian to take a look at it instead. Yi Futian nodded. This Lun Yen was a smart guy. He said, "Let me see your blade techniques." "Very well." Lun Yen nodded. As his figure flashed, he stepped into the void and suddenly was bursting with an incredibly strong rule power of swordsmanship. Invisible swords condensed and manifested as Lun Yen was gathering momentum. His palms faced up toward the sky as swords suddenly appeared in thin air. The aura from his body continued to rise, as well as getting stronger. The strong sword made a sharp sound in the void, and an extremely sharp aura enveloped the sky above. When his aura climbed to the highest point, Lun Yen stretched out both hands. Holding a sword, he slashed into the void. In an instant, many blade lights bloomed at the same time, turning into a brilliant blade aurora. They rushed straight into the firmament, intent on splitting the void, and it didn't dissipate until it was well into the distance. Yi Futian looked up and watching quietly. This blade technique was very good, and the rule power it exhibited was strong as well. Definitely on par with him when he himself was in the sage realm back then. Fierce, domineering, and indomitable, completely embodied the essence of the blade technique. Lun Yen landed on the ground after unleashing the sword. As he returned in front of Yi Futian, he said, "Sir." "Not bad." Yi Futian nodded, slightly in acknowledgement. The rule power was unleashed to its fullest. It was fierce and domineering, in line with the way of the blade. However, too much force was exerted as well as the effort on pursuing the form. Lun Yen was thoughtful. It was as if trying to understand the meaning behind Yi Futian's words. Finally, he said, "Please expound, sir." "A few months ago, I went to the Divine Ocean continent and encountered the relic left by Thunder Punishing Sky Lord there. I found that there were carvings of many axe techniques, and some of them were formed naturally and had not been carved with the power of the Great Path. However, their spirits were far stronger than those carved by the power of the Great Path. After many marks were made, Thunder Punishing Sky Lord was able to break the constraints of the Great Path. Although I haven't reached that state, I did have some insights. Your blade techniques were more insistent on form rather than spirit. It is an ideal," said Yi Futian. But Lun Yen was still puzzled. There was a huge gap between his and Yi Futian's realm, and same with perception. Some things far surpassed his ability of understanding. "Strike me with the sword," Yi Futian said. "Very well." Lun Yen nodded, once again gathering the momentum of the sword. Yi Futian's body was covered by a sword will, like a storm tearing through the void. In the next moment, Lun Yen unleashed the sword. The sword slashed directly at Yi Futian without reservation because he knew that his sword did not pose any threat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian saw the sword coming, he raised his finger and pointed at the sword. Even Lang Yen felt a little shocked at this moment. From Yi Futian's finger, he didn't notice any aura of the Great Path. Clang! The sword broke, and as the finger fell, a light appeared on the ground where the sword had struck. An invisible sword will, without form, was able to split his sword in two. Lun Yan's arms hung by his sides as he stared in shock. How did this happen? He seemed stunned, just standing there, with continuous flickering in his eyes. Sometimes his brows were knitted, and sometimes they were unfurled. After a while, he simply closed his eyes, overcome by extreme tranquility. He momentarily forgot his surroundings. Yi Futian didn't interrupt him. On the other side, Li Changsheng and Leng Shi were looking at this side. Previously, he was instructing Leng Shi in cultivation. When he saw Lang Yan in a daze, Li Changsheng looked interested. What was going on? Leng Shi didn't even know what had happened. He just stared at Lang Yan, puzzled. After a while, there were invisible fluctuations from Lang Yan's body, and some changes seemed to have taken place in his entire person. This change was invisible, and he seemed to be sharper than before. His eyes opened, and he looked at Yi Futian. Slightly bowing, he said, "Thank you, master." Suddenly, the confusions and questions he had about his own cultivations for such a long time cleared up at this moment. It was as if he had found a path to cultivation. He had hoped that Li Changxing would be the one to instruct him. But by chance, Yi Futian took him on. He had gained more than he had expected, and he was grateful. "This is—" Li Changxing revealed a smile. "Are you going to be his apprentice?" Yi Futian shook his head and looked at Leng Yan. "I don't have any intention of accepting disciples." "I understand," Leng Yan said. "But receiving instruction from Elder today is a memorable event. I shall always remember it in all my days." Leng Shi was a little surprised. It seemed that Lang Yan had gained a lot. Yi Futian didn't say anything more. "I'm only pointing some things out as I see them. How much you can realize on your own is completely dependent on your own talent. Go back to cultivate and comprehend thoroughly." "Yes, sir." Lang Yan bowed and said, "I will bid my farewell." He left immediately after that. Chapter 2012. The Premier Holy Land. After Lang Yan received instruction from Yi Futian, he went back to cultivate. After sitting in meditation for a day, when he emerged from cultivation the next day, his temperament had changed greatly. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation, and his blade techniques were more refined. He had clearly made considerable progress. Even Ling, she was a little regretful that she didn't ask Yi Futian for help. She was there next to them yesterday, but she had concentrated on Li Changxing's instructions and ignored Yi Futian's instructions to Leng Yan. Although she later asked Leng Yan for details, she couldn't quite understand the ideas that Leng Yan tried to express for some reason. On this day, many members of the Leng family gathered, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. Outside the family compound, in the void, a group of cultivators arrived by air. Everyone in the group had an extraordinary temperament and an elegant demeanor. Each one of them was a notable figure in their own right. Seeing their appearance, the genius talent who was the lead, Leng Quangxing, revealed a smile. As the group descended, he smiled and said, "Welcome, everyone, to the Leng family. The elder is too kind. We come this time to trouble you with some business of ours. Please forgive us in advance." Everyone in the group bowed slightly to pay their respect. They were humble and polite. The visitors were all in Renhuang realm as far as their cultivation was concerned. The empress who stood in the middle of the group was eye-catching both in looks and temperament. She was like a goddess out of this world, and yet she had a sense of sharpness about her. "We are friends here, no need for formality. I think you all know my brother." The woman pointed to Leng Quangxing and introduced him to everyone. She was a lady of the Leng family, the sister of Sky Sword, Leng Qinghan. "They were my fellow cultivators," Leng Qinghan said to Leng Quangxing. Leng Quangxing knew that, of course, and turned around to gesture, "Please, everyone." The group walked inside the family compound. The Leng family had already prepared a banquet, like the one they had prepared last time when they hosted the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, which was a grand feast. The chief of the Leng family was also in attendance. After the two parties greeted each other, they took their seats. Some young members of the family also arrived, including Leng Shi and Leng Yan. However, they could only sit in the back and watch those visitors. They knew exactly where these people came from. However, although everyone was seated, no one moved, and there were still a lot of empty seats left, which seemed to have been prepared for others. "Go and ask them to come now," the Lung family chief commanded. Someone immediately bowed and left to follow the order. The people who needed to be invited were naturally referring to the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This banquet was, in fact, an opportunity for today's visitors to meet with the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. Previously, they had already mentioned this to Li Changsheng and Zongchan. Before long, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower came to the banquet site with Yi Futian. Many had visited before, but never with such a grand reception, so he never did come. After all, many had been here to visit Zongchan, but this time it was different. The people who came this time were not some ordinary folks, so he wanted to come and see for himself. After Yi Futian and the others arrived, the visitors looked up at them, but sat quietly without moving. Lung Qinghan stood up and greeted them. "Lung Qinghan greets all of you. No need to be so formal. Guangxing is our peer, and the Lung family has been friendly with Wangshan Watchtower. So, miss, you do not need to be so formal," Li Changxing said with a smile. Lung Qinghan nodded slightly before sitting down. Li Changsheng and the others sat and glanced at the group of people around Lung Qinghan. They nodded to Li Changsheng and the others. "We heard that friends from Wangshan Watchtower were here with the Lung family, so we came with Qinghan to visit and also to meet you. We have long heard of the fame of Wangshan Watchtower, but rarely had an opportunity to chat. It is a great honor to see everyone today. You are much too kind." Li Changxing smiled and said, "Donghua Academy is famous as the premier holy land in Donghua domain. It is our honor to meet the cultivators from Donghua Academy today." The exchanges of both parties were quite polite, especially those from Li Changxing. When he spoke, his tone was gentle and even, which had a calming effect. It was as if he was an expert in complimenting the other. Obviously, he was quite experienced in these sorts of things. Those who had arrived were the disciples cultivating at the premier academy of Donghua domain. Donghua Academy bore the name Donghua, so its background needed no further explanation. It had the best cultivation resources of Donghua domain, backed by Domain Chief's manor. It came into being by order of Donghuang the Great to preach to the world and grew rapidly. The honorary college chief of Donghua Academy was also the chief of Donghua Domain Chief's manor. Even the son of Domain Chief's manor, that peerless talent, was also cultivating at Donghua Academy. Among the three major principalities of Donghua Heavens, the Domain Chief's manor needed no further introduction. The other two were Donghua Academy and Lingxiao Palace. Except for Lingxiao Palace, the other two were somewhat different in nature. One was a political ruling power of the Donghua domain, while the other was a force in preaching. Furthermore, these two principalities themselves were inextricably linked, as their existences were dependent on the will of the great emperor. The Lung family had produced two genius talents back in the days, and they were brother and sister. After Sky, Sword Lung Guangxing traveled throughout the world. He settled down at Wangshan Watchtower and cultivated for several years. On the other hand, his sister, Lung Qinghan, chose a relatively simple and effective path by cultivating at Donghua Academy. Both Donghua Academy and Wangshan Watchtower were considered major principalities in Donghua domain, but if one were to speak of history, Donghua Academy was clearly a step higher. However, the difference was that the visitors from Donghua Academy did not represent the top figures of Donghua Academy. Those from Wangshan Watchtower were the most elite group of people under the Millet Emperor. Therefore, at best, it was Donghua Academy that came to pay the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower visit. At this time, the group from Donghua Academy had their eyes on Zongchan, as if to scrutinize him. After Zongchan's breakthrough, there were now 4 awesome figures in Donghua domain under the major figureheads. The one from Donghua Academy needed no other introduction. With a reputation of being the first genius talent of Donghua domain, He was destined to be a true peerless cultivator in talent and background. Aside from that person, Jiang Yueli, the chief disciple of the sword goddess, was the most well-known among them, with a level cultivation in the 8th realm. He was only a step away from giant figures. Some even claimed that Jiang Yueli's strength was no less than those reigning top figures. After that, Desolation and Zongchan. Now, some people ranked these four. The one from Donghua Academy was the first, Jiang Yueli second, Desolation third, and Zongchan fourth. These four people would continue in the footsteps of the previous generation and reach the top, unless they perished before then. Such a day would almost be a certainty. Subconsciously, they were comparing Zongchan with that man in their minds. Zongchan's temperament was extraordinary, almost as that of a true master. However, compared to the sense that the other man exuded, it was still quite a ways off. Cultivating in the academy, Zongchan's name was mentioned a lot recently, and now I finally saw him in person. Renhuang said with a smile. I haven't done anything and don't deserve this fame, and from Donghua Academy, no less. I'm embarrassed, Zongchan responded. If it weren't for Qing Han, we wouldn't be able to come here to see you all. Truth be told, there are many cultivators in Donghua Academy who would really like to see you all too. The cultivator from Donghua Academy said with a smile, If you are free, would everyone from Wangshan Watchtower be willing to pay our academy a visit? Li Changsheng looked at Zongchan because those words were directed at him. Yi Futian sat there quietly without speaking, watching everything in silence. With Zongchan here, nothing had to do with him. I have also looked up to Donghua Academy for a long time, and if the opportunity allows, I must visit, Zongchan responded with a smile. After the chief's order, all cultivators are now on their way to Donghua Heavens. Donghua Academy will also be the center of this gathering of unprecedented talents. It is also an important place that you definitely need to visit now that you are here in Donghua Heavens. Zongchan nodded. He did want to go. At this time, Yi Futian heard a voice. What does brother Yi think? Yi Futian glanced at Li Changxing and thought that Li Changxing was a curious character. He said, Is senior brother referring to these cultivators or the matter of going to Donghua Academy? Whichever one you think it is, Li Changsheng responded with a smile. These cultivators don't understand, and there is nothing more to be said. As for Donghua Academy, I would like to see it, said Yi Futian. Junior brother Yi should go and experience it. Donghua Academy is extraordinary and has a considerable number of treasures. One of the treasures is a magic mirror that can attest to the rank of the divine wheel of the Great Path. You have several divine wheels. Don't you want to take a closer look? Li Changxing said temptingly. Is it really as incredible as it sounds? Yi Futian showed a look of amazement. Li Changxing nodded. In the divine prefecture, there are the distinction of perfection and imperfection in divine wheels, with no distinction in rank. However, in reality, even the most perfect divine wheels still have ranks. Every cultivator is different, and that mirror can assess the strength of the divine wheel. Countless cultivators have already gone to be examined, now in Donghua Heavens and even the entire Donghua domain. The strongest divine will ever tested belong to the son of the current domain chief. He is also known as the strongest man of his generation. Donghua domain has placed high expectations on him. I was talking to Brother Zong about if we should go and visit when people from Donghua Academy have arrived by themselves. To this Yi Futian nodded. Chapter 2013 Chance Encounter. At the banquet, the cultivators from Donghua Academy formally invited Zongchan and the others for a visit. Li Changxing and Zongchan both agreed to go. In Yi Futian's estimation, they probably didn't just invite the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This time, all forces were about to gather in Donghua Heavens. As the premier holy land of the Donghua domain, Donghua Academy would want to meet the top personalities from every corner. After the banquet, All the cultivators from Donghua Academy and the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower left, except for Lung Qinghan. She was going to accompany the cultivators of Wangshin Watchtower to visit Donghua Academy. After all, this was her familial home, and those from Wangshin Watchtower were their guests. Qinghan this time, Donghua Academy did not just invite the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower, did they? Chief Lung asked. Lung Qinghan nodded and said when they learned that the cultivators of Wangshin Watchtower were here, they decided to come with me for a visit, and that was the consensus of many cultivators at the academy. They wanted to invite cultivator from all sides to the academy, so they made the proposal. The head of the Lung family nodded. This time, it is really a meeting of the minds. Donghua Academy is the premier holy land, and everyone will accept the invitation. I think they are very interested in Zongchan, and Zongchan must be very interested in him. Lung Qinghan thought about that person for a moment. Although Zongchan was extremely talented and had cast the perfect divine wheel of Upper Renhuang, there was still quite a big gap between the two. She did not think that there was anyone who could compare with the person they are referring to. In the Donghua domain, he was the one and only, and this was the consensus of all the cultivators in Donghua heavens. It was the same even for the chief disciple of the sword goddess from the fluttering snow palace. The cultivators of Donghua Academy knew how much glory he had brought them. In their view, of the 4 top figures in Donghua domain, he was at one level while the other 3 were at another. In addition to Zongchan, Li Changshin of Wangshan Watchtower is also very powerful. Since we are talking about talent, have you noticed that white-haired young man? Chief Lung asked. Naturally. Lung Qinghan nodded. The news of him defeating Ling he has already spread to Donghua Academy. Ling, he was a member of Lingxiao Palace and also cultivated at Donghua Academy. He was considered a disciple of the academy. Lingxiao Palace was considered a familial principality, while Donghua Academy was considered a holy place for preaching. There was no conflict of interest. Even the son of the chief went there for cultivation. Chief Lung nodded. He is also very powerful. In Donghua Academy, his battle record is difficult for anyone to match. Lung Qinghan, who disagreed with this statement, retorted, Ling he is outstanding. If he can defeat Ling he must be a top-notch character. But there are still a few people who are superior to Ling he in the academy. He isn't as powerful as all that. It was extremely high praise for Clan Lord Lung to say that no one could compare to Yi Futian. It suggested that besides that man, almost no one could match Yi Futian's talent. She, who was cultivating at Donghua Academy, thought this was an exaggeration of sorts. After this time we should be able to see, Chief Lung said with a smile. Emperor Yi is indeed extremely powerful, a voice said. Lung Qinghan looked at the speaker. When she saw who it was, she smiled and said, Lung Yan, your cultivation has improved. Auntie, Lung Yan nodded. Under the guidance of Emperor Yi, I had an epiphany and made some progress in cultivation. No wonder. Lung Qinghan smiled. Of course, I believed in the strength of Emperor Yi too. After all, Ling, he is also a powerful man in the Donghua heavens. Lung Yan didn't argue with her. He could see that even though his aunt recognized Yi Futian's strength, she didn't think he could be raised to another level, such as at the same level as Zongchan. Of course, this was not surprising. After all, Zongchan was now Upper Renhuang with perfect great path, on his way to becoming a pillar in the domain. This fact was evident from the attitude exhibited by the cultivators who had visited these days, including the cultivators of Donghua Academy. Today, the 4 great individuals were well known to everyone in the entire Donghua domain. Not only their talent, but their strength had also reached the topmost level. They were now able to fight against the existence of Renhuang 9th Realm. A few days later, at the time they agreed upon, the cultivators of Wangshin Watchtower and Donghua Academy arrived. They came in the cold, early morning hours at the place where Li Changshan and the others had been cultivating. Miss Lung, Li Changxing and Zhong Chan walked out together, with Yi Futian and his party following behind. Lung Qinghan nodded slightly at them and said, "Are we ready to go?" "Yes, please." Li Changxing nodded. "I will lead the way for everyone." With a flash of her figure, Lung Qinghan stepped into the void in one step. Li Changxing and others followed behind her. Sky Sword Lung Quangxing was also accompanying them because he was considered a member of Wangshan Watchtower. There were cultivators in the sky above Donghua heavens, and many of them were very powerful Renhuang. Countless cultivators had descended on this continent these days to usher in the most prosperous period the region had seen in 50 years. "Miss Lung, what level of cultivation is the vice chief now?" Li Changxing walked to Lung Qinghan and asked. "There is not much news about the son of the domain chief of Donghua domain, and no one knew whether he had broken through the realm or not. We don't know for sure. He should be at the pinnacle of the 7th realm. After all, it hasn't been long since the vice chief's breakthrough in the 7th realm," Lung Qinghan replied. Among the 4 figures, Jiang Yueli, the chief disciple of the sword goddess, had the highest cultivation and achieved fame the earliest. Jiang Yueli was also hailed as the person most likely to inherit the position of Lord of Fluttering Snow Palace, although there were 2 other peerless goddesses right after her, Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi. "Has he been cultivating at Donghua Academy?" Li Changxing continued to ask. "As far as I know, he should be cultivating in a secret location inside the academy. No one knows his progress. However, he should show up for the feast of Donghua domain this time," Lung Qinghan said. As the man's cultivation level elevated, there were not many opportunities for Donghua Academy's disciples to see him. He was quite mysterious. Some elders had mentioned that he was cultivating in a secret location inside the academy. Li Changxing nodded. Donghua Academy was the premier academy in Donghua domain. It was not some ordinary place. There were many treasures inside, many secret locations for cultivation, as well as a library. "I look forward to meeting this legendary figure," Li Changxing smiled and said. He didn't have the opportunity to cast the perfect divine wheel himself, but he was rather envious of people like Zhong Chan, who would be qualified to pursue the supreme realm in the future. "This time coming to Donghua heavens, we should be able to meet him," Lung Qinghan said as Li Changxing nodded. With so many extraordinary figures of the entire Donghua domain converged in one place, he was bound to show up sooner or later, and the chief would not be tucking him away either. The group continued on their way. Even though they were both within the bounds of Donghua heavens, Donghua Academy was still quite a distance away from the Lung family. The Donghua heavens was just too vast of an area. After a while, the group from far away saw a mountain gate. It was like a heavenly palace, towering and magnificent. In front of it was a massive open space with no other buildings. This area was unique and belonged solely to this celestial gate. "We are here," Lung Qinghan said. The group descended and landed on the stairs. At Donghua Academy, the gates alone were hundreds of meters high, giving its visitors a sense of solemnity. Ordinary folks had to climb thousands of steps before they could reach it. However, as Lung Qinghan was a cultivator of Donghua Academy and Wangshan Watchtower was the guest, they could reach the gate straight away. At this moment, someone groaned and retreated. It was a Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower. He looked a little embarrassed, and Lung Qinghan guessed what happened immediately. She said, "Aside from the disciples, there are many elders who are cultivating inside the academy, and they don't like anyone to snoop. Please don't release your divine consciousness inside the academy. Your understanding is appreciated." The man nodded and said apologetically, "I was careless." "Let's go," said Lung Qinghan. At this moment, there was a cracking sound in the air from behind. They turned and saw another group approaching them, and it was a group of goddesses. They were all outstanding in looks, especially the 3 in the lead. They were more stunning than the rest. Yi Futian had seen them before. They were the cultivators from fluttering Snow Palace. The three in the front were the three disciples of the sword goddess, Jiang Yueli, Qin Qing, and Chu Hanqi. They also saw the cultivators from Wangshen Watchtower and slightly bowed with their hands together. Li Changsheng and the others responded in kind as they exchanged greetings. Friends from Wangshen Watchtower are here, too, Jiang Yueli said as Li Changsheng nodded. Donghua Academy is well known throughout the world. How could we pass it up? But we didn't expect to meet the goddesses here. What a happy coincidence. Indeed, it's meant to be. Jiang Yueli nodded. Previously, at the Divine Ocean continent, my junior sister had met Emperor Yi in front of the cliff, and now we meet again here. Qin Qing smiled at Yi Futian and nodded when she heard those words, completely different from the icy arrogance that Yi Futian had experienced when he first met her. Yi Futian returned a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Haha, it is. Let's go in together, Li Changxing said with a smile. Very well, please. Jiang Yueli gestured with her hand. Goddesses, please. Li Changxing took a polite step back. Seeing this, Jiang Yueli didn't demur any longer. She walked next to Li Changsheng and the others and said, Let's go in together. With that said, both sides entered Donghua Academy. Chapter 2014 Estrangement. Donghua Academy was the best educational institution in the Donghua domain. No other academies could compare. Likewise, those that cultivated there were the most excellent cultivators, not some beginners or intermediate cultivators. Unless some unusually enchanting characters were chosen by the Academy's great figures to be taught by their sides and personally overseeing their cultivation, the minimum level for potential disciples in Donghua Academy was the Saint Realm. Those in the Saint Realm had already transcended the ordinary and moved into sainthood, proving that they could shed their roots from the world, thus allowing them to pass through the threshold of Donghua Academy. This premier academy in Donghua was not here to cultivate its future generations, but to cultivate top-notch individuals who would be qualified to rule Donghua heavens in the future. Those who came out of Donghua Academy were generally already at the top of Donghua domain, whose cultivations were extraordinary. Yi Futian and the others stepped into Donghua Academy. This academy was different from all the other academies that Yi Futian had been to before. In other academies, their many disciples could be seen walking around everywhere on campus. But Donghua Academy was different. They didn't see many disciples milling around. For disciples in this realm, they spent most of their time cultivating rather than wandering leisurely around the academy. Furthermore, this academy was like a city, boundless and massive. Inside the academy, and looking into the distance, many magnificent ancient temples were built on top of an ancient peak. Immortal spirits abound with waterfalls and flowy clouds. One could even catch a glimpse of some sacred beasts. Looking up, there were islands floating with buildings on them. They were the palaces in which powerful men cultivated. Among the clouds and mist, it truly resembled an earthly wonderland. Yi Futian was a little emotional. This was the top academy in Divine Prefecture. It was like a place for the divines to cultivate. The power of the Great Path lifted up those floating islands, and the aura of the Great Path was everywhere, permeating throughout the vast and endless Donghua Academy. In the distance, there was a range of vast and endless divine mountains, full of mystery. Yi Futian knew that there were many secret cultivation locations inside that ordinary people would never reach. Donghua Academy had the best cultivation resources within the Donghua domain. The general background of the establishment of this academy originated from Donghuang the Great's desire to preach. It could be said that the supporting force behind it was the great emperor, with the full support of the domain chief's manor. In just a few hundred years, the first academy in Donghua domain had been established. Yi Futian was not the only one who had come here for the first time. In fact, most of those who entered the academy now were here for the first time. They were rather thoughtful when they saw the sight in front of them. No wonder that Ren Huang from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to poke around with his divine consciousness before. He must have been curious, but it had caused powerful individuals in the academy to feel averse to this. A great place. No wonder it's the #1 holy land of Donghua domain, Li Changxing said with a smile, unreserved in his praise. Wangshan Watchtower was created by his master, the Millet Emperor, once upon a time. The only place that could be considered as a secret place was that watchtower, which was still quite a distance away in its reputation from Donghua Academy, which had an extraordinary background. The foundation of Wangshan Watchtower, in comparison, was not as great. Paradise on earth. Cultivating at a place like this must be refreshing. Jiang Yueli expressed her sentiment. I heard that the Fluttering Snow Palace is located in an extremely harsh and cold environment, which has snowfalls all year round, but it also serves as training to one's character. Is that true? Li Changxing asked. Jiang Yueli nodded. Yes, the cultivation environment of Fluttering Snow Palace is comparable to that of the desolate God Palace, the worst environment in the Donghua domain to cultivate. But it had also nurtured many goddesses. The palace lord herself is worthy of being an outstanding woman in Donghua domain, praised Li Changxing. The sword goddess was definitely a legend in Donghua domain. Where are we going? Li Changxing turned to look at Lung Qinghan and asked. There. Lung Qinghan pointing ahead, where there were many floating islands in the void, standing there like temples. Among the many floating islands, one was the most conspicuous. A palace, towering into the firmament, stood upon it as if it were a temple connecting to the heavens. Li Changxing's eyes drifted there, and his assessment was sharp as his eyes penetrated the space. He looked at the temple and whispered, Is this Donghua Pavilion? Lung Qinghan nodded. When the great emperor unified the land of divine prefecture, he also established book depositories. I heard that 2 such book depositories were established in Donghua Heavens, one in the Domain Chief's Manor and the other in Donghua Academy. What's the difference between these 2 book depositories? Li Changxing asked. Yi Futian showed a look of interest. After he came to Divine Prefecture, the first place he really settled in was Dongyuan Pavilion. At that time, he already knew that every continent in Divine Prefecture had such a holy land, and Donghua Heavens was no exception. Donghua Heavens seemed to be quite unique in that it had 2 book depositories, one located in Domain Chief's Manor and one in Donghua Academy. The one at Domain Chief's Manor is more comprehensive, while the one in Donghua Academy is more suited for high-level cultivators above the Saint Realm. It was not open to outsiders, so its user base is smaller than the one at Domain Chief's Manor, Lung Qinghan explained. Li Changxing nodded. Only the Donghua Academy disciples had the opportunity to access the book depository at Donghua Academy, and there were not many of them. Let's go, Lung Qinghan said, and immediately stepped into the void, heading in that direction. The 2 principalities followed her and soon came to this floating island. Of course, there was more than just the depository, but this book depository was the most obvious structure on the island. On this floating island, there were many palatial compounds and a giant open area. At this time, many cultivators were gathered, forming a lively scene. It was quite different from the deserted area outside of Donghua Academy when they first arrived. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw some familiar faces. The cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yan were already there. Their prince, Yan Hanqing, and Yan Dongyang were both present. Aside from them, Yi Futian also saw the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace. Ling, he was there also, chatting up the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yan. It seemed that the 2 were quite amicable. Seeing this, coldness flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. Last time, on Turtle Deity Island, the cultivators of Ling Shao Palace plotted against them when they clashed with the ancient royal family of Yan. He found their close proximity this time intriguing. Moreover, he was extremely disgusted with Ling. He and still wanted him dead. However, in Donghua heavens, he couldn't possibly do anything of the sort. The cultivators of Lingxiao Palace and Yan's ancient royal family also turned to look at them, squinting slightly. Ling He's malice toward Yi Futian had only gotten stronger since their last battle. As long as Yi Futian was around, he would never be able to raise his head. When he saw Yi Futian walking together with the cultivators from Fluttering Snow Palace, Ling he felt even more upset. But he quickly concealed his emotions and looked at the cultivators of Fluttering Snow Palace. Greetings to all the goddesses. Jiang Yueli and the others nodded slightly. Ling he looked at Qin and said, Qin, I heard that you had come, so I arrived a little earlier. Finally, I am meeting you. You're too kind. Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Obviously, she was grateful that Lingxiao Palace had deliberately befriended them over the years. Ling, he and had always maintained a good relationship with them. However, she had felt a little uncomfortable at Turtle Deity Island previously. She understood that Ling he was proud and narcissistic, but other than that, she suddenly felt that Lingxiao Palace had an ulterior motive for approaching them. They did not simply want to forge a good relationship with them. He seemed to have felt the distance in Qin's tone. Ling he's desire to kill Yi Futian was much stronger. The cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yan also looked at Jiang Yueli and the others. Yan Hanqing said, It was a hasty meeting that day on Turtle Deity Island. Although I met the goddesses, we did not have a chance to talk at length. I have long admired Goddess Jiang, and this time in Donghua heavens, I must implore the goddess for some instruction. The prince is too indulgent. We are at the same level of cultivation, so there is no instruction to speak of. Jiang Yueli responded. Of course there is, and the gap is considerable, said Yan Hanqing. His cultivation was in the 9th realm and was actually higher than Jiang Yueli. However, Jiang Yueli's great path was perfect, which was not something he could compete with. Therefore, unless he broke through the shackles of Renhuang, it would be difficult for him to beat Jiang Yueli. Chapter 2015 Holy Land Scenery. At that moment, a group of people walked over from nearby. All of them were incredibly impressive. They were cultivators from Donghua Academy, and every one of them was a top figure. The man at their head seemed to be about 40 or 50 years old and had the air of a grandmaster. He looked at those around him, then smiled and said, I would never have thought that I would have the chance to see so many young heroes from all the continents of the Donghua domain come here. I am Lu Qingzhu and I welcome you. So you are Lu Qingzhu. Greetings. Li Changsheng and the others bowed. Many of them had heard the name Lu Qingzhu, as he was one of the great figures of the Donghua domain. It was said that he had cultivated to the top of the Renhuang Plain and was probably only a step away from breaking free of the bonds of the Great Path. His understanding of the Great Path was profound. He was the most important figure at Donghua Academy. The Academy is a holy land, so there is no need for me to entertain all of you. But why don't we take a walk around the Academy? Said Lu Qingzhu with a smile. Everyone nodded, saying, We have great admiration for the fame of the Donghua Academy, so we came to visit. It would be perfect if we could take a walk around and see the scenery. Very good. I will be your guide today. Please follow me, said Lu Qingzhu, suddenly turning and walking away. When they came in front of the ancient temple that soared into the sky, he said, This is Donghua Pavilion, which I'm sure you already knew. It is a library with many scrolls inside. Many of them were written under the orders of the great emperor many years ago and are classics. However, we do not show them to the outside world. I hope you understand. Everyone nodded. They were not disciples of Donghua Academy, and thus they could not enter Donghua Pavilion. However, there are many other wonderful places here at the Academy where you may go. I will take you to see them, continued Lu Qingzhu, and he turned and walked in another direction. All the cultivators followed him. At some point, Ling He came up beside Qin Qing and said, "The academy is truly all-encompassing. There are many hidden treasures here. Other than a few restricted areas, we are free to go anywhere." Qin Qing nodded. Donghua Academy is the foremost holy land for cultivation in the Donghua domain. The conditions for cultivation are perfect here, which has made many people envious. No wonder people say that most of the people of the domain chief's manor in the Donghua domain came out of Donghua Academy. The domain chief's manor had a very close relationship with Donghua Academy. Many of the cultivators who came out of the academy joined the domain chief's manor and became members. This was equivalent to serving the emperor himself, giving you a chance to reach a high level. If this had been earlier, Ling He naturally would have bragged a little, but now he had no grounds on which to do so. After all, even though he was a cultivator of Donghua Academy, he had been badly beaten by Yi Futian. If the other cultivators of Ling Shao Palace had not intervened, things would probably have been even worse for him. The group soared through the sky above the academy. There were floating islands in the vast space all around. Lu Qingzhu introduced them to the group, saying, "These floating islands are where the elders of the academy go to cultivate, as well as many of the disciples of the academy. However, it is challenging for a student to claim one of these islands for their cultivation spot. They can only do so after passing a tough test. There are vast matrices on the islands that make them both good for cultivation and difficult to attack. Since these matrices cover them, one's divine consciousness cannot invade them." Everyone nodded. This was an unparalleled atmosphere for cultivation. Could one person really occupy an entire island by themselves and use it for their cultivation? However, this was something that only the most powerful of figures could hope to do. Ordinary disciples would never get that chance. They passed through that area and came to another area with ancient mountain peaks arranged in a ring. There was a vast distance between the peaks, which was filled with a vast matrix and a tall terrace. People were sparring there on the terrace. This is the path-seeking stage of the academy. Students come here from time to spar, and sometimes we hold ceremonies here," continued Lu Qingzhu. Everyone began thinking about this. With so many heroic figures gathered together, how could they not think of sparring with each other? "Look over there," said Lu Qingzhu, pointing. Between two relatively close peaks, there was an incomparably huge ancient mirror, clear and silent. If one did not look at it carefully, it would be easy to overlook its very existence. The divine mirror of heavenly wheels. It can determine how strong one's wheel of the great path is, and it looks at everyone. In the world of cultivation, there are only two types of wheels, perfect and imperfect. One cannot divide perfect wheels into levels, but are some still stronger than others? Lu Qingzhu said, seemingly speaking to himself. Of course some are. Everyone's wheels of the great path have different amounts of strength, and the gaps between some are actually quite large. However, since they are perfect, this is impossible to see once one can only faintly sense it, as there is no concrete display. But here, the divine mirror of heavenly wheels can distinguish the strength of wheels of the great path. It is a valuable treasure. I am not sure where it came from, but if one unleashes their wheel of the great path before it, the mirror will activate. A divine halo will appear within it. According to our best guesses, the mirror has 9 wheels of light. However, no one has ever made it display all of them, so this is only a guess. Some people say this guess is wrong, and it is absolutely impossible to make that many rings of light appear. His words made everyone feel rather excited. Many people wanted to go and try it out. "What is the most amount of light rings that has ever appeared?" someone asked. Everyone looked at Lu Qingzhu. They had obviously all been wanting to know the answer to that question, and so they looked at him curiously. 6 rings, said Lu Qingzhu with a smile. Because of this, many people think that 9 is impossible and that 6 is perhaps the maximum number of rings for a divine wheel, or maybe 7. Was it the vice chief? Asked Jiang Yueli. Yes, said Lu Qingzhu with a nod. This was not a secret. All the cultivators of the academy had been tested. Jiang Yueli looked over at the mirror, and not only her. Most of them wanted to go and try. They wanted to see how many rings of light their divine will could produce. It seems you are all thinking the same thing, but you must first take some time to prepare your minds. Moreover, if your divine wheel is not perfect, there will be no response from the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Lu Qingzhu reminded them. Many people hesitated, but among them there were those with perfect divine wheels, like Ling He, Qin Qing, Yan Dongyang, and others, but they were only mid-level renhuangs. Let us first go visit other places. You have all come from afar, so you should enjoy the academy's scenery. Let us return and then decide where you want to go back to, said Lu Qingzhu, smiling. He was doing his best to be a good host. After all, these guests had come from far away. Everyone appreciated this, and so they followed him into the depths of the academy. This place could not be seen from the outside. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It was a vast area that stretched for thousands of miles. It could even have been said to be a great city, but it was just a fact that Donghua Academy occupied a huge area. What is this place? It is so beautiful, said Qin Qing, looking down at the place. That place was like a sea of flowers as countless, brilliant buds bloomed. There were pavilions and terraces surrounded by flowers, as well as rock gardens and lakes. It was like a land of celestials among the world of mortals. This is a place where the elders of the academy cultivate, said Linghe. Not everyone was cultivating on the floating islands up above. There were many elders of the academy here as well. Qin Qing looked down. What kind of people would be cultivating in a place as beautiful as this? Not all of the top figures of Donghua Academy were familiar to outsiders. Many of them reside within, quiet and unassuming, just cultivating at the academy. Within the sea of flowers in front of one of the pavilions, Qin Qing could see a group of figures. They were a little different than she had imagined. There was an old woman there with white hair and a weathered face, but she stood straight. She was incredibly calm. It was as if she existed in a place outside the world. There are many elders purifying themselves in this area. We will not disturb them, said Lu Qingzhu. Everyone nodded and continued forward. Before long, they saw another peculiar structure. It seemed to be a celestial palace made of glass, perfect and beautiful. Going forward, the sky between the ancient peaks was filled with marvelous sword-will. They saw a black-robed figure sitting on a cliff, meditating with his eyes closed. He was on a sword peak. Yi Futian's heart was filled with wonder as he went along. It seemed that any of the heroes of Donghua Academy would be considered a top figure in the world outside. This place truly completely overshadowed Wangshan Watchtower. Brother, do outsiders truly not know about these people? He asked Li Changxing telepathically. Of them do, and some of them don't. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing strange about this. Before Donghuang the Great conquered the divine prefecture, during the time of chaos, there were already countless heroes. Many of those ancients are still around, but where are they? Naturally, they went all over. Donghua Academy is a holy land, so having many of this kind of people here is only natural, Li Changxing said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. If people of the Renhuang did not die in battle, they would live as long as the sun and moon. These old people had clearly lived long lives. After all, this place was not the original realm. The divine prefecture was vast, within its infinite reaches. Who could count how many cultivators there were? At that point, they came to a barren. It was a dark area with not a single sound. All was quiet. The ground itself was black. An ash-filled wind swept up into the sky, carrying its silent aura with it. Everyone felt most uncomfortable. A terrible storm appeared before them. There was an incomparably huge, ancient black bell within the storm. As they drew near the bell, many people trembled in their hearts. "It's so terrifying." Everyone looked up at it. The horrible storm reached up into the clouds. The whole area seemed like a world that had faced the apocalypse. "This is the God-burying bell," Lu Qingzhu told them. "Here, you can cultivate and temper your spiritual willpower while cultivating the great path of death and the power of sonic waves. When the bell rings out, every living thing in a 1,000-mile circle that cannot block it will be shattered and destroyed. This is a precious artifact, but it has not rung for a very long time. I hope it will never ring again." Everyone knew what he meant. If a time ever came when they had to ring the bell, it would mean that Donghua Academy was facing a grave disaster. That was the only reason they would use it. At that time, it would be impossible to guess how many people would die. That was why he had said he hoped it would never ring again. Chapter 2016. Seeking the Path in the Academy. "Let's go," Lu Qingzhu said. He then led the crowd to another area. As they entered deeper inside, the space became even more unfathomable. They would occasionally encounter cultivators from the academy, yet the space above them was completely sealed off. In the distance, there was a desolate piece of land that was blocked off by mountain ranges. The other side of the mountain range was covered in mist. Futian and the others could faintly hear a sound coming from beyond the mist. "What is that?" Qing asked as she peered into the mountain range. Through the mist, she could faintly make out an enormous, skyscraping tower. It seemed taller than a mountain. On the tower, countless runes were lit up. It was as though divine light was penetrating the mist. The crowd could see the strange phenomenon from afar. A faint but terrifying aura emanated from the direction of the tower. The faint sound was also coming from there. "That tower is also a treasure," Lu Qingzhu said. He did not explain more as he continued heading in the direction of the tower. "That is a restricted area," Ling he said to Qing in a low voice. He also seemed to be reminding the others. The crowd immediately acted more reserved and did not look in the tower's direction. Since it was a restricted area, investigating it was naturally not allowed. However, their curiosity grew even stronger. They wanted to know what was inside. Of course, some of them roughly guessed what was inside. "Elder brother, there seems to be demonic qi coming from there," Futian said to Li Changxing over transmitted thoughts. He sensed the demonic qi emanating from there. It seemed that the sealing power of the tower could not completely seal off the qi. A strange look flashed past Li Changxing's eyes. He had also cultivated for many years and had decades of experience. Having lived for so long, he had seen many things and knew more. Some things could only be known by experiencing them firsthand. The rumors that came after could not be easily discerned. "It might be a demon-sealing tower," Li Changxing said. "It is used to suppress powerful demons." Futian revealed a strange look. Why did Donghua Academy need to suppress a powerful demon? However, Li Changxing did not say any more, so Futian did not ask. As they continued on their way, they saw another divine tree. The branches of this divine tree extended outwards, forming a huge forest. The terrifying, destructive power of the Great Path was actually contained within the forest. This caused Futian to reveal a bizarre look. Trees represented life and rich life force. However, the tree before him seemed to contain the power of destruction. "It is a deadwood. It already has a spirit," said someone. "As we continue forward, this region still has many secret zones. Would all of you be interested in taking a look around?" Before the crowd managed to respond, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. They turned around and gazed into the distance. Lu Qingzhu released his will and extended it outwards. Very soon he saw where the commotion had come from. The others looked towards him. After all, it was not convenient for them to release their wills. They did not know what was happening. "The cultivators from Desolate God Palace have arrived." They are at the divine mirror of heavenly wheels at the path-seeking stage, Lu Qingzhu explained. The crowd revealed strange looks. Had the cultivators from Desolate God Palace, who usually kept to themselves, also come to Donghua Academy? Before this, the Academy members did not wait for the cultivators from the Desolate God Palace to arrive. That meant that the former did not know that the other party would come here. Now they seemed to have come uninvited. "Let's go take a look," someone said. They were also very interested in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. What did the cultivators from Desolate God Palace want over at the path-seeking stage? All right. Lu Qingzhu nodded his head. The group immediately turned around and headed back at very high speeds. It wasn't just them. Many people in the region had heard the commotion. In Donghua Academy, many cultivators were traversing through the air, walking out from a mountain range below or floating down from the floating islands above. They were all headed in the same direction. Not long after, the cultivators arrived at the path-seeking stage. Ancient peaks towering into the clouds above encircled the path-seeking stage. Over on one side, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes was standing there. They had frightening auras. The pressure that radiated from them was suffocating. On the mountain peak across from them stood the cultivators from Donghua Academy. In between them, above the path-seeking stage, two Renhuangs were currently engaged in combat. Their battle was intense. Lu Qingzhu immediately headed over to where the cultivators from Donghua Academy stood. The other cultivators dashed off in different directions. Yi Futian and the cultivators from the Wangshan Watchtower landed on a mountain peak. The cultivators of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow chose another, while the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace in the Donghua Heavens chose a mountain peak beside them. All of them stood at different locations. At that moment, the sound of a violent collision could be heard. The matrix surrounding the path-seeking stage lit up with brilliant light, blocking off the residue shockwaves of the attacks of the two Renhuangs. The cultivator from Donghua Academy was knocked back. He appeared somewhat pathetic. They are actually having a law battle, the crowd thought as they revealed strange looks on their faces. Lu Qingzhu looked at them and said, "Members of Desolate God Palace, why didn't you tell us that you were coming? We could have been more hospitable. No need to go to such troubles. It makes no difference if we just come over unannounced." "Please forgive the intrusion," replied an elder of the Desolate God Palace. "You are all guests who have come from afar. Not long ago, I brought the other guests on a tour around the place. Now that the cultivators from Desolate God Palace have arrived, how can I help you?" "Feel free to ask me for anything," Lu Qingzhu said politely. "You can help me in anything," said a voice as a cold, indifferent, and arrogant aura spread out. The crowd shifted their gazes towards the person who had spoken. It was the top monstrous figure of Desolate God Palace, the next Desolate God Desolation. He was renowned as the successor of the current Desolate God. "I cannot promise anything, but I will naturally aid you in any way I can," replied Lu Qingzhu, not paying heed to Desolation's tone. Lu Qingzhu smiled casually. He was actually curious as to what requests the other party would make. Desolation stood on the high peak. His black robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was extremely sharp as it landed on Lu Qingzhu. Even though Lu Qingzhu was a senior figure, Desolation did not respect him. He said, "Today we have come to the path-seeking stage of Donghua Academy to challenge Ninghua." Ninghua was the top monstrous existence in the Donghua domain, the most prominent figure of this generation of the Donghua domain. He was the vice chief of Domain Chief's Manor. He had too many titles and legends associated with him. Desolation had actually come to Donghua Academy to seek Ninghua. However, this was somewhat understandable. Desolation from Desolate God Palace was also a powerful figure. Ordinary cultivators would most likely be unworthy of meeting Desolation. There were multitudes of cultivators from Donghua Academy. However, only a few of them were qualified to exchange blows with Desolation. He had come specifically for Ninghua, the vice chief of the Donghua domain. Lu Qingzhu smiled and said, "Currently, we do not even know where Ninghua is cultivating at. If you encounter him, you can challenge him then." Lu Qingzhu immediately directed this request to Ninghua himself. Of course, the precursor was that the other party had to find Ninghua. Whether or not Ninghua would oblige Desolation's request, that was up to the former to decide. However, Desolation, who had come from afar, would most likely be left disappointed. Currently, no one could find Ninghua unless he himself decided to appear. Many people in the academy believed that Desolation was somewhat arrogant, although Desolation was currently also known as one of the 4 most prominent figures in the Donghua domain. In their eyes, the difference between him and Ninghua was still too great. Regardless of the list Ninghua was ranked in, he was usually at the very top. That included the current 4 most prominent figures in the Donghua domain. Ninghua was still undisputedly the first. If that is the case, then today, having come to the holy land of Donghua Academy, I wish to experience the way of the cultivators of the academy, Desolation continued. His tone was extremely arrogant and insolent. The cultivators from Donghua Academy felt that his attitude was extremely unsatisfying. This Desolation was practically presumptuous. Since Ninghua was not around, he actually wanted to challenge the cultivators of the academy. His great path was flawless. Even in the academy, how many disciples could challenge him? There would most likely only be a few in the entire academy. Desolation's personality was apparent from this. The cultivators of Desolate God Palace had come to Donghua Academy to challenge the other cultivators and challenge their egos. All right. If that is the case, we will happily oblige. A few Renhuangs answered one after another. They were cultivators from Donghua Academy. They also wanted to see how powerful this monster from Desolate God Palace was. The atmosphere on the mountain peaks surrounding the path-seeking stage immediately became extremely tense. Chapter 2017, Finger of Death. In Donghua Academy, people were hurrying over one after another. They stood on the mountaintops and looked at the virtuosos of the Desolate God Palace. These people were all not friendly. However, they were not too concerned about this. The purpose of inviting all of these factions to Donghua Academy this time was to understand the extent of the cultivation of the various Renhuangs in the Donghua domain. It was just as well that the situation was like this. The space around the peak that Desolation stood upon was especially tight. A dense shadow shrouded the space around the mountain. Black tendrils swirled around, creating a feeling of desolation and destruction. It was a very uncomfortable aura. Since Ninghua is not around, is there anyone from the Donghua Academy who wants to fight me? Desolation asked. His voice reverberated in the entire space, and his tone was extremely overbearing. After all, this was Donghua Academy, the top academy in the entire Donghua domain, and yet Desolation behaved in such an arrogant manner. In the space a distance away, several people were standing at the edge of the many floating islands and observing this area around the ancient peaks of path-seeking. The heir to Desolate God was one of the 4 most talked-about figures in the entire Donghua domain. Naturally, many people wanted to see just how strong the Desolation of this generation was. In the outer world, among the 4 of them, Ninghua was ranked first, Jiang Yueli second, Desolation third, and Zong Chan of Wangshan Watchtower, who had broken through to the High Renhuang level not long ago, was ranked last. Even though Desolation was cocky, everyone was still looking forward to seeing just how strong this impossibly powerful figure from the Desolate God Palace was. The Desolate God Palace was located on the Badlands continent in the Donghua domain. It was very far from the central region of the Donghua domain. The various factions were all from different continents, and so even though they had all heard of one another before, only a few knew of their exact strength. After all, there were very few occasions where they would all gather. Now that the various factions were all called over to the Donghua heavens by the Manor Chief, why wouldn't they be eager? Jiang Yueli, Qin Qing, and the rest of the practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow had all focused their sights over there, excited about Desolation's fight. At that moment, a high-level Renhuang virtuoso walked out from Donghua Academy. He was a middle-aged man at the 8th Renhuang level. Even though he was not one of the top-tier figures in the academy, Desolation was only a level 7 Renhuang. Even though he had a perfect great path, the academy did not wish to send out a level 9 Renhuang, a top-tier figure, straight away. Thus, it was he who walked out. Several practitioners of the Donghua Academy nodded lightly when they saw him walk out. This was an acceptable decision, albeit a risky one, since the person he was facing was Desolation. "Please," the level 8 virtuoso spoke to Desolation, who was on the mountain peak. Desolation's body glided forward and came to the space above the path-seeking stage. He did not look at his opponent, but instead faced the region between the two ancient peaks. There lay a transparent mirror. Ripples seemed to course through the mirror continuously. It was the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Before the practitioners of the Donghua Academy sought their path here, if they possessed a perfect great path, they would all appraise the levels of their divine wheels using the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to gauge how strong their divine wheels were. When Desolation walked out, he wanted to know how many layers of divine light his own divine wheel could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit. The practitioner from Donghua Academy who challenged him only looked at him silently without disturbing him, nor did he walk up. After all, his great path was not perfect, so the divine mirror of heavenly wheels would not respond to him. There was thus no need for him to go up to appraise his divine wheel. Right from the start, he was already disadvantaged. How strong do you think Desolation's divine wheel is? Many people stared at Desolation. Wisps of powerful aura emitted from him. Above his body, a jet-black ancient tree of the Great Way appeared. Its roots seemed to be anchored everywhere, as though it were going to shroud the entire vast space. In an instant, the divine mirror radiated his body. In the mirror, a tree also appeared. It was a jet-black tree. Divine light shrouded Desolation's body. The mirror and he seemed to be connected as one. Divine light appeared on the divine mirror, and one layer of divine light flowed. Many people turned to stare in that direction. It has appeared. Everyone stared at the divine mirror, and very quickly, a second layer of divine light flowed around the ancient tree. Furthermore, it had still not yet stopped. When the third layer of divine light flowed, many practitioners in the Donghua Academy let out light sounds. Some people were discussing it. 3 wheels. From afar, many people were also watching. It was not that 3 wheels of divine light were strong. However, according to what they know, this was not Desolation's most powerful divine wheel. He had 2 main divine wheels. In the desolate God Palace, the desolation of every generation must accomplish one thing, to forge the Desolation wheel. That was Desolation's core divine wheel. This ancient tree already caused 3 layers of divine light to be emitted. This meant that his Desolation wheel would certainly surpass 3 layers of divine light. Indeed, after the 3rd layer of divine light, the radiance on the divine mirror of heavenly wheels stopped flowing. However, Desolation did not stop moving. An even stronger aura emanated from him. A seemingly ancient and sacred aura descended. One could vaguely sense a will of limitless desolation from him. A black divine palace of desolation appeared. It seemed to be a little ethereal, but the divine mirror instantly captured it. The divine mirror radiated its light on the divine palace. The light was especially blinding. Layers of divine light swirled around. In just a short moment, 3 layers of divine light appeared in the Desolation wheel in the divine mirror. The glorious light showered the entire space and reflected off the mountaintop. Many people could not help but look on in awe. Furthermore, this time, everything did not stop yet. Very quickly, the fourth layer of divine light appeared. It was even more magnificent. The radiance on the divine mirror was got much brighter, so that it was almost blinding. Impressive, commended many practitioners from Donghua Academy. The fourth layer of divine light appeared, but it doesn't seem that it would stop. He was indeed the heir to the desolate God Palace. When the fifth layer of divine light appeared, many people took on a serious look. It was the case for the members of various factions. In the direction of Lingxiao Palace, Ling He's eyes also looked in that direction. His psyche was a little disturbed by what he saw. He had also tested his own divine will before. It could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit only 3 layers of divine light. According to the calculations by the seniors of the Donghua Academy, a practitioner who could seek the path to the high Renhuang level with a perfect grade divine wheel would also have a divine wheel of a higher level. On the other hand, it also meant that the higher the level of his divine wheel, the higher his chance of retaining a perfect great path when breaking through to the high Renhuang level. Some seniors of Donghua Academy also thought silently when they saw this unfold before them. It seemed that Jiang Yueli and Zhong Chan's divine wheels would not be a low level either. If this were the case, then that would prove that their hypothesis was correct. A person who could retain the perfection of their great path at the high Renhuang level would have a divine wheel of at least the 3rd level. This corresponded to at least 3 layers of divine light in the divine mirror. This was just a conjecture that had no proof whatsoever. However, this was all very arcane. These numbers were usually contained within certain rules. There are already 5 layers of divine light. Many people were looking at the mirror. The level of this desolation's divine wheel was higher than those of all of the disciples of Donghua Academy, apart from Ninghua. The light from the divine mirror was stunning and eye-catching. However, the 6th layer of divine light did not appear in the end. This meant that Desolation's divine wheel was still slightly inferior to Ninghua's. With this, many practitioners of the Donghua Academy could vaguely accept this conclusion. After all, Desolation was already very famous. The 4 people were all figures of the Donghua domain, whose reputations were like the midday sun. Desolation, however, remained expressionless. No one knew if he was satisfied with 5 layers of divine light. He withdrew the radiance of his divine wheel. He levitated through the air and stopped in front of the level 8 virtuoso from Donghua Academy. The 2 of them faced each other in the empty space. Surrounded by ancient peaks, the path-seeking stage was extremely spacious. This gave combatants space to move as they liked. "Show me what you've got," Desolation said to his opponent. In an instant, the divine wheel of the level 8 virtuoso appeared. It was a huge, boundless golden picture, as though it were a stone wall. It gave off a particularly sharp feeling. In an instant, an endless golden glow appeared in the heavens, accompanying the glow of the picture on the divine wheel of the great path. A matrix seemed to appear in the heavens. Golden motifs flowed around the matrix. Streaks of glorious golden light shot straight down toward Desolation with murderous intent. The aura from Desolation suddenly turned frightening. A will of desolation shrouded the entire space, as though the whole world had become gray. A black tree seemed to appear on his body. The branches and leaves of the trees reached out into all directions and appeared in the space around him as though they were countless limbs. Choo-choo! A sharp, piercing sound echoed into the distance. A terrifying picture appeared above Desolation, and the golden light that hammered down on him was unceasing, like the stream of the great path. However, a destructive black divine light shot upward from Desolation. The golden and black divine light streams collided like 2 streams of the great path flowing toward each other. A chaotic, destructive turbulence occurred at the point of collision. The Renhuang from the Donghua Academy floated in the air. The divine light of the great path bathed his body. A golden armor encased his body, and he seemed to give off an aura of invincibility. Endless divine light accompanied him as he shot downward. In the next instant, his body morphed into a beam of light. In the heavens, a straight beam of light shot down toward desolation with killing intent. It pierced straight through the black, destructive lightning pervading the entire space. A fearsome storm appeared, and the entire world seemed to turn gray. Upon seeing his opponent closing in on him, desolation did not even react. He stood there without moving. The divine light was incomparably swift, but at that moment someone noticed that desolation had made his move. He raised his hand and pointed forward. The golden light stopped, and a golden afterimage was left behind in the air. However, a finger appeared in front. The moment the finger appeared, the annihilating radiance of darkness in the surrounding region seemed to be absorbed into the finger. Terrifying black lightning penetrated the skies. "It's the finger of death. Be careful," a practitioner from Donghua Academy reminded. However, it was too late. When the finger of death appeared, everything else died. Boom! A horrifying radiance of darkness drowned out the entire space. Even the golden divine light was swallowed up. The crowd only saw a silhouette fly outward and collide with the matrix. A low sound echoed out, causing the matrix to tremble violently. The entire world seemed to take on a dull color. Streaks of black lightning coursed through the space. In front of desolation, there was even the crisp crackling of lightning. That destructive flow caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. The finger of death was one of the ultimate skills of the desolate god palace. It was terrifying due to its shocking power. With just a finger, the level 8 Renhuang's breath became extremely weak. His great path was severely damaged. Everyone was shocked.